SRGA nombor 2, so JMS duduk nombor 2. Rivalry untuk ML sekarang.
Ya, tapi apapun kita kena berikan syarat kepada Outcast. Manakala mereka merupakan pasukan yang berjaya untuk dapatkan pingat emas ketika di Sukma.
3 pemain mereka yang berjaya untuk dapatkan pingat emas. Dan mereka dah pun main 3 permainan, 3 kemenangan mereka dapatkan. Ada Nomji, ada Riz dan juga ada P daripada pasukan yang mewakili Melaka. Sementara sayang sekali tim Ray X PDRM tak ada sebarang kemenangan langsung lagi.
Ya, masih buntu untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Tapi Samfros, saya berpendapat yang semua komuniti MLBB kita perlu untuk menonton ML kali ini.
Ya.
Sebab terlalu banyak bakat baru.
Betul.
Dan juga in terms of competitive level juga semakin meningkat. Draft semakin bagus. Jadi banyak pemain-pemain yang sebenarnya boleh direkrut daripada pasukan-pasukan MPL.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada, lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada, lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joytify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Hai guys, saya Sky. So hari ni saya nak tunjuk benda baru daripada MPMY dekat korang.
Which is satu features yang terbaru daripada website dorang. Kalau korang nak tahu sekarang korang boleh pilih untuk pembelian tiket.
Tapi yang best sekali dia ada view. Contoh kalau korang nak beli tiket. Kalau korang scroll ke bawah sikit, korang akan nampak tau ada benda ni. Korang akan nampak bahagian 3D. So benda ni apa function dia guys?
Korang boleh tengok POV daripada seat korang yang korang pilih.
So kalau korang duduk belah kiri sangat, korang boleh nampak dekat mana screen tu, dekat mana stage tu, dekat mana players.
Buat cun tak cun dengan seat korang pilih. I think this really a good improvement lah daripada MPMY.
So that bila korang beli, korang dapat kepuasan and then korang dapat juga keselesaan yang korang nak tu.
So korang boleh pilih lah ikut cita rasa korang Mana rabun dekat, rabun jauh ke apa. Senang korang nak pilih. So guys, tunggu apa lagi? Jangan lupa dapatkan tiket di bio MPLMY.
Tanggal 31 bulan 8 57. Merdeka, merdeka, tetaplah merdeka.
Ya pasti menjadi sejarah.
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di ujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe cam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Sudah tiba masanya, melangkah takdir jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di ujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahar di bumi.
bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 18 is powered by Muntan. Presented by Celcom Digi Prepaid 5G. Dominate every match with unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, speed, entertainment and hotspot. Celcom Digi, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians. Infinix Note 60 Pro is not what you think. Powered by Snapdragon 7S Gen 4, featuring 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber Cooling, active matic display and 90-watt White Plus 30-watt wireless charging. Get yours now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Grab, the official food delivery partner of MPL Malaysia. Don't let hunger cost you the game. Stay fueled, stay focused. Order Grab food from 9 PM to 4 AM and earn 5% Grab coins. MPL MY is now cultured by Toda. Get MPL MY's official merch at Todak's booth or buy online at store.toda.com. Official automotive partner Cherry. Official deodorant and fragrance sponsor Axe. Official top-up partner Jotify. Official content partner Media Prima. Official streaming partner Tonton. Strategic partners Yamaha, Nandos, TNT Co, Quill City Mall. Official camera partner Opsbot. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Good afternoon to the rest of the world. It is currently 2:17 p.m. in the GMT Plus 8 of Malaysia, live in MPL Arena at Quill City Mall. The MPL MY Week 3 continues. We are currently on day number 3, our very final day to wrap things up, and plenty of teams. Questionable decisions have been made, but most importantly, there are some teams currently on a win streak and other teams looking to still find their first series win of the entire season.
It's been an interesting time, for better or for worse. they're having a great time on that red carpet as well. Just like we're about to have a great time with all of y'all. Once again, thank you for joining us here on the English panel. We got 2 best of 3s today. Like Gideon has already mentioned, some of these teams are still looking for their first victory. Some of them are doing a lot better. And I do think that the transfer window, the new faces that have joined the league in this week alone have really shifted things up.
I think it's interesting because now that we have moved from a system of, hey, week 4 is when the transfer window opens, to now week 3 up to week 5, there's more of an adjustment period. I think for all intents and purposes, teams who have already decided to, start switching some of the players out. The question is, if they don't do well, does that mean they're going to get switched out again? Does that mean that the problem still persists?
It's hard to find the balance. That's the thing, right? It feels like sometimes the teams and the coaches see, oh, this isn't working, and just decide, we're gonna change that.
Yeah.
But maybe you could still fix it, and then there's other cases where it's like, we're gonna stay with this, even though it's clearly not the right choice. It's a difficult place to be.
It's tough, especially when the goals of each of our organizations here at MPL NY Season 18 are looking for different things. IG, for an example, we heard it from Coach Bam himself that it's like, hey, we want to make sure that this, organization and this particular lineup is going to thrive with or without me, right? They've got a long-term plan. But then on the opposite side, we have to specifically talk about Flash. Let's do a little bit of a recap here. It's really important because we have to talk about Coach Pops. Now, one of his quotes here is that he agrees that they've been playing too passively and haven't taken enough initiative to put pressure on our opponents. Maybe we need to try something new and take more risks. If even we don't know exactly what we're going to do, then the enemy definitely won't know either. I don't really...
That's a bit of a weird final sentence.
Yeah.
Okay, every time we have these quotes, I always feel like, the players, the coaches, they know what they're saying.
This one,
I don't know if I agree with this one.
I mean, there's a reason why they're at the bottom of the standings, and I definitely think that there are more issues that unfortunately Pops can't really
well, surprisingly, not at the bottom.
Well, not at the bottom, but
not
like
the bottom.
It's not the bottom, but
it's close.
It's close. But at the end of the day, they're looking for a playoff slot, and if they don't start getting wins within the first round robin, who's to say that history ain't gonna repeat itself in the second?
It's not a good place to be. It's a longer season, so you could say there's more chances for things to happen, but also more chances for things to go wrong. Now, we said some of our teams are still looking for their first victory. 3 squads right now still remain winless.
Yep, it's going to be Team Flash, ACE Sports, alongside with RRQ Tora. Now, admittedly, they have won a couple of games. They just haven't won an entire series. And I think that's the scary part right now, because they're getting close, yet somehow still falling short. What do you think in this upcoming game, especially after hearing what Coach Pops has to say? I feel like IG is definitely in much better position overall compared to Flash based on the games that they have won.
I would personally already say IG is easily the team that improved the most between week 1 and 2. It's not even the same team altogether. Flash is still kind of struggling, so I have a bit of a favorite here. But for now, we have an interview for you guys to check out, so let's see what's happening.
Hey guys, Rose here. Sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan pertama untuk hari terakhir minggu ketiga, Rose actually bersama dengan Loon daripada Invictus Gaming untuk, sedikit sesi borak lah sebelum match start. Loon, you okay?
Okay.
So, kalau Loon okay, apa pendapat Loon tentang post ni daripada MPL MY? Sebab MPL MY ada keluarkan satu post di mana dorang rate satu tim Invictus Gaming Tier B.
Pendapat saya sih terima-terima aja.
Terima aja?
Karena kita pendatang baru lah di MPL MY.
I see. You tak rasa ke dorang underestimate IG?
Justru itu advantage buat kita. Semua orang underestimate kita, ya kita bakal kasih pembuktian lah.
Ni ciri-ciri dark horse lah untuk musim ini. So, Loon, you cakap biasa aja, just let it be. But kalau Loon bagi chance untuk rate all your players one by one, you nak bagi rating apa? Kita boleh start dengan Y3.
Y3, kapten kita, udah pasti S.
S, okay. Loon?
Myself, still B.
B. Tricky?
Tricky, B plus lah, B plus.
B plus. Atan?
C.
C, weh, Rock G.
Wih, Rock A lah, A.
Okay. So, setakat ni year 3 je yang S.
Ya.
What about coaching staff?
Coaching staff.
Let's
of
start
course.
with Coach Bam.
Coach Bam. Absolutely SS.
SS, wow.
Best coach.
Dia takut ni guys, dia takut. Coach Jess?
No. Coach Jess same SS.
Reza?
Reza. I think C lah.
You know what? Sebelum kita masuk dalam perlawanan menentang dengan Team Flash, kita tahu mereka tengah lose streak lah kan. Tapi like what you said, kalau ramai orang tak expect orang menang, ada kemungkinan you guys boleh underestimate orang. So apa mindset yang Coach Bam bagi you guys sebelum masuk game ni?
Yang pasti kita harus selalu respect lah. Walaupun mereka lose streak, justru itu mungkin sebuah advantage buat mereka. Mereka lagi lose streak, mereka pasti ada api buat ingin bounce back. Jadi kita harus selalu respect walaupun mereka lagi lose streak, lagi win streak. Kita akan selalu respect siapapun lawannya.
Very good Lun, itu penting. Good job Coach Bam. Walaupun dia tak faham apa-apa pun yang kita borak hari ini, tapi good job Coach Bam. Good job. Thank you very much boys. Good luck untuk perlawanan ini. Mari let's head back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Rose. And you have the interview with Lun, of course. Absolutely love another round boy to join the roster here. And not to mention that IG now starting to look better, as we've already mentioned here before. Interestingly enough, I don't know whether their overall plan, whether or not they make it to the M Series or not, is going to stick throughout the years. But I hope to see that this lineup maintains.
I personally just like that IG looks like they have a vision, right? There's a clear direction for what the team wants. There is commitment to making that happen from the coaching staff, from the players, and it looks like a very solid lineup that I hope continues to succeed, because Invictus Gaming consists of Rokji, Atan, Tricky, Lun, and Yetri.
Now, the overall lineup is going to be more and more exciting throughout the tournament and how they are going to improve. As you've mentioned, they're already one of the more improved teams, even though they're at the bottom of the standings. But their opponents here today have definitely shown that they have a couple of interesting aspects to their team. Threemar, Gary, Ukir, Zoran, and as well as Vanix. A very heavy playstyle around Vanix, but not everybody, even BTRM, can commit to just playing around a gold laner.
Yeah, I think that Team Flash at least isn't wholly dependent on Vanix. There are other players that can make things happen, but it's clear that compared to IG, the direction is still a little bit blurry. They have potential. You can see that their gameplay is not bad. They're just missing something, and games that should be theirs just keep slipping out of their grasp.
It keeps on happening. It's a scary moment here because only one of these teams is going to be walking away out with a win at the end of week number 3. So it's time to bring out both of our competitors.
They're sitting at 3 wins and 1 loss, and they're hungry for more. The mid-trio of Lun, Tricky, and Atan are ready to take control of the map and set the pace for another victory. This team has been cooking up some of the more creative drafts of the season, finding new angles and catching their opponents off guard. Can they outthink, outdraft, and outplay once again? Let the chaos begin! This is Invictus Gaming! Yes.
Team Flash may have fallen yesterday, but they're coming back with everything. The progress is showing, and now it's time to turn that potential into points. Vanix has been consistently pumping out damage for the gold lane, while Threemar takes charge up front and leads the fight. No holding back, no hesitation. Now let's get that win. This is Team Flash.
Now, no stage would be complete without the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match. They'll be joined on stage by Head of League Ops Eric to ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. For IG, it's Coach Jess and Reza. For Flash, it's Coach Pods and Ratse.
Of course, let us initiate the fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism, and the last point of physical contact before they go to war in the land of Dawn. Good luck to both of our competitors.
This shall be a stoic look. That's just a resting year 3 face.
That's the thing. That's the thing. I don't know.
You can't read it.
When he gets married, that's going to be his portrait photo. It's like, oh, do you love your wife? And you see that face and you're like, dude, I can't tell.
Every single school album photo is the same expression.
He's been doing it for years. Oh God. But yeah, that's just some inside information on IG side. But a large majority of my concern really is leaning into Flash.
Yeah, Flash, again, is a team that has potential on paper. They honestly have a lot of fans out there. There's a lot of vocal viewers who have been saying, hey, this team could surprise us. They just need to fix up on a few things here and there. And I think that everyone has been very observant about that, because I do agree. They're just missing some small pieces. And while they may be small, they're pretty important. They gotta be able to lock in just a little bit better.
And that's the thing. I feel like a lot of teams in the MPL MY have a lot of basic issues that need to be corrected within the first couple of weeks. Once it starts bleeding into week 3, yes, we are an 8-week season, but if we already committed to at least more than a quarter of the season fixing the same issue, it doesn't look great for the rest of the season. And I don't even think imports can come and help to kind of change that up.
More games for you means more games for everyone else too. So if you're not getting those points and keeping up the score, things are going to be difficult. The only consolation is there's a surprising number of teams that still don't have points on the board. So there's still a possibility, but you gotta get going quick.
Yep. And let's not forget, the patch is so dangerous right now. And for all intents and purposes, we don't know what the next patch is going to look like. It could completely shake up the meta that we know and love right now into something else that's more streamlined.
So far, changes have been pretty small, but I think we can all expect a bigger update to be on the horizon. So who knows what will happen. For now, though, we can revel in the joy with votes of the return of heroes like Mia, like Hanabi showing up, Rafaela mid. It's been an interesting one, and it's gonna continue to be so as we hop on into the draft for game 1.
Admittedly, I'm not so critical of the Rafa, but now I am very critical of the Mia. I get that Hanabi has its usefulness, and there is some direct counterplay into it. The Mia, oh my goodness, I do not want to watch another 29-minute game because your entire plan is based off one hero.
Yeah, it's not a fun time, but you can't deny its effectiveness. There's a reason teams have been picking her up. For now, though, IG will be starting on the blue side. Flash will be on the red. IG, though, with a very interesting first ban.
Oh my
gosh. And Selena.
Is there a possibility that they are trying to set up for like an Angela type nonsense? What else gives like a fetch?
Typically, Esme is picked in lane against Uranus and Paquito. So those are the heroes you would immediately think of.
Even Phoveus as well.
Yeah. And if you're playing those heroes, then you are probably looking at Raph. So maybe IG wants a Raph first pick?
I don't know, because I feel like Raph is like a direct way to kind of deal with the Esme, right? It's just like, oh, you give it 20% soul, but I have like a 35% movement increase anyways.
That's true.
So it's like, what are you gonna do? Chase me down? Like, good try.
So they want to go... No, I thought they were gonna go Freya first, but Freya's obviously always banned.
It's always banned. It has to be.
So Uranus first?
That's the thing. I'm thinking whether they're trying to set up for a Uranus into Barats, but most of the time you don't even bother banning out Esme in these positions. So now that we see Selena, our final pick ban is going. Oh, Novaria. So, wow, IG has really changed up that first half of the draft this time around. I'm very curious, because now these are the two fastest clearing mid waves as of right now, independently with or without their support.
They are also heroes used to counter Rafaela.
That just got banned.
And Melissa.
Uh-huh.
So if Raph is gone, Melissa's also gone, though. I guess IG is just forcing Flash to commit the ban.
So Hirara is open. The Barat's Uranus is open.
Paquito as well.
The Matilda plus X is open. Like, I think this is good for Flash. Like, Flash, if they want to play around Vanix and they want to make sure that he has, like, he can fully utilize his hero pool, immobile or mobile mages, they've got the bridging type of supports to make that happen.
All right, they're starting with the Hirara, not revealing anything just yet. They're gonna, you know, put the onus on Flash. There's so many options. Beleric, Uranus, Paquito are all still very, very viable at this point. Probably this. Wait, Atlas is also open.
I think it's Pack Atlas.
Pack Atlas wouldn't be too bad.
I mean, if we're talking about standard picks, then sure, but like, I don't know if Flash have a deeper plan.
I think any combination of those 4 heroes would work.
Oh, I don't know about that. Some of the combinations are kind of counterintuitive.
A little bit, but we'll see.
I would say, at the bare minimum, going for the 2 flex picks is the safest.
Atlas pack?
Well, I would say Beleric a little bit more often. Oh yeah, Marcel.
Marcel's also there.
God damn it.
There's so many meta heroes these days, but it's Marcel Barat.
What are we doing here? What are we doing? Why are we not doing pack?
Marcel Barat?
Yeah. So it's a free Uranus on the side of IG. They can't pick it up now, they can't pick it up later, but now that they don't have access to Esme, it feels like they have to do it now.
Aren't these 2 heroes a little bit oh my...
I told you!
Oh my god, they're actually doing it.
I'm good at my job!
No!
I'm sick at it!
No! Not the Angela Uranus!
Called it right from that first
No!
ban.
My
Hell yeah.
nightmares coming to haunt me!
Look, at least it's not a, at least it's not an Estes, you know? I think that Angela is like, okay, if I lose to the Angela...
If I see an Estes Uranus, I'm walking off.
That is a fair argument. I think that does justify walking away from this job. Nolan, the final pick here for the side of Flash, which is kind of interesting, right? I would have imagined that Paquito was going to be the way to go, but knowing that there's Angela on the opposite side, it's never a fair 1v1. So now you have Nolan getting in and out. You can make that split decision at any point in time within those 2 seconds.
I think this is probably a better call from Flash as well. Paquito is not going to be able to do anything to Angela, so may as well go Nolan. He's known for clearing waves fast. He can match Hirara in case they try to go for cheeky level 2 invades. And he can gank mid fast. So maybe he can stop the Angela from hitting level 4 before first turtle.
Which begs the question, is this Angela support versus Angela
I don't know, man.
That's the thing. I knew that one day, if Rafa is going to be playing in the mid lane, Angela is going to show up at
so glad Rafa is banned.
Yeah. Nothing's happening in the mid lane.
Other healers are still here. Yesterday, SRT played Raf Kalea.
Oh, that was funny. That was funny.
You could, if you wanted to, like, I don't know, Angela Matilda or something funny like that. But probably not. I don't think so. Not this time. You probably do still want some kind of front line to work with.
I mean, at least for Flash, they have access to Barat and Marcel, right? Marcel, in and out, zone denial, and then there's Barat who's just like,
is good against Angela, so... Well, kind of. It's a bit more 50-50.
Assuming that you get the 2-for-1.
Yes.
Assuming that you are able to get the Detona's Welcome on...
Things like Harith, maybe, since they did ban Esme.
I think that Harith is not a bad shout, but the problem is that Marcel's on the opposite side, right? I would argue that like the simplest one would be Claude, Obsidia type nonsense, right? Get in the middle of fights, you need that extra bit of like auto attack time, and that Heart Guard can give you that moment. God thought, really good banner for the side of Flash. If anything, I love the fact that Pops is like, all right, if you're gonna play Angela as a support, sure, but I'm gonna make it very, very difficult for you if you put it into the mid lane. So now you gotta make a decision here.
I am the sovereign.
Ban Obsidia, so I am leaning towards your Claude idea. That seems to be what they're setting up for.
They want those hypers. They want those.
Flash has gotten rid of most of the frontline roamers. Surprisingly, Atlas just slipping through the cracks entirely. I think Flash is confident enough that we have a Marcel. Shouldn't need to worry about it too much.
I mean, they can also play like things like Valir if they to deal with the Atlas, and whenever he tries to go for the perfect match, you can like, no. You try to collapse on top of him and try to go for the big fatal links. No, one alt button and you're out.
Flash definitely needs good, consistent damage to break through Heart Guard, and especially with Uranus as well. Haven't seen heroes like Lunox in a long time, but this is typically where we might see them.
Personally, I think that it's about priority. Because based on the first 3 picks from the side of Flash, it's pretty aggressive now that you have that Nolan, and you kind of want to accelerate that game, right? So for now, they hold off on what that mid pick is going to be. They're trying to figure out what exactly this matchup is going to be so that Ukir could hopefully have a winning lane.
That's fair enough. Looks like Flash will go ahead and secure the Claude away to make sure that IG doesn't get access to it. Now, there are still plenty of marksman options in the pool, though. We've already seen a lot of Ixia doing quite well. Harif is still an option if they're willing to risk against the Marcel. There's also the Mia, of course, which has been gaining a lot of popularity. Oh, Hanabi has a natural synergy with Angela.
Oh, yes, that is true. That is true. Valentina shows up alongside with the Hara, so it looks like they went for a more magic damage-oriented style, right? You have the Trent coming in from at least the Uranus, and it works and synergizes with 3 other heroes, the Angela, Valentina, alongside with the Hara. So natural synergy on the 4. They've got a 4-1 going for them. Flash, I think it's easy to itemize against it, but if they play with priority, it's so much harder for IG to stay and win as 5.
Yeah, Flash needs a hero that can clear lane fast and threaten, which is probably why IG got rid of Selena and Novaria. They were already planning the Angela in the first place. Ideally, you don't want an all deck Valentina can take as well, but you already have Golden Hour and Detona, so I don't think it's as big of an issue if they go for a big ult mage. What's it going to be?
You can go for like Eudora here if they wanted to.
Oh, they actually do play Valir.
Whoa, it's crazy. We could have played Eudora and kind of gotten a similar effect, but at least with Valir, it's about landing those fireballs, landing those skill shots, and making sure that you're able to kind of maintain that traditional front to back, which I think is not a bad idea.
Yeah, I think this works. If they went Eudora, they basically have to commit to like being very aggro early, and if it didn't work, Eudora just completely falls off against Heartguard. But Valir can still burn through high HP targets, so Flash is hedging their bets on this one. It's not a bad idea, but what are your thoughts, sir?
Personally, for me, I definitely would have wished that Ukir got something something that scales a little bit better in this game. Like, at this point, getting a Feathered Airstrike from Farsa would have been nice as well, but then it's a matter of priority. It's not a matter of, can we get to the late game? It's how we accelerate it as we head on into the Land of Dawn. We're going to find out how exactly they're going to get things started. Nolan, super fast. Hirara, both super fast. Some have said Nolan is the direct counter to the Hirara, and the Paquito took that place. Now we're going back to it.
Well, let's see who comes out in this classical rondo. IG going to be on the blue side, currently on a 3-match win streak, looking to prolong it. And Team Flash currently looking for their first victory of the season. Let's see if they'll be able to eke it out.
Early proxy here, early proxy. Good way to take advantage of the lane, especially against Barats at level 1. The important thing here is that they know that Barats, fortunately, does not have all of his stacks, so he doesn't get the extra stomping effects until 10 stacks. Now they also know where exactly Nolan has started on their purple buff. Little Wanderer should be a free contest.
Going to show himself as well. Like a little bit afraid to go too far. Will go ahead and retreat a little as expected. Up top, Gary gonna go ahead and steal a camp from the opposite side. He will also see that the purple buff has been taken, so he knows Lune is on the bottom half.
Yeah, but it also means that they could potentially contest for the reverse steal on the opposite side, right? At some point, that Hirara has to make her way to the top side. Okay, look at the emblem lists. Master Assassin, pretty traditional, but to pull yourselves together from Atan and Jackie, I'm not sure why Atan wants to have pull yourself together here. Just to have it, you know, more flickers, I suppose.
That is kind of interesting. Considering Angela is not really going to be flickering most of the time, I guess they're expecting the fights to last long enough. Or actually, no. It's to escape Gary. They're expecting a lot of ganks.
That's a good point, especially if the target who you Heartguard just dies instantly, then you're like, okay, I gotta get out of here.
Or like even before Heartguard comes out. Like we mentioned, Nolan can gank mid early before level 4.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Let's keep that in mind as we see that Flash now getting attacked here.
They're gonna go for Zorn. He has to flicker out. So they've spent that battle spell right before the turtle too.
Alright. Gary, slight EXP lead as both junglers are still ending up on opposite sides of the map here. They want to make sure they hit level 5 before anything else, and Vanix needs to make sure that he doesn't die in this lane. He's got access to Flicker. It would really suck if he ended up having to use it to save himself.
Yeah, definitely not. Vanix wants to play the long game, whereas Rockji going to be quite comfortable depending on what timing he plays for. Invictus actually gives up turtle positioning? Flash is blitzing this. Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's free. Like, we saw Vanix try to make his way down to the bottom side. He was double checking one of the camps because they didn't spot out where this Hirara was going to be. Gets attacked by Tricky, and that's all the information that they need. The camp wasn't stolen, so they know that Hirara is still on the bottom side. They see the mid laner. They knew it was going to be a no contest.
That's weird, though. Invictus had already forced out a battle spell earlier. They had position. They just decided, nah, we're going to leave here.
Yep. They're waiting for Atan to get level 4. I think that's the call here.
That's
Because if not, it's a 4v5 until, you know, you have access to the Heart Guard, and Zorn was most likely going to hit level 4 much faster. Look at him going across the map compared to this Angela, right? Let's keep in mind that the Roam Boot Blessing heavily applies to when you spot people out.
It does feel like a bit of a waste, but IG is built around this Angela, so they're gonna play for it. They engage on Ukir once again. Golden Hour, stolen, misses. Heart Guard gonna connect. Flicker from Ukir gets him away from the puppet on a string. And Team Flash successfully disengaged.
Yep, and this is exactly how they want to enact their plan, right? Once they have that Heart Guard, they can kind of do whatever they want because Team Flash does not have the anti-heal yet to minimize these types of engagements. And ideally, you want to have more than one person to come and deal with this and turn it into a 2v2.
Oh, Flicker to Tona's welcome. Gets the eat on Valentine, but Vietri tries to stop them. Not able to. First blood for Tremar. Picks up the Valentine. A Golden Hour comes out. Freezes 2 in the mid lane. Tremar trying to run away, but Vietri taking so much damage. Here comes the Blazing Duet. Is it enough to finish him off? Lund jumps in. Finishes off the barrage, but now he himself is out of position and Team Flash go for the punish.
They trade 1-for-1, but that's a jungler for Tremar, and Tremar had already used everything that he could possibly do and still applied a little bit more. Nicely played by Team Flash. This is what we were expecting from them. And now, Invictus Gaming have to play on the back foot.
And they understood, we just don't fight them when they have Heart Guard. This is something that most pub players are used to as well. They'd understand. No Angela, it's a lot easier to fight, and Invictus may have overcommitted to get that follow-up kill. So Team Flash able to build up a good amount of map control.
Truth be told, are they going to lose this? No, they can't lose that mid-tier 1.
Okay. Zorn actually still alive. The Zaman Force a bit too slow. IG not playing to their usual speed.
Yep. It's much harder now. It's much harder to play. Ouch. Yep. Look, he can't do too much. He didn't get the lead that he was looking for. Now he's a level behind. Like, at this point, Flash are in full control. Like, this is to be expected.
Yeah, this gameplay is why we said that the Nolan felt like a better pick than the Paquito as well. Gary able to move around so fast. The Heart Guards having to be spent defensively is not good because IG needs that cooldown. That's the only time they can really fight.
Yep. This is a game of priority here. They understand the problems. And yes, the fights are a little bit more 50-50, but Invictus Gaming want to fight on their own terms. But Team Flash always presses the question, puts them into that ultimatum every single time.
I'm liking this. Zorn on the Marcel doing a lot of work right now to force out these decisions before Invictus is ready to make them. Now the net worth lead has already grown to 3K in such a short time.
Zorn very good at maintaining his positions and more importantly, just making it tough to get across the map, right? That's the beautiful thing about Marcel. He's so busted.
Oh, Roxy nearly dies to the Fracture instantly. Barely survives with the Simon Force.
Oh, surprisingly enough, Gary did not have the Heptases at that point of time, so can't really do too much about it. If he had it, probably would have been enough to one-shot him at that stage of the game, but he basically dominates this entire jungle. All camps go to him.
Tricky has to dash away. The damage output from Team Flash starting to become kind of ridiculous.
You know what? I think Ukir on this Valier is doing like an incredibly good job.
Dude, I hate Valier so much. As a frontline, as a fighter player, Valier is a pet peeve in and of itself. And Invictus is feeling that. Every time they try to engage, they get pushed back, they get slowed. It is so annoying.
And the best part is that Ukir knows when he can actually push his tempo. He's not just using his ult as a means to escape. He's also using it to keep up the pressure on his opponents, to keep them at an arm's length, which is exactly what Valier should be doing. They haven't been able to punish it just yet, and not to mention that as this tempo continues to increase and speed up, Team Flash are just getting a bigger and bigger lead. We turned a 2K lead into a 4K lead. Next turtle, it's probably going to be a 6K lead.
Team Flash continuing to pile on the pressure. Even Yetri can't stand in front for as long as usual because the Valier is well suited to dealing with him. Gary jumps in, Yetri will survive for now. But things are becoming tough. Vanix in a 1v1 actually has to back out. Harif's still pretty strong at this point. Zorn with the Golden Hour stops Lund from engaging as well. Another Heart Guard not able to find the kill.
They have to back away now. Unfortunately for Vanix, that means that his flicker is gone. Here comes Gary to see whether he can do something about it. No, Lun says no, we cannot contest this guy. He is 3 levels.
Level jungle difference, man.
Yeah, it's just, what can you do? I think the only way Lun can fight a level down now is if he uses his red retribution, right? I think that's the only way. Steal away some stats, make sure that Gary doesn't one-shot you, and then hopefully you can turn things around.
Kind of feel like Invictus needs to play a little bit more around Rockji. I feel like he has good enough damage if you commit the hard guard to him instead and just try and force a fight, allow Lun to enter as a backup. Maybe you can get something to happen, and perhaps turtling it up for a little bit may also be the wiser choice.
I mean, looking at the item list right now, I would have imagined... Oh, wait a minute. Gary actually went for Hunter's Strike first before he went for the Hepatitis. I thought the Hepatitis was the first item that he built, which is kind of weird. But now that he already made it as second and also got the Malefic Roar, he's got plenty of damage. But no, I do agree with you on that. But I think that Rockji, he needs those 3 items first. I think that's the big issue right now.
He needs the green gummy. Without it, he just doesn't do enough damage. That is the big Harif power spike, and it's still gonna take him a while before he gets to that Holy Crystal timing. Team Flash just gonna keep farming the entire map.
I'm wondering whether Team Flash are doing this slow on purpose to force a potential full team fight. Like, I feel like Flash don't really care about the Lord, because they know even with the Lord they get all the outer turrets anyways, but they won't have enough of a lead to be able to kind of muscle their way in underneath inhibitors.
Rockji, great damage. The Tona's Welcome gets 1 E, gonna spin him against the wall. Eric, he goes down. Hard guard gonna be used, but it's just not enough. Gary secures the Lord as the rest of his team causes havoc. The frozen moment, golden hour catches Year 3 on his way out. He tries to purify, 1 HP. Gary doesn't even get the chance to cut him off. He'll go in and blow up Rockji instead. 4 kills for Team Flash.
Beautifully played by Team Flash. Beautifully played. I told you, it didn't matter whether they get the Lord or not. It's just a bonus to what exactly they wanted to do. Let's look at the instant replay one more time, because as soon as they got Ice Queen's wand, they knew they could play to chase. Luckily, Vanix, he held on. I'm so glad he held on to the last second of the BMI to guarantee the kill, because Gary and as well as Vanix were in a lot of trouble had Rockji decided to turn his sights and fight both of them at the same time.
Invictus just found themselves completely scattered. They're a little bit too behind, and honestly, Flash has drafted really well to handle what they're throwing at them. So there's no real answer as the Lord now pushing in. Zorn just standing there, concealed, waiting for a chance to go in, be annoying. Mid tower goes down. Datona's Welcome will get 1 swallow, instantly spits him out. Yetri is gone. Killing spree for Gary. Golden hour gonna be used. Gets a 3-man freeze. Zorn doing so much work. The Blazing Duet comes out on top of Roxy. Oh my goodness, the damage is too much. Killing spree for Vanix. The crystal is exposed. Gary does die to the crystal. Bit of a mistake and overextension. And the Lord will go down. Invictus still 3-man standing, but no more hard guard. It's a 3v4 defense, 1 minion wave. Can they clear it in time? Looks like they should be able to. Golden hour not able to connect. So Team Flash walks out.
All right, nicely done by Team Flash. They planned it from beginning to the very end. And Rockji, the fact that he doesn't have Flicker is why Vanix is able to just get on top of him and just Blazing Duet him down. That is the big issue when it comes down to gold laners. Your battle spells kind of predetermine not only how you play the lane, but how you play in the team fights as well. Now, Rockji is very close to that, is very close to his 3rd item. On the opposite side, Winter Crown already complete for Vanix's side. He understands. If they can get him off of that Salmon Force, that's good enough.
He knows that Invictus is very burst-based, so buying a little bit of extra time is going to be huge for him. Rockji only now finishing that Holy Crystal. It's still possible for IG to turn this around if they get a good initiation, but it's going to be very hard. It is an 8,000 gold difference.
And not to mention that it's also extremely easy to itemize for a composition like Invictus Gaming. Like Lun, he's building full damage naturally to kind of diversify. He just finished his Malefic Roar, which is already great, but everybody else does magic, right? Getting your Radiant Armors, Athena Shield. Sure, you can even add both of them together if necessary, but most of the time you don't. Just one or the other is good enough.
Surprisingly, there is only 1 magic defense item on the Flash side. It is the Radiant on Tremar. No one else actually has any magic defense. They're just surviving, and now they're engaging. Tricky nearly dies. Golden Hour catches them on the retreat once again. Atan in bad spot. Lun trying to dash out. Blazing Duet. Vanix! The 1v1 execution mega kill for the Claude. Yeah, 3 trying to sustain. Holding the front for now. minions slowly streaking in, but Team Flash, they have free access to the Lord.
Yep, as much burst as they could potentially have, it's not enough burst to 100 to 0 somebody down. They want to play for the longer term fights. And Flash says, okay, that's why we got this Valir. You want to play long? I'm more than happy to play long.
So far, things looking very good for Flash. This is their game to win. Only one inhibitor left standing. All 5 members still healthy. 8,000 gold advantage. Their waves are not the most synced up, but it's still okay because they're strong enough to seize the tower regardless. Already dropping it to 20%.
Already getting a little low here. Nothing that IG can really do about this realistically. I think what they're trying to break open. It might take one or more Lord after this, but it depends, right? Let's see the performance right now because it's kind of up to Rockji. Lun needs to make something happen as well.
They'll stun Yetri. Yetri is nearly dead already. He's already dead. Golden Hour stops the Lord, buys them some time with Heart Guard already being popped out. Zaman Force doing good work to clear the minion wave, but Team Flash angled correctly. Daytona's Welcome gonna get stopped halfway, not able to find the E, but the Golden Hour freezes Rockji, and now the crystal is wide open. Team Flash find the W in game 1.
Really nice drafting here. Really nice early game coming in for the boys. Flash have finally done it. They've gotten their very first win here against IG. Can they make it back-to-back, though, to close out this series well?
We have been here before. Team Flash, they have potential for a reason. It is not uncommon for them to take that game 1. It's just whether they can actually close the series out. This is where the true test begins.
Yep, it's tough. It is a tough loss for IG side. Because the more that I think about it, the more that they try to set this up, it felt like Flash really read into it especially well, right? I don't know if it was like, oh, they saw the Esmeralda, they want to play Angela, let's take away all of the other support tools for it.
I think it's possible, because Esmeralda first ban is very, very unusual. I think they thought that they could hide it with the idea of like, oh no, we want to play Uranus, Takedo, but it still feels a little bit strange. And when you commit to the Angela, you have to commit pretty hard. So Team Flash played their cards well. This is honestly a really good draft.
Yeah, really good draft overall, and I think that they set it up well. Not to mention the fact that I think the Esme, whenever you are trying to go for some of these more elaborate bans, want to hold it off to the latter half of it. Your first 2 should be standardized most of the time, and then that third onwards, it's up to you how you want to do it, right? Let's go and look backstage and look for our MVP this game, of course. Give it up for Zorn on this Marcel. His job is so important.
It's a very, very crucial role that Zorn is playing in this particular team composition, and he played it masterfully. 1-0 and 10, 0 deaths on this Marcel, 92% kill participation. Didn't even need the magic damage of a reduction right here. Went for the Chastise instead, which is a little bit funny. I don't really... Does he need that?
He does, because he understands that his entire goal is to, number 1, I don't want to get picked off. Number 2, the attack speed slow directly impacts how quickly you see those chrono dashes, even in the Zaman Force of Harith, right? There's a direct correlation. It's CDR and attack speed, because you just need just a little bit of attack speed, right? This is why they build Feather of Heaven, so that he can conveniently use his backswing and get the animations down. With the Chastise Pauldron, that's when you see the Harith auto, stand there for half a second, chrono dash again.
You don't really think about Harith as being an auto-attack marksman, but when you really consider it, it is true. It's similar to Moskov in that he needs to keep attacking to keep his DPS up and dash around, and so Zorn is able to directly impact that.
Hey, let's talk about this particular draft here, because I think it is done especially well. We have already incentivized why the Esmeralda was going to be a hard read to the Angela at the end of the day, right? We all saw that coming. But from this point onwards, I'm interested to know your opinion on this, especially when it comes down to blue side, red side.
All right.
As of right now, blue side having a higher win rate overall, yet red side here this time just seems so overwhelming. Is this the problem of IG? Did Coach Jess reveal the Esme too soon?
I think he did. I honestly believe that the Esme was revealed too soon. And even if you did decide to go for the Esme ban early, I agree with what you mentioned earlier about Angela maybe being saved to the second half so that it's not as obvious. Like if you would ban Esme and you just first picked Uranus, then people wouldn't really even think about it, right? I guess they're just afraid of Uranus losing lane, you know? You don't need to think too deeper.
No, I think that is an absolute wrong take on it because
Really?
it is a trifecta of how do you deal with the Barats specifically, right?
Okay.
Do you want to deal with the Barats for the sake of, hey, are we fighting for this Lord? Or are we playing to actually fight? That's the benefit of actually having the Barats. You isolate one target to say, we kill him and then we can keep on fighting, or we take the Lord for free. It depends on who I eat at the end of the day. And that is why a lot of teams actually lean in to making sure that they have the Uranus in the first place. If they don't have, let's say they don't have Uranus, you go into the Esmeralda as a secondary. The whole purpose is you take Purify, you get eaten, Purify out of it, and now this unfortunate dinosaur has no more function in this moment until he gets his ult back up. My second problem with this draft is the fact that they made it so clear of what they wanted to do. Fast clearing mid laners, Selena alongside with Novaria. Usually you only ban one of them. This time they ban both. And we also don't see the Eudora actually show up, which I think is a little bit of a mistake here. I think that instead of the Valentina, this should have been an early Eudora instead if they wanted to play in the first half. And then maybe if they wanted the Valentina, definitely shows in the second half, which it did anyways.
I agree with the fact that maybe Valentina was not the best choice. Having a slightly more early game mage could have helped them accelerate things. At the same time, Flash had the answer. I think it's... While it's true that IG may have revealed their cards a bit too soon, it was still possible to play around it. I think that Flash just had really good solutions here. Having the Barats as a way to open up the front line, the Marcel to slow down tempo because Angela is very dependent on cooldowns, the Nolan to speed up to match Hirara and stop Angela from hitting ultimate early, and then the Valier to even more emphasize that we are in control of team fights makes this very difficult for IG.
Well, speaking of Valier, it's a good thing that you brought it up because this is the clip that I wanted to check out because this is how they have to take the Lord fights, right? Lord fights are particularly difficult when it comes down to dancing, especially for a composition like Team Flash because they can't sit there forever, right? Gary can't, he has very low base HP. He can't hold to priority over this Lord for very long. In comparison to Ye3, who doesn't mind taking a little bit of damage. So as they are fighting in these positions, just notice what Flash is doing. You can tell they don't really want this Lord. They want to kill as many members as possible while still getting the Lord. So they focus on priority, pushing out the mid lane to force Rockji into a position where he is away from the team. The split is here. There's an entire gap of free space for the rest of Flash to actually take advantage of. And what do? They create an even bigger separation here. So now the isolated members, we have 3 different spaces that unfortunately you can't do much about. Atan is so far out of there and he is playing an Angela. This composition runs on that 4-1 at the end of the day, and the Angela can supplement the 1 or the 4, but no matter what, it will never be an honest 5v5.
Yeah, the thing is, nowadays in this meta, the 1-4 split is very, very common. And because of that, zone control is a highly valuable resource. There's a reason why even when you play a Rafaela comp, you need at least 2 frontliners. Because you can have someone holding the back, you can have someone guarding your front. In this case, Ye3 needs to do both, but he can't even do one because the Valier exists.
Exactly. That's exactly it. So when we see clips like this, let's pull it 5 seconds back, right, and start playing it out. Ye3, as you mentioned, is supposed to be that shield, right? He's supposed to be like, yeah, I'm going to be able to beat this brick wall. But as soon as this purchase comes in with the Ice Queen's wand, now it becomes a significant problem, as Ukir can now allow the rest of his team to chase. Like, Nolan is great at chasing already, but then everybody else, even Threemar, even Vanix can start running down the targets. And once that front line is pointed in a weird direction like here, what about these open areas on the map, right? These open areas is exactly what Flash wants, because as they push that front line down into this area, this is the battle line that they don't want to cross. They realize that this side is exposed, and that's why Ukir is holding a power position here to make sure that you got to make a decision at the end of the day. Either Rockji is going to jump in onto the BMI, and if he does, Ukir is there to respond.
Team Flash is just splitting the battle lines, and they're doing it very well. They push out the waves. They see Invictus is all split up. Instantly occupy zones that are not being controlled because Invictus doesn't have enough bodies that are able to do it. Under regular circumstances, the Uranus should be in their face, literally behind them, making them pay attention to it. But he can't even frontline the standard way.
Exactly.
Because of the way the heroes have been drafted.
In a traditional MMO, usually you have multiple super tanks to trade the aggro. This time around, Yethri is the only person. He has to play a very difficult balancing act. And I think the best way to describe this clip is legitimate trench warfare. You are looking for interceptions. There are very clear routes in the middle of the battlefield, right? But if you're able to find intersecting points in those trenches, in this giant maze of trenches, then you can start turning this into flank angles. As you can see, the flank angles in this game were very, very obvious. So for about 5 more seconds, flank angles are obvious. This is one pathway. This is one pathway. This is another pathway. This is a main pathway. And we're talking about interception points. Interception point 1, interception point 2. These are the important areas that Flash needs to make sure that they can, when they control that front line, that it either hits one of these interception points for the rest of the enemy backline, or at least maintain control over. If they don't maintain control over those intersection points, how they do it, they can position a man here, they can position a man here, they can position a man closer to the Lord pitch, which, when I take this away, you will see very clearly 5 seconds before, what are they controlling? A, B, C. All intersection points have been covered.
Flash is basically cutting off every avenue of escape, making sure that you cannot advance in any way at all. And it really just all comes down to zone control. It is so important to have zone control in this meta, especially when you're contesting objectives.
Yes.
And how do you normally get zone control? Either you have a body there, aka a player, or you have abilities that open up the map. That's why heroes like Selena and Novaria are seeing more play, because you can just check an angle and you don't need someone there. Otherwise, you need tanks to do it for you.
And that's the thing. The tanks act as that frontline shield, right? But when the shield is kind of out of position, it exposes the rest of the body. I think the useful thing about Ukir is his displacement effects as well. We're gonna wrap this up. We don't need the rest of his clip, and that's why we think this Valir is so good. If you are playing in composition with a singular frontline, you need somebody else who either has enough kill threat to be, when he shows up, you're like, whoa, I have to respect the space, or take control of it yourself. And Valir does it with the Searing Torrents. Hey, you come into this area, I'm pushing you back. That's it.
Valir is one of my top most annoying heroes to play against in the game. And it is
annoying?
Yes, seriously. I don't like healers, but I also don't like Valir, because just let me hit you.
Just let me abuse you.
Fight me
Valir.
like a man.
Look, if there's one thing that I know for certain, if you want to fight like a man, if you want to have an actual chance against the players,
sure.
then
Sounds
maybe you can start dominating every single one of those matches with Cellcom Digi's prepaid 5G. You can experience the unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet speed, unlimited entertainment, unlimited hotspot with Cellcom Digi, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians here. But it comes in a pair. You can't just dominate every single game if you're already playing on the best internet and cell service, but you got to be comfortable doing it.
Sounds about right to me. And, you know, I'm actually feeling kind of comfortable right now. I wonder why
It seems like you've been cultured by Todak. Get the MPL MY's official merch at the Todak's booth today. You can come down to Quill City Mall and go, or just buy it online at store.todak.com, because MPL MY is now cultured by Todak, and they're also sponsoring other MPL regions.
Oh, I'm feeling so cultured right now.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
all thanks to this bad boy right here. Make sure you guys check it out. Give him some love. Grab one for yourself if you want to upgrade your gameplay and comfort at home.
These thrones are big, so make sure you have enough space for it as well, or find a size that works for you.
It's zone control.
It's zone control. It's aura in a chair. With that being said, let's talk about game number 2. Some of the adjustments that need to be made, because they got read out. IG got read out so dang hard.
Yeah, you committed a bit too much to the Angela and didn't really pivot. Also, we have to note, one of the issues with Angela is that she directly takes away one of your numbers.
Yes!
Right? You only will be playing with 4 people. People all, like, whenever we see Angela being played, it's with 3 or 4 like bulky frontliners that can use Angela, or heroes like Harif or Iritel that can make use of the movement speed. In this case, you didn't have that. It's literally just Uranus. So you are not only playing 4v5 most fights, your main frontline can't even do his job.
Here's the thing. I think they needed a composition that's set up for skirmishes more often than not, so you
I
can
agree.
really utilize it. But let's look at one of the player codes specifically coming in from Ye3. A 360-degree turnaround. It feels like he's turned all around and ended up in the same place. Because if you remember, our first match was really bad. At the time, there was no communication between us, but Coach Ban told our rookies to take risks and be brave since we already had a system in place. Now, we still have some things to fix, like adjusting our roles in the late game, but it's been a 360 change.
It's a bit unfortunate to get this quote after game 1. It would have probably been better if this quote came first, then the flash quote now. That would make a bit more sense.
Hey,
but also, it's not completely off, right?
It's not.
He talks about being brave enough to take risks. And this draft was a bit of a risk. And now that it didn't work, well, maybe you go back to the standard.
I think that the draft was more of a risk. I think that the quote was based on gameplay, not the draft.
You gotta be, you gotta have a holistic experience.
Holistic experience. You gotta take alternative medicines to make sure. You gotta believe in rocks. That will give you your blood flow what it needs.
Like, everything is one.
This is some goop girl nonsense, dude. This is some goop girl nonsense, dude. I don't even know. The holistic style of living. Rub mud on yourself. Oh,
that's
boy.
the new map.
Rubbing mud.
Rubbing mud. You're slowed everywhere you move.
Instead of bushes, they're just slow areas.
Ah.
That would be very annoying.
That would be very funny. And heroes that can fly aren't effective. Imagine that.
If you have movement, oh dude, if you're able to get movement speed buffs, you go extra fast on the mud. In either
like what kind of movement speed buffs could you get?
Literally anything. You could get rapid boots and just be like slipping and sliding by. But if you don't have rapid boots and you're like one of those because at the end of the day, I think that at least for Flash, they want to set up for multiple win conditions, right? They want to have a two-pronged attack system every single time. Usually it comes in the form of Vanix and in their jungler as well, Gary. But if they don't find that, I think, yes, this is a good opening for the side of IG, right? You have the Esmeralda. You have an Esmeralda as a means to answer whatever comes up, whether it's Uranus or even the Barats, right? You can counter both. The Belleric, now you're still hiding what your mid lane is going to be, which I think Coach Jess is going to do again. Game number 1, he did the same thing. Very last pick was when we did, last 2 picks is when we did see the reveal of the mage.
It's a good opening, but I unfortunately feel like Esmeralda hasn't really been doing all that well here in MPL. Like, it lanes okay against these heroes, but then once you get to the mid game, you just cannot compare.
Yeah.
So IG needs to create that advantage early, but can you do that against a Ra?
It depends, right? That's why our meta right now is so wide and expansive that Esmeralda, sure, maybe Claude can't like get through to her until he gets the Trinity. But then there's problems like Brody, right? You would rather Uranus be able to absorb that damage from Brody rather than the Esmeralda. She's just not as sustainable in those types of fights.
And it makes me a little bit sad because I personally feel Esme is just a little bit more fun than Uranus.
Well, they're all kind of part and parcel.
Yeah, well, IG, they are... Oh!
Yes!
Okay!
Yes!
All
Finally! Right. We're not taking... Okay, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I would have preferred Hirara, if I'm being perfectly honest, but this works as well.
It is definitely a very fast-acting assassin as a way to maybe get the tempo on your side before the Rafaela really gets going. I think it's going to be Lun's first time playing the hero as well on the MPL stage, so that's pretty exciting.
It is, it is. Here's what I hope Flash does. I hope they lock in Leomord and they set up for a double fighter composition.
Ooh, double fighter side lane.
Pack Uranus as your side laner, and then Leomord as your dedicated jungle. Then
I feel
you
like
have
Ruby would be better even though.
I don't mind Ruby as much, but then that's admitting that like, oh, I'm not playing for the lane. I'm playing for like the upcoming fights when Fanny gets involved.
That's fair, that's fair. But I feel like Ruby honestly does lane quite well, especially at like level 1, level 2.
Oh yeah, those are great. Those are absolutely great. But you already have the Esmeralda on their side for this, for IG. I prefer if Flash went for the double fighter composition compared to IG.
No, I'm saying Flash picks Ruby.
Oh, Flash picks Ruby?
To deal with Fanny.
Just to deal with Fanny? But then where's the insta burst? That's the thing. That's the whole purpose for those double fighters, right? That's why I think Hero is the go-to all the time compared to the Ruby.
I get where you're coming from. All right, makes sense, makes sense.
I would agree with you if it was old Ruby, where she didn't have as much like before the change where she had ultra sustain and her ratios were like ridiculous. Now it's like we toned down the ratios and turned her sustain into like her passive sustain into like being low.
What have they done, man? My girl.
If only they buffed up her ratios.
That's all we really need.
Just like I'm offended. I just seen people disappear.
I was never. I don't know, man. I still prefer Sustain Ruby.
Sustain Ruby, really?
That's the Ruby I fell in love with.
That's
my favorite hero for a reason.
What? Why not Rizla? You know, he's kind of like similar in that.
He's not a girl.
Oh, that's a good. Hey, he could identify it. Body of the Smith didn't specify that it was just man.
Body of the Smith is
It's an occupation, not a gender.
It's yeah. It does not state.
You don't know what's under all that armor.
You know what? I'm sorry, Terizla. I am not inclusive enough.
That's such a dumb way of looking at it. God damn. I don't know why I think about these things sometimes. Second half of the draft, we're seeing the Brody alongside with the Moskov. Necessary bans here for the side of Coach Jess. Novaria alongside with Yuzushin from the side of Pubs. Obsidia gets locked in. As expected, IG, they go back to this playstyle to play around Rockji almost every single time.
I think it's fine. In the end, you are still going to need some kind of marksman that can whittle through the tanks. It'll be something like Obsidia, Mia, Carry, that sort of angle. I'm not sure if Obsidia is the best choice, since now it really does take her a while to actually ramp up.
That's a very good point. But at the same time, I think it's more of a denial pick.
Deny?
Oh, because you don't want the Hunt the Bone hitting Fanny, do you?
Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, fair enough. They did ban the Brody as well, so they are probably denying it.
Right? That's what I'm saying. I feel like Coach Jess is like they're like, we don't mind. At the end of the day, the Obsidia fulfills our goals and it also denies their opponent. So it's a 2+1 there.
All right, fair enough. They're willing to accept that it might take a little while longer to get going in exchange for making sure Fanny never gets shot out of the air. You're still going to have to avoid those punches though, because Flash goes for the Paquito jungle with the Clawed Gold. So they'll have some scaling as well, just in case things don't go their way.
Yeah, so where do they go with this? Can they just go Eudora? Is Eudora the way to go here? Just to kind of like have a little bit more early game damage for Fanny? Or would they prefer something that has like innate burst? Because some of these heroes are like kind of impossible to deal with. Like Uranus in the early stage of this game at 20 stacks, like you're not realistically going to kill him.
Whoa,
wow, they're playing for the lane! That's crazy!
That was not on my bingo sheet.
Okay. So now with the Kagura, with the Beleric matchup, this mid lane now becomes a little more interesting. Level 1 is kind of everything right now.
Basically, the Kagura's job is just gonna be find the Wrath and explode her every single fight. Maybe the Claude if you're able to get it later out in the line, but your wave clear isn't exactly the best either, so this is a bit risky, but I'm all for it, you know? Invictus doing something different, and that's what we want from our teams.
I don't mind this at all. We'll see. We will see the emblems once we get into the game. I do agree with you that the wave clear is one of her weakest points, right? However, on the opposite side, because they have Gathot, this Gathot kind of opens up this lane for the side of Team Flash, and I think that Invictus, unless we see Concussive Blast onto Atan, that will give us all the information necessary.
I think it definitely should be Concussive Blast. No reason otherwise. Yeah, I see it right there.
I thought for a moment it was Brave Smile. I was like, how are you going to freeze the lane against Gathot?
You're throwing? No, he's not going to do that. Concussive Blast to help clear the wave a little bit more with Tricky. And a lot of mages would be vulnerable to the AOG. Kagura's not one of them. So Invictus is definitely thinking things through.
I like it. I like it a lot. It also makes life a little bit more difficult for Gary because, again, he is melee into this range matchup. Yeah, Rockji, just keep on trying to find those. Keep trading. Keep trying to get as many of those bones as possible. As many bones as you can get.
Early game, as usual, going to be a very important point of contention. Lun will probably want to start making things happen, maybe even before level 4 if he's feeling cheeky about it.
Assassin Emblem, not even going for Mage Emblem here from Tricky. Yeah, he definitely wants to be able to maintain control over this lane.
That's a lot of cables.
He's not getting any free refunds here, unfortunately, but it does mean that the pressure does turn. They have priority over that top side, and you can see that IG Again, it's all about the Subsidia. All the resources, everybody who's able to kind of cover for that lane must do so ahead of time.
That is basically their only consistent source of DPS. They have other... Oh, man, taunt. Nice from Zorn there. Luckily, it's a Wrath, so Invictus doesn't have to worry too much for now, but first turtle is coming in 20 seconds. EXP laners need to be careful at this timing.
Yeah, no, this is one of the few problems that they're going to have in the 2v2 lane in the mid lane, right? Atan is not as sustainable without the Brave Smite. And Tricky's obvious goal is to trade against this opponent as much as he can. So in a lot of these trades, Zorn is looking to catch 2 people at once with that taunt at the bare minimum. If he's able to do that, then Ukir gets the free poke, so on and so forth. But it's about timing, right? Now that they've got priority, they're in trouble.
Up Dreamar just going to be dashing forward. Lun shows himself maybe a bit early. He doesn't have purple buff. I think they have to give this up, and they will, but they might lose someone else. Atan dodges the baptism with the flicker. Is able to run away. Falling Star Moon hits 2. Team Flash should back off. No, they see the purple. They want to steal it away. I don't know if Lun can contest. Ricky in trouble. Has to dash out his spell. Lun wants his buff, but Dreamar is just keeping it. He's holding it hostage. He's zoning them away. Does he get it? He does not. Gary able to steal it.
Where's he going here? 1 HP!
That was close.
So close, so close. Dreamar, unfortunately, I don't think it's worth... Actually, it might be worth proxying the lane, but then Fnatic could just show up in that lane and kill you anyway. So it's better just to wait it out and drag it out underneath the T2 and T1. For now, at the very least, Ukir does have the help in double waving Vanix, and they're going to send him back up on top, so he at least accelerates his farm.
Flash's experience is definitely showing, though. They decided to blitz the turtle fast, knowing, oh, they found someone. That's Atan again, ganked in the middle of rotation. First blood to Gary.
See, that's the problem here. Once the mid lanes start to collapse, then it becomes a lot more difficult. That's why the way that you trade in the lane is extremely important. Now that Team Flash has the lead, they're going to be living rent-free in the enemy jungle.
This is highly problematic and something you always have to worry about when you're playing against a Rafaela lineup. They can move around the map so quickly, and Paquito's burst is making these steals and executes so simple.
Yep. I also think that Flash isn't really going out of their comfort zone as of right now, right? There's nothing that's really making them sweat at this stage of the game, and it seems like Invictus Gaming can't seem to determine that, right? They're not getting the reactions that they want outside of maybe even turtles, but even in the lane phase. Like, look at this, right? The fact that Ye3 getting caught out like this just for the sake of Lun to maintain priority, it might get him killed.
I don't think Ye3 gets out of this one. This is... Oh, the Star Moon got cancelled.
Nicely done.
That's so annoying.
It didn't get cancelled, it got unleashed early because... Wait, hold on.
Hold on, they were able... Oh no, Gary actually gets executed there. He got taunted in the pit. Still did manage to steal the buff though.
Yep. Because Ye3 doesn't have his all right. Yeah, it just came back right now. But that knock-up strike forces it to come out early, and he needed to charge it a little bit longer because that wall is kind of thick.
Yep.
If you don't get past 50% of that wall, you're just going to end up right where you started.
Oh, this should be another free turtle. Gary currently, I think, 2 levels up on Lun. Yeah, he will be after this turtle. Lun only just got his Heptaseas quite recently as well, so Invictus already looking at a bit of a difficult gap to make up.
Yeah, this is a really good system here because they're trying to get Lun back into a position where he can test for these neutral objectives while still having gold, and it's coming at the cost of Rockji's lane. That's entire planning going into the hands of Vanix, and now arguably even the tier 1 for free.
Kito's damage is so ridiculous. I'm really wondering when they're going to nerf him at this point, because right now, Gary walking away with everything, already a free tower taken up top, nearly an entire gold shield as well fed into Vanix.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's see what they do with it, because it's only going to last for so long, right? Eventually we're going to get to the point of the game where the gold doesn't matter. The real question is, how is Team Flash going to use their lead to pressure their opponents, right? What's the next form of attack? You've already got that tier 1. Obviously, you want to get the mid-tier 1 as well, but it's not going to be easy to crack open considering that Invictus, they are just kind of giving up space for free, right? We're not going to fight unless necessary.
And we've seen teams make this decision very wisely. I think Flash themselves did it yesterday. It's just right now Invictus kind of needs a space flicker. Raph finds tree. Here's the yin-yang overturn. Ukir explodes. Blazing Duet not going to find any targets. But Invictus does not have many cooldowns left. I think that's all they can get.
They got to play for these lanes. They got to play for clearing these lanes. That's what Invictus Gaming should be doing. Eventually, Tricky is going to come to a point where maybe, well, I don't know. He could go for like a lightning truncheon or something to help him like speed up his wave clear. He's already got the glowing wand, but we'll see what his option for the second item is going to be.
But it was a very good initiation by Atan. The ambush from behind caught Tree. They were able to get rid of Raph.
He wants to go for Genius Wand. This dirty, dirty boy.
Who, Tricky?
Yeah, he wants to go for Genius Wand, dude.
All right, all right. I mean, his goal this game is kill Ukir. That's basically it.
Oh my goodness, the damage. What the heck? Gary didn't even land like the full combo. He's only like a level up. You would have imagined that he loses only 1/3, but 50%, that's more than usual.
Uh-oh, Tricky. Does he have his cooldowns? I think he might be stuck here. Yup. Streamar just gonna Ionic edge him down.
Yep, this is the problem, right? Without your tier 1s, that's when this composition starts to fail for the side of Invictus Gaming, because if they start getting chased down, they don't have a lot of disengage mechanics.
And the Fanny, unfortunately, not enough of a lead to create map pressure herself. So buffs are still being taken. Lun has to go out of his way just to farm cams across the map, and it's not really easy. The gold lead is building up. It's not as big as I feel like it could be, but it's still something that Invictus needs to figure out.
I mean, for now, Team Flash, this is like a comfortable lead. It's not in, the dire straits just yet for Invictus Gaming. This purple buff has been taken away a majority of time. Always contested for.
Primar's damage too.
I mean, he's got... He's probably playing Master Assassin, to be fair.
The Master Assassin's not supposed to. Wait, no, yeah.
Because he's the only one guy.
He's the only one there. You're right.
The only one there. That's why he's telling Zorn, like, hey, back off. My damage is falling off.
I keep forgetting it's not a 1v1. Hold on, Hunter Bone found Vanix, but he's able to expire just in time. BMI's out. Lun explodes, and here comes the Paquito. That's a big problem. Raph with Dryad buys some time. Tricky jumps back in. Not doing enough damage. He loses his life.
That was a little silly. That was a little silly, unfortunately. However, Flash, winning out that fight was important because now they start getting the tempo back into their hands. 3mar and Ukir working very well together and making sure that the front line is maintained. I really think the Wrath of the Dryad should have came out earlier for the side of the con. Like, he should not hesitate to just throw it out if things are starting to get dire, especially when it comes down to their turrets.
Yeah, they need to maintain as many of these structures as possible. They need to delay this game for like another 10 minutes or something. And so the more towers they have, the easier that will be. Team Flash is just gonna keep trying to take them. Lun really should not meet Gary.
Yeah, he can't. He can't. Not when he's 3 levels down. Doesn't help that 3mar is basically living rent-free in IG's territory, and there's nothing they can really do about this. The hard part...
Oh my, what is...
Oh.
That's dumb, man.
Yeah.
That's a little dumb.
Well, we say it's a little dumb, but Zipper, if you pull up the items real quick, I'm pretty sure that Ye 3 doesn't really have like a lot
yeah,
of armor.
he's only got a Dreadnought.
Yeah, that's what I thought. No,
but still...
I mean, in comparison to the level 14 Paquito?
Here's the Rapid Dryad, finds 2. Hold on, they found Vanix. They take him out. AOG is a bit too late. Atan will be traded. Still pretty worth it for IG, but they'll lose the buff as well. They'll have to back out the base.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this Paquito is so good. He's got the Malefic... I double-checked as well. He's got the Malefic Roar. So
yep.
Dreadnought armor, it just does not exist until the anti-caress. And even then, it's still going to save you by just a little bit.
Team Flash has played this a little bit too quickly for IG, and the Rafaela is just enabling that. Fanny not able to get off the ground. Gary already level 15 before the 10-minute mark. They are walking away with this one. Now it will be the true test. Team Flash, they have run into issues time and time again with closing out games. They have such a big lead this time. They could get their first win.
It's possible, but I think it's dependent on this Wrath of the Dryad coming out from Atan. If they can force it out of him, I think they can guarantee at least one of these inhibitors no problem and arguably fight the rest of Invictus Gaming underneath the base. But I think even Flash recognizes, despite Vanix having the Trinity, it doesn't guarantee them the win just yet.
Many items does Rockji have? He's not even done with the Trinity yet. Still building that golden staff. It's still fairly early, so the Lord should be manageable for now, but again, they need their towers alive, and Team Flash are pushing in. Tremart and takes so much damage. It's a far cry from what Ye3 could achieve last game.
Dude, Rockji is so close, so close. Once he gets into that late stage, and once he maxes out his stacks, and once it's overflowing, then he's going to be a real issue for Team Flash's side. And I mean, obviously, because of the nature, you're up against the Claude. You want to dodge a Blazing Duet. It's as simple as that.
Tricky also still only on 2 items. His job is very important to get an instant execute on either Vanix or Ukir, and not having items makes that tricky. The holy defenses will all burn away. as the Lord falls down bottom. Victus has a bit more time, but for how much longer?
That's it, Rochi. You just farm the stacks. Who cares about that wave? Who cares? Yeah. Just farm the stacks on 3mar. If 3mar's gonna do moves like that, don't waste your time because your wave clear is like as good as nothing. You just need to be around for the gold. Just farm those stats.
He needs to ramp that up quickly.
I just noticed he didn't bother buying boots this entire time.
Oh yeah.
So he's really been greeding out to like rush this Trinity. Wait, no. Did he sell his boots to get Trinity?
Surely not, right? I think we can only really tell. Hold on, Hunt of Bone, they hit 3mar, he's surrounded, but still so tanky at this point.
Yep, he's still a thick little boy,
How many items does he have?
It's a good question, actually. Now
Only 2.5, actually.
I am curious.
That's less than I thought. He's got Dominance, Oracle, and Dreadnought, and then like an Ares belt.
Dominance, Oracle, and then Dreadnought. Well, okay, alright, fair enough. Well, now it looks like he's going for the Malefic Gun. I don't know. Is it worth going for the Malefic Gun at this stage of the game? Because half the targets that you're looking for are actually, they will come to you no matter what, more than anything else. Like, even against Vanix as well, it's like, yeah, he still is going to try and Blazing Duet right on top of him.
I think it's still the safer option to go for, even if Malefic Roar might get you slightly more damage value. The moment Rockji dies, Invictus has a lot of catching up to do.
They will always have a lot of
They already do! They don't need more, is what I'm saying. Azan does get spotted in the bush. They are feeling confident enough to at least walk out of the jungle here, since up until now, Lun has been creating a lot of space by split pushing.
Keep it clean, Flash.
Holding the front. 3mar gonna get taunted away. He is taking a lot of damage. Binyang overturn, not doing enough. Here's the Blazing Duet, Wind of Nature, Tricky in trouble. He's gonna be the first one down. Hunterbone hits Gary, but this Mosquito's so tanky. He even Winter Crouch. He didn't need to do that, but he's gonna do it anyway. It's a killing spree for the Mosquito. Yeah, 3 gets punched in the back, and he falls like he meant nothing.
Hey, they shouldn't take the Lord. They should go immediately for like an inhibitor or something, but at this stage, they're just so far ahead. Like Invictus Gaming, they're gonna have one attempt at trying to deal with this Lord, endgame Lord push, and hopefully it works in favor of Team Flash to get the 2-0 victory as of right now, because they really need it.
Azan, probably not going to work there, but I don't think it even matters too much to Team Flash that he used his ult. They are so far ahead.
It's the ego. It's just like, I'll show you. I'll ult anything. We look at this replay one more time, and we knew that Flash wanted to play for the fight. With or without this Lord, they have such a fat lead that really, even if they have the Lord pushing with them, without the damage reduction, without guaranteeing themselves at least a clean fight, then Invictus Gaming, if they happen to survive the Lord push, they'll hit the 42k mark, and then we have problems because now Rockji will be a legitimate threat.
It was not a bad idea to try and initiate it. It looked like they might be able to pick off 3mar, but still just a bit too tanky. Invictus needs a couple more items. They even committed the Yin Yang overturn and it wasn't enough. We're at a 10k gold deficit now. This is usually the gap where you say game's basically over unless a big mistake is made.
I'm speaking of big mistakes here. Let's see. Trying to manipulate the waves all across the side lanes. They're letting the Lord come slowly. I wonder why Flash wants to control this side of the map.
Bit of a butt-clenching moment there for Yeatri. If not for the regen, he actually would have died there to Vanix, just slowly plinking away at him. And now 3mar is just in the base. He's got Winter Crown too, so he can play more aggro. Bottom tower is already gone. Lord still full HP. Mid inhibitor not long for the world as well. Invictus, they have 5-man strong, but at this point they're basically minions. Tricky, not able to find the burst. He's got no cooldowns now. He's got to wait a little longer, but they are doing a good job of clearing the minions. Team Flash not quite able to end it yet.
Yep. Invictus were given the choice. Either lose the game now if we try to attempt the fight, or sacrifice 2 inhibitors to give yourself an extra 4 minutes.
Oh, hold on. They got the Hunt of Bone. They might be able to find the kill. The taunt on Gary. Winter Crown going to be used. 3mar zones them all awake. Saves Gary's life. Yeatri not able to flicker from their baptism.
Nice.
On Roxy into the Blazing Duet. Team Flash breaks the base wide open. Only 2 members of IG left to defend, and I'm not sure they can do it. Look at the damage Lund takes, just flying through. Tricky's already gone. It's unstoppable for Gary, but there's no minions. The minion wave is still taking a moment, but it's going to be a 5v1. I don't think Lund's going to be able to clear it in time. He'll try his best. He goes in, he picks off Vanix, but the minions are on the crystal, and Team Flash has finally found their victory, their first win of the season.
Woo! Breaking it. Now, they have finally got the series to give them that confidence. All the work that they put up to this point finally culminated into something tangible. A little sad for IG. They were on a 3-game win streak. Building up to this, they were the favorites facing up against Flash.
I think a lot of people expected this series to end differently, or at least be a lot closer. But Team Flash seems to have finally found a bit of the spark that they've been searching for. Really good calls, overall solid coordination, and really solid drafts.
It's great. It's really, really great. I mean, the drafting, really good reads coming in from Pobs. I think that the second draft is more of a show of like, hey, this is what we want to do for our composition. And we even denied some really good picks at the same time. But despite that, we still played it better. Whew. With that being said, though, we're going to be throwing it over to Rose up on the stage to have a chat with our winning team.
17 kali kekalahan untuk Team Flash, tapi akhirnya berjaya bangkit 2-0, kemenangan yang bersih menentang dengan Invictus Gaming. And di atas pentas bersama dengan Rose, kita ada Zorn dan juga Coach Pubs. Wow, boys, I just gotta say congratulations.
Thank you, Rose.
Zorn, sebagai orang yang dalam Team Flash daripada musim lepas, hadap kekalahan, selepas kekalahan, apa yang you rasa sekarang ni?
Tak tahu nak cakap macam mana sebab dah rasa pelik ya, sebab tak pernah menang kan. Rasa macam dah biasa kalah. So rasa awkward sikit lah lepas naik atas stage ni.
Tadi dia naik stage, tengok Rose macam gelak-gelak. Lepas tu dia cakap, lama tak naik pentas. Tapi you know what, welcome back to the stage. Selepas kemenangan ini, apa yang you rasa dia boleh bantu Team Flash? Macam mana dia boleh berubah moral Team Flash untuk permainan match-match yang seterusnya?
Boleh cakap kemenangan ni memang diperlukan oleh kita orang lah. Since kita orang antara tim yang boleh cakap mental kita orang dah boleh kata down lah. Since kita orang banyak kali mengalami kekalahan yang panjang kan, sangat-sangat panjang. So alhamdulillah bersyukur lah. Since kita orang memang sangat-sangat memerlukan momentum ni untuk ke playoff lah. Sebab kita orang punya target season ni playoff dulu lah, baru nak pergi ke M8.
You know, Zorn, you mentioned that, you guys perlukan kemenangan ini sebab mental masing-masing sudah down. And I think Rose ada satu soalan untuk Zorn lah. Sebagai orang legenda lah. Sebagai orang yang ada dalam scene MPL MY daripada musim pertama sampai sekarang. And I'm pretty sure you tak pernah lalui benda-benda macam ni kan? How would you advise kepada orang luar dekat sana yang tengah go through hardship dalam hidup diorang untuk, kekalkan semangat, teruskan, jangan putus asa?
Percaya je lah yang satu hari nanti kita punya rezeki tu akan sampai guys. Sebab tipu lah kalau kata macam kita ni hidup tanpa ada rezeki yang kita sangka kan. So macam walaupun korang bersusah payah macam ni kena kan, macam kita orang ni, tapi still korang kena percaya yang one day korang akan sampai lah, tiba waktunya.
Wow, goosebumps. Goosebumps. Rindu Rose dengan Zorn punya jawab-jawab di atas pentas. And of course, kita pun nak tanya Coach Pubs. Coach Pubs.
Yes, saya.
Hi.
Hello.
First, akhirnya.
Betul. Rasa macam masuk grand final, Pak.
Rasa macam dah layak grand final lah.
Betul.
Dah dapat tiket M8 dah. Now, Coach, mungkin kita boleh borak sikit pasal Team Flash. Sebab bila kita dapat tahu line up Team Flash and Rose pun banyak baca comments online. Ramai orang cakap, oi, ni line up contender. Lepas tu Rose pun dengar beberapa cerita online ataupun beberapa news daripada kawan-kawan luar negara di mana Team Flash perform dengan sangat-sangat baik di Scream. Ramai orang takut nak lawan Team Flash di Scream. Tapi kenapa dia susah nak translate di pentas MPL?
Saya rasa perbezaan utama antara Scream dengan main tournament adalah pressure itulah. Mungkin di Scream kita main tanpa pressure, kita berani ambil risk. So sebab itulah kita bermain dengan baik lah dekat Scream. Cuma on stage tu kalau perasan, walaupun Team Flash menang early game, kita tak nak ambil the risk. Kita tak nak main secara agresif. Tapi hari ni kita dah decide, whatever happen, kita main je agresif. Kalah lah. So kalau menang alhamdulillah rezeki.
Alright. Nak tanya, pressure tu datang dari mana? Adakah sebab dia macam banyak sangat loose streak, you guys are so pressured untuk come on lah, boleh lah satu menang je pun. Is it daripada tu ataupun dari faktor lain?
Maybe sebab kita orang semua player baru. I mean zone seorang je yang stay dan yang lain baru. So mungkin masing-masing ada nak tunjukkan something tapi tak nak ambil risiko yang terlalu besar. And kat sini pun mostly veteran kan. So semua macam kalau aku tak perform, teammate aku mesti perform. So mungkin mindsetnya macam tu, kita tak tahu. Tapi players hari ni bermain dengan sangat baik lah.
Alright. Now, Coach Pubs, semalam Team Flash baru je hadap satu kekalahan lah kan. And it was a comeback. Macam biasa, kalau early game Team Flash pegang, late game tu kita risau sikit sebagai audience. Tapi kenapa hari ni you guys macam ada mindset yang berbeza? Macam mana you dapat berubah mindset 280 degrees in a span of 12 jam, 24 jam?
Dulu kalau saya dekat Vamos, orang panggil tu passive Vamos. Betul tak? Eli pegang, kalah. Mungkin saya dah bawa passive Vamos jadi passive Flash kan. So saya tak tahulah. Cuma dalam tempo 12 jam, mungkin kurang daripada sehari ni. Memang semalam habis game, kita deep talk sikit lah. Memang literal deep talk lah. Saya panggil player and habis game kita just bagi tahu apa yang kita rasa kita tak okay. I mean player to player, player to coach, coach to player. Itu yang kita memang buat secara betul dalam lah tu. So itulah yang jadi.
Amazing. Dan hasilnya pun akhirnya menang bersih untuk Team Flash. So guys, kita pun sudah saksikan perlawanan yang sangat-sangat baik. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. Nak tanya audience dulu. Untuk korang, siapakah MVP anda? Okay, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in a count of 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Gary! Alright, Gary, come up on stage. So far, Gary dalam Team Flash okay tak, Coach Pubs?
Okay.
You tak marah dia dah?
Kena marah macam
Kena
biasa.
marah.
Kena marah juga.
Marah macam style dulu ke?
Tak, dia tak, mungkin tapi tak leak.
Belum lagi. Hi Gary. Congratulations. Okay, Gary. Selepas kemenangan ini, apa yang fans boleh expect daripada Team Flash moving forward?
Expectation saya rasa korang dah boleh naikkan sikit. Mungkin sebelum ni harapan dekat kita orang kosong kot kan. So mungkin boleh naikkan ke 20% ke. Sebab saya rasa main problem kita orang tak main macam kita orang training. And saya rasa kalau saya personal, counter saya sejuk lah. Belah sini sejuk tu, belah sini tak kan. Baru boleh berfikir. Itulah.
Oh, okay. Dia buat complain, entahlah macam mana, kenapa atas pentas. Now, Gary, you cakap boleh increase dorang punya harapan kan, daripada 0% ke 20%. Tapi apa yang you nak cakap kepada fans Team Flash yang daripada musim lepas, you know, tengah support you guys, tengah hope on you guys, macam family, kawan-kawan, untuk orang yang selalu support.
Untuk supporter Team Flash, thank you so much. Walaupun kita orang low streak 17. So saya datang sini sambung lagi 4 pula. So sekarang baru dapat satu kemenangan. Alhamdulillah, thank you sebab still sokong kita orang and still datang walaupun kita orang dalam keadaan yang susah. And thank you juga dekat fans Team IG sebab datang memeriahkan venue MPL.
Tahniah sekali lagi dan terima kasih. Akhirnya Rose pun sudah interview Team Flash di atas pentas. With that, mari let's show it back to our casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam kemenangan Team Flash ini. Let's go.
With that being said, our MVP of this game goes over to Gary on his Paquito, a 7-1-2 finish with 870 GPM. He made sure he accelerated his game. Once he had that 2 to 3 level lead, you could feel it. He wanted to be part of everything.
Paquito is still such an oppressive hero, man. It is so difficult to handle him before he's even farmed. If he's got those items, if he's got that gold lead, it is a monster in man's clothing. And Gary piloting him very, very well, matching the split push pressure of Lewin, trying to delay the game out, not giving him that opportunity, identifying the right angles to enter from. Then it certainly helps having a Rafaela to keep you topped up.
It really is, and that's the thing, right? I like the fact that Flash was making sure that they weren't being generous with their resources, right? They were very efficiently distributing it across the map to make sure that when they found those small wins and when they understood, hey, we forced out the retribution from Lun and we know their topside jungle is still available, let's maximize that, steal away those camps, send Gary into those types of positions where you can actually be aggressive to make it all work out. But then as we see the item list, like, it's pretty straightforward and unfortunately really, really sad for Lun. If he was able to get his early game item, there's an opportunity where Vanix was punishable in lane.
It's very important for a Fanny around the first turtle timing to get something done.
Yep.
Before level 4 or during the fight itself. In this case, IG decided not to go for early gank. They wanted to commit to get the second purple buff, then fight turtle. And Flash realized this, so we're not gonna let you do that. We instantly blitz the turtle. We realize, hey, we're winning the fight. Let's steal the buff. From there, it's downhill for IG.
It was downhill. It was downhill. I mean, it's not even for the fact that, like, Gary did. He's walking in there. He doesn't even have retribution. It's just forcing those resources out of Lun to make sure that he doesn't have it for at least, you know, a minute plus. And that's the important thing, because then that's when Flash can really take advantage. Sorry, I say a minute plus, but like more like 35 seconds. That way, he can use that window to start stealing away not only camps, but gaining priority in the places that actually matter. So when we're going to be starting to talk about some of these clips here, I think one of the biggest problems that we see in this game is when you don't have pressure and you don't have priority is what I'm looking for. That's when it becomes really, really difficult for a draft like IG to actually work out. You have side lanes that are designed to either sandbag or at the bare minimum look to scale. The only out that they had was actually in the mid lane along with this Kagura, right? The mid trio was supposed to actually find the win somewhere. If they're able to specifically attack Ukir, then it becomes a much easier setup for a Lun on Fanny to just come in and take him out.
Sadly, Kagura really needs like those first 1 or 2 items before she can consistently burst people down, even squishier targets. So IG already went into this with the thought of like, we may not be able to fight that early and we have to try and get advantage through map, through buffs. Weren't able to really secure that. So even though this time around they do have tanks that can frontline for them, now the issue is they don't have enough damage. Because Fanny and Kagura are bursty and need items to burst. You can't kill anyone there, especially after Flask is done. So you're all depending on Rokji.
Kind of, yeah. At this point, you really sort of are, unless Lun is able to find like a solo killer. And again, especially at high level play, finding those solo kills on Fanny, especially in pubs, super easy. People tend to make mistakes. People tend to like not notice certain things. But here in high professional play, you kind of need somebody to say, hey, I'm about to chunk him out. Are you able to path to me? If not, I won't take this trade. Those are the decisions that you have to make with the rest of your team. It sets apart the boys from the men. But let's talk a little bit more about the draft, because the second half became very interesting straight away, right? We saw that both mid lane, fast clearing mid lanes were getting axed out super, super quick, with Selena already getting banned out quite early on the blue side. Then we see the shift from IG. Oh, wait a second. We actually can almost guarantee that nobody can stop this Fanny, so we're going to ban out specifically the marksmans. And smartly enough from Pops' side, we're going to say, you know what, we're just going to get the Swiss Army knife of the gold lane. We got the Claude, and what else do you have? What were you going to play for the side of Rokji, if not for Obsidia? He could have gone for Clint, but then you have the problem. They already had revealed the Gathot.
Well, you can't play immobile marksman because there's the Gathot around. You can't play overly early focused marksman because if it doesn't work, then your entire comp is early, so there's no late game insurance. If you play late game, you have to deal with a very fast moving early game lineup with not enough damage to handle it. So again, Flash drafted this really, really well. I think teams really need to stop giving Raph and Uranus in one comp. And unfortunately, my fears about Esme continue to be founded. The hero just doesn't seem good enough.
Yeah, it doesn't seem good enough, but I can make it super simple, right? What was the biggest mistake in this potential draft? The fact that blue side was banning out the Freya. There's no need for it. There is no need to ban out this Freya. You are on blue side. You have the advantage of playing this Freya basically anywhere. You can put him in EXP, you can put him in jungle if you want to. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the gold lane. You just need it to scale. That's the whole purpose of it, right? And if you're able to get Freya into these types of positions, especially against the lineup that we see coming in from Pops, again, the Uranus kind of doesn't do much to the Freya at the end of the day, so it could have fit into the composition instead of the Esmeralda. There's an argument that maybe Barats gets put in that place as well, but you're on the blue side, right? You already have that first pick. You don't get that choice.
It's not even just the Freya too. They also banned Melissa. This is also a good hero that you could open up with to kind of keep yourself safe.
Well, I mean, yes, and it's a bit of a yes and no here. I think that's a tough part. I think that there was like a heavy consideration for Paquito, and that is why they weren't like not exactly in the position that they were looking for. But I think this reflects a little bit more now that we have the compositions, that we look at the clip and it will start to make a little bit more sense. Because in these types of moments, right, we have to keep in mind that when we are playing it, the Lord Pit in Broken Walls has 2 entry points, right? So you can see that Invictus Gaming are trying to control the top quadrant of that area. When they are trying to control this top quadrant, it centralizes their entire composition, because Broken Walls, if we pause it right here, yes, the Lord Pit can be entered from 2 different pathways, allowing you a north and south side, right? We're gonna call this north side, we're gonna call this south side. Now, with north and south side, we have to keep in mind that the Broken Walls also opens up multiple different pathways in the enemy jungle, right? So despite not all having to worry about north and south side, we also have to worry about interception angles like here. Interception angle for when people start pushing in from these 2 directions. When you are playing in Broken Walls, the one thing that a lot of teams that we see here in the professional league, they have this bad habit of, I'm gonna give up the space. And then once everybody starts giving up that space, you start getting put in a pen like sheep. And that's the big issue. Once you are put up in pen and sheep, you lose all the powerful control that the Lord Pit was supposed to give you in Broken Walls in the first place. Power positions here and here get compromised straight away, and you have people who can hop over walls, so that also creates a new entry point.
It was clearly a very desperate call by IG. They saw Trimar pushing out very far. They figured, we can collapse on the Uranus, we can take him out first. But because they don't have enough damage, they have to pull everyone in to do it. So like you mentioned, they pulled people out of interception points. They removed control that they may have had around the north side of the Lord. And all of it from one guy. This is what a Uranus is supposed to be capable of.
Yes.
This is what IG was missing last game. Primar literally in their face. Yetri should be doing the same thing, but at this point, the Esme just cannot frontline anymore.
Exactly. I mean, technically, she's supposed to be able to, but the goal disparity is too big. This is an 8K lead that they're working with here, right? And Yetri, unfortunately, had died too many times in their previous fights to be able to kind of maintain. By the end of the game, he was barely getting his 3rd item in, even though we're like 13 minutes into this game, which is, again, super slow for an EXP laner to actually scale. Inevitably, it was going to be a problem. And I think that they prioritized too much scaling and were hoping on singular win conditions to get them across, right? Because now, as we talked about those interception points, we also have to talk about where the heck was Lun this entire time? Where was his damage? And he's coming from a completely separate angle entirely to maybe steal away this Lord, right? We play this here, we're going to play it in slow motion. Where's Lun? He is hiding in a bush in the mid lane, right? As soon as this fight starts to break out right here, look at Lun's position. He's going to start making his way upwards. Give it a moment. Give it a moment.
There we go.
Give it a moment. Then he starts moving immediately after the big spells have been thrown out. Atan, he starts the initiation, and unfortunately, the option for Flash was just to move into a different direction. This did not become relevant, and that's the beauty of holding priority against your opponent. You determine the tempo or engage, because we got no value out of the Wrath of the Dryads if it's only hitting one person.
I think the issue with that idea is there is no reason for Team Flash to fall for that bait. Like, if IG is trying to play around like that angle that you pointed out earlier, Trimar can literally just stand in front of them, and then they can no longer gain access to the Lord. Like, that's not what they want. They are genuinely trying to contest the Lord here. That's why they play for the top side, because it gives Lun an angle from behind. If they played in their jungle, Lun has to come from Team Flash's jungle, which is a more awkward angle for him.
That's a good point. I also think that probably Lun should have been the one baiting in the first place.
Maybe.
That was my main, that's also part of the concern as well. Thank you for the clip here, production. But yeah, it's really tough to say. With 8,000 gold lead, the margins of error are so very small. And even if you do everything right, you could just get stat checked and it doesn't matter.
They could have made the alternative call of realizing we're not going to win a fight. Let's just give them the Lord, let Lun push bottom. Because there actually was a wave there.
There was.
And they still had inhibitors.
Would that have been enough for an 8k gold lead? I think that's the real question. That's like 200 gold for the rest of your team compared to like...
At least you don't lose more.
Ah, that's also fair. That's also
It was
fair.
a rock and a hard place.
It is. It is a rock and a hard place for sure. Well, considering that everything that has happened, I'm wondering what's going to happen for this next game. RRQ Tora alongside with AC, both also have yet to find the win. From the trifecta, we've got one that made it out. These two, we don't know who. But before we get into that game, we want to tell you about the caster search. Remember, between 28th August to 10th of September, ticket booth, well, I should say ticket booths, but it is open for registration. So quickly, go onto your TikToks, go onto the official sites, find them as soon as possible, scan that QR code, and send in your audition tape. And maybe you could be the next voice.
If you guys are interested in joining us here on the caster desk and commentate over all the action happening at MPL, make sure you guys go and check that out. It's been quite a while since the last time we opened these auditions, so you do not want to miss out on this opportunity.
Yeah, we're also doing for both English and as well as Bahasa Melayu BM. Please choose which one you want to go for. Go for both if you're bilingual or even trilingual. You know, anything that you can bring to the table. We're happy to see what it takes for you guys to get to the top.
Just like these teams, I'm really hoping we get to see something better from them because a little bit concerned about this since it's the bottom two teams right now.
I think you know you got to put some high stakes on it. That's the difference.
Okay.
I think that coaches need to have motivations. Every single time they're like, oh, if you win, I'm gonna buy you a new pair of shoes. I'm gonna buy you a watch. I'm gonna take you out for a meal. I think that we can do one better.
One better? How much higher could you get though?
What about getting an entire car, right? Everyone has their own X factor, and with the Cherry Tiggo Cross Hybrid, you could cross Gaia MU every day with the dual power technology of fuel efficiency as low as 5.4 liters for every 100 km, up to 1,000 km of driving range. Just say hello Cherry for a smarter journey, while 16 intelligent safety features give you the confidence to go wherever you want to go. That's what I'm talking about. Those are the stakes.
That would be an insane reward. You just imagine the motivation you would have.
Guys, I'm only doing this one time.
I'm going to use all of my remaining power. I'm going to borrow it from the rest of my life. Do the thing the anime characters do. It's like, I'm going to cut my lifetime short for this.
Oh boy, that's too funny. That's too funny. That being said, get excited for our next upcoming game, but also we're going to go on a short break. And when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action. But of course, here's the mic check from our previous game. Thank you for watching, and please come back for our last series of the day.
Habis mid.
Biar aku jump.
Biar dulu.
Biar aku bin lagi.
Hey guys, if someone VM me, we can fight the spider.
Okay.
I have my spin now. Can we fight now? Can we hit? Let's go. Zero. Jalan. Satu guys. Balik. Aman. Harim gak tahu dia, Harim gak tahu.
Kait.
Tujuh Warrior perangir. Ayo, Yunas. Nih, biar Ken. Mati deh, Zero. Target freeze ya, balik. Nih, I will box nih, Uranus.
Jom, target jump.
Nah, Uranus ya, low. Ini? Uranus boy. Uranus boy ngapain nih? Harita.
Ada bakal dua, jangan tahu guys sama Indra.
Kena. Guys, watch me. Nice one. Tower Ken. Ken tower guys. Nice boy.
Berarti. Aku ada
Cari posisi tan.
Jago ya?
Ya, aman. Solid.
Motor aku. Motor target ya. Lihat. Kosan lagi.
Mati dapat yakin.
Dah blazing
Lagi aman.
Stay half. Guys, mid. If they go mid, just go guys Jangan tujuan juga guys. Nih guys. Go. Orang aja guys. Kalau no burst now. Panic, no burst. Go. Ayo.
Opsi jam.
Pani, no burst, Pani, no
Go on the winter, man. Aman.
No burst Pani, aman. Main aja kalian.
Mati. Lagi,
Aman, Mar. Nice.
Tam EV, ulti.
Ya.
We can still 5-5. And
Sila bait ah.
Sila.
You can bait them Banix. Just don't get caught Banix.
Jom. Belerek.
Lego.
Sini.
Go winter.
Balik.
Aman. Go Sonic. Ayo. Main aja kalian guys. Go Sonic.
Gol.
Nak lebih power? Jom.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
Cherry. Exoki vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exoki vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joytify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Hi guys, saya Sky. So hari ni saya nak tunjuk benda baru daripada MPL dekat korang.
Itu satu features yang terbaru daripada website diorang. Kalau korang nak tahu sekarang korang boleh pilih untuk pembelian tiket.
Tapi yang best sekali dia ada view. Contoh lah kalau korang nak beli tiket. Kalau korang scroll ke bawah sikit, korang akan nampak tau ada benda ni. Korang akan nampak bahagian 3D. So benda ni apa function dia guys?
Korang boleh tengok POV daripada seat korang yang korang pilih.
So kalau korang duduk belah kiri sangat, korang boleh nampak dekat mana screen tu, dekat mana stage tu, dekat mana players.
Sebab cun tak cun dengan seat yang korang pilih, I think it's really a good improvement lah daripada MPMY.
So that bila korang beli, korang dapat kepuasan and then korang dapat juga keselesaan yang korang nak tu.
So korang boleh pilih lah ikut cita rasa korang mana rabun dekat, rabun jauh ke apa. Senang korang nak pilih. So guys, tunggu apa lagi? Jangan lupa dapatkan tiket di bio MPL MY.
Tanggal 31 bulan 8 57 Merdeka, merdeka, tetaplah merdeka.
Ya pasti menjadi sejarah.
Tanggal 31
bulan 8
57 hari yang mulia, hari bahagia, sambut dengan jiwa yang merdeka. Mari kita seluruh warga negara ramai-ramai menyambut hari merdeka. 31 bulan 8 57 hari mulia, negaraku merdeka. Merdeka, merdeka, merdeka.
Kita juga nak berbincang sedikit dan nak juga berkongsi informasi mengenai MPL.
Apa yang menarik
itu? Anda semalam GMX Kelantan menang besar mat.
Semalam je?
2-0. Hari sebelumnya pun menang besar juga.
Yang sebelumnya lagi?
Yang sebelum tu Rin. Kita nak tunggu-tunggu sebab
janganlah sembang yang menang je. Siapa yang kalah juga?
Untuk kumpulan A, DX King mendahului carta dengan 2 kemenangan, 3 aggregate point, baru 2 perlawanan mereka mainkan untuk minggu kali ini. Sementara On Point Esport tak ada sebarang kemenangan lagi. Dan korang mesti nak tahu SRGA, mereka menang 2 tapi kalah 1. Lawan siapa? DX King.
Ya, selaku penaju liga untuk kumpulan A. Tapi ni kumpulan A. Kita nak tengok kumpulan B macam mana pula.
Yes, kumpulan B kita juga ingin saksikan bagaimana untuk kumpulan B yang mana diduduki oleh King GMX Kelantan.
King.
Yes.
Nombor 1 ke?
Kita kena tengok lah Rin. Kita kena tengok.
Masih awal untuk kita berbincang mengenai siapa di tempat pertama, siapa di tempat kedua kerana liga masih panjang.
Nombor 2. Nombor 2 sih.
Dia kata nak sama level dengan SRGA. Jadi kita nombor 2.
SRGA nombor 2, so GMS duduk nombor 2. Rivalry untuk ML sekarang.
Ya, tapi apapun kita kena berikan syarat kepada Outcast. Manakala mereka merupakan pasukan yang berjaya untuk dapatkan pingat emas ketika di Submah.
3 pemain mereka yang berjaya untuk dapatkan pingat emas. Dan mereka dah pun main 3 permainan, 3 kemenangan mereka dapatkan. Ada Nomji, ada Riz dan juga ada P daripada pasukan yang mewakili Melaka. Sementara sayang sekali tim Ray X PDRM tak ada sebarang kemenangan langsung lagi.
Ya, masih buntu untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Tapi Samfros, saya berpendapat yang semua komuniti MLBB kita perlu untuk menonton ML kali ini. Sebab terlalu banyak bakat baru.
Betul.
Dan juga in terms of competitive level juga semakin meningkat, draft semakin bagus. Jadi banyak pemain-pemain yang sebenarnya boleh direkrut daripada pasukan-pasukan MPL.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada, lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada, lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Hi guys, saya Sky. So hari ni saya nak tunjuk benda baru daripada MPMY dekat korang.
Ini satu features yang terbaru daripada website dorang. Kalau korang nak tahu sekarang korang boleh pilih untuk pembelian tiket.
Tapi yang best sekali dia ada view. Contoh kalau korang nak beli tiket kan. Kalau korang scroll ke bawah sikit, korang akan nampak tau ada benda ni. Korang akan nampak bahagian 3D. So benda ni apa function dia guys?
Korang boleh tengok POV daripada seat korang yang korang pilih.
So kalau korang duduk belah kiri sangat, korang boleh nampak dekat mana screen tu, dekat mana stage tu, dekat mana players.
Vibe cun tak cun dengan seat yang korang pilih. I think this really a good improvement lah daripada MPMY.
So that bila korang beli, korang dapat kepuasan and then korang dapat juga keselesaan yang korang nak tu.
So korang boleh pilih lah ikut cita rasa korang Mana rabun dekat, rabun jauh ke apa. Senang korang nak pilih. So guys, tunggu apa lagi? Jangan lupa dapatkan tiket di bio MPLMY.
Tanggal 31 Bulan 8 57 Merdeka, merdeka, tetaplah merdeka.
Ya pasti menjadi sejarah.
Tanggal 31
Bulan 8
57 hari yang mulia, hari bahagia, sambut dengan jiwa yang merdeka.
Mari kita seluruh warga negara ramai-ramai menyambut hari merdeka.
31 bulan 8 57 hari mulia, negaraku merdeka. Merdeka, merdeka, merdeka.
Kita juga nak berbincang sedikit dan nak juga berkongsi informasi mengenai MPL.
Apa yang menarik itu?
Dah semalam, GMX Kelantan menang besar, Mat.
Semalam je?
2-0. Hari sebelumnya pun menang besar juga.
Yang sebelumnya lagi?
Yang sebelum tu, Rin. Kita nak tertunggu-tunggu sebab
janganlah sembang yang menang je. Sembang yang kalah juga.
Untuk kumpulan A, DX King mendahului carta dengan 2 kemenangan, 3 aggregate point, baru 2 perlawanan mereka mainkan untuk minggu kali ini. Sementara On Point Esport tak ada sebarang kemenangan lagi. Dan korang mesti nak tahu, SRGA mereka menang 2 tapi kalah 1. Lawan siapa? DX King.
Ya, selaku peneraju liga untuk kumpulan A. Tapi ni kumpulan A. Kita nak tengok kumpulan B macam mana pula.
Yes, kumpulan B kita juga ingin saksikan bagaimana untuk kumpulan B yang mana diduduki oleh King GMX Kelantan.
King.
Yes.
Nombor 1 ke?
Kita kena tengok lah, Rin. Kita kena tengok.
Masih awal untuk kita berbincang mengenai siapa di tempat pertama, siapa di tempat kedua kerana liga masih panjang.
Nombor 2. Nombor 2 sih.
Dia kata nak sama level dengan SRGA. Jadi kita nombor 2.
SRGA nombor 2, so GMS duduk nombor 2. Rivalry untuk ML sekarang.
Ya, tapi apapun kita kena berikan syarat kepada Outcast. Manakala mereka merupakan pasukan yang berjaya untuk dapatkan pingat emas ketika di Sukma.
3 pemain mereka yang berjaya untuk dapatkan pingat emas. Dan mereka dah pun main 3 permainan, 3 kemenangan mereka dapatkan. Ada Nomji, ada Riz dan juga ada P daripada pasukan yang mewakili Melaka. Sementara sayang sekali tim Ray X PDRM tak ada sebarang kemenangan langsung lagi.
Ya, masih buntu untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Tapi Samfros, saya berpendapat yang semua komuniti MLBB kita perlu untuk menonton ML kali ini.
Ya.
Sebab terlalu banyak bakat baru.
Betul.
Dan juga in terms of competitive level juga semakin meningkat. Draft semakin bagus. Jadi banyak pemain-pemain yang sebenarnya boleh direkrut daripada pasukan-pasukan MPL.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specialize in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power on wangi June tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on wangi June tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joytify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Hi guys, saya Sky. So hari ni saya nak tunjuk benda baru daripada MPMY dekat korang.
Which is satu features yang terbaru daripada website diorang. Kalau korang nak tahu sekarang korang boleh pilih untuk pembelian tiket.
Tapi yang best sekali dia ada view. Contoh lah kalau korang nak beli tiket kan. Kalau korang scroll ke bawah sikit, korang akan nampak tau ada benda ni. Korang akan nampak bahagian 3D. So benda ni apa function dia guys?
Korang boleh tengok POV daripada seat korang yang korang pilih.
So kalau korang duduk belah kiri sangat, korang boleh nampak dekat mana screen tu, dekat mana stage tu, dekat mana players.
Vibe cun tak cun dengan seat korang pilih. I think this really a good improvement lah daripada MPMY.
So that bila korang beli, korang dapat kepuasan and then korang dapat juga keselesaan yang korang nak tu.
So korang boleh pilih lah ikut cita rasa korang mana rabun dekat, rabun jauh ke apa. Senang korang nak pilih. So guys, tunggu apa lagi? Jangan lupa dapatkan tiket di bio MPLMY.
Tanggal 31 bulan 8 57 Merdeka, merdeka, tetaplah merdeka.
Ya pasti menjadi sejarah.
Tanggal 31
bulan 8
57 hari yang mulia, hari bahagia, sambut dengan jiwa yang merdeka.
Mari kita seluruh warga negara
ramai-ramai menyambut hari merdeka. 31 bulan 8 57 hari mulia, negaraku merdeka.
Merdeka, merdeka, merdeka.
Kita juga nak berbincang sedikit dan nak juga berkongsi informasi mengenai MPL.
Apa yang menarik tu?
Anda semalam GMX Kelantan menang besar mat.
Semalam je?
2-0. Hari sebelumnya pun menang besar juga.
Yang sebelumnya lagi?
Yang sebelum tu Rin, kita nak tunggu-tunggu sebab
janganlah sembang yang menang je. Sembang yang kalah juga.
Untuk kumpulan A, DX King mendahului carta dengan 2 kemenangan, 3 aggregate point. Baru 2 perlawanan mereka mainkan untuk minggu kali ini. Sementara On Point Esport tak ada sebarang kemenangan lagi. Dan korang mesti nak tahu SRGA, mereka menang 2 tapi kalah 1. Lawan siapa? DX King.
Ya, selaku peneraju liga untuk kumpulan A. Tapi ni kumpulan A. Kita nak tengok kumpulan B macam mana pula.
Yes, kumpulan B kita juga ingin saksikan bagaimana untuk kumpulan B yang mana diduduki oleh King GMX Kelantan.
King.
Yes.
Nombor 1 ke?
Kita kena tengok lah, Rin. Kita kena tengok.
Masih awal untuk kita berbincang mengenai siapa di tempat pertama, siapa di tempat kedua kerana liga masih panjang.
Nombor dua sih.
Dia kata nak sama level dengan SRGA. Jadi kita nombor
Betul.
2.
SRGA nombor 2, so JMS duduk nombor 2. Rivalry untuk ML sekarang.
Ya, tapi apa pun kita kena berikan shout out kepada Outcast. Manakala mereka merupakan pasukan yang berjaya untuk dapatkan pingat emas ketika di Sukma.
3 pemain mereka yang berjaya untuk dapatkan pingat emas. Dan mereka dah pun main 3 permainan, 3 kemenangan mereka dapatkan. Ada Nomji, ada Riz dan juga ada P daripada pasukan yang mewakili Melaka. Sementara sayang sekali tim Ray X PDRM tak ada sebarang kemenangan langsung lagi.
Ya, masih buntu untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Tapi Samfros, saya berpendapat yang semua komuniti MLBB kita perlu untuk menonton ML kali ini. Sebab terlalu banyak bakat baru.
Betul.
Dan juga in terms of competitive level juga semakin meningkat, draft semakin bagus. Jadi banyak pemain-pemain yang sebenarnya boleh direkrut daripada pasukan-pasukan MPL.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Victory!
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power on wangi June tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on wangi June tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live feed ditonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang ditonton sekarang.
Hai guys, saya Sky. So hari ni saya nak tunjuk benda baru daripada MPMY dekat korang.
Itu satu features yang terbaru daripada website dorang. Kalau korang nak tahu sekarang korang boleh pilih untuk pembelian tiket.
Tapi yang best sekali dia ada view. Contoh kalau korang nak beli tiket kan. Kalau korang scroll ke bawah sikit, korang akan nampak tau ada benda ni. Korang akan nampak bahagian 3D. So benda ni apa function dia guys?
Korang boleh tengok POV daripada seat korang yang korang pilih.
So kalau korang duduk belah kiri sangat, korang boleh nampak dekat mana screen tu, dekat mana stage tu, dekat mana players.
Sebab cun tak cun dengan seat yang korang pilih, I think it's really a good improvement lah daripada MPMY.
So that bila korang beli, korang dapat kepuasan and then korang dapat juga keselesaan yang korang nak tu.
So korang boleh pilih lah ikut cita rasa korang mana rabun dekat, rabun jauh ke apa. Senang korang nak pilih. So guys, tunggu apa lagi? Jangan lupa dapatkan tiket di bio MPLMY.
Tanggal 31 bulan 8 57. Merdeka, merdeka, tetaplah merdeka.
Ya pasti menjadi sejarah.
Tanggal 31
bulan 8
57. Hari yang mulia, hari bahagia, sambut dengan jiwa yang merdeka.
Mari kita seluruh warga negara
ramai-ramai menyambut hari merdeka. 31 bulan 8 57. Hari mulia, negaraku merdeka. Merdeka, merdeka, merdeka.
Kita juga nak berbincang sedikit dan nak juga berkongsi informasi mengenai MPL.
Apa yang menarik tu?
Anda semalam GMX Kelantan menang besar, Mat.
Semalam je?
2-0. Hari sebelumnya pun menang besar juga.
Yang sebelumnya lagi?
Yang sebelum tu, Rin. Yang kita nak tunggu-tunggu sebab
janganlah sembang yang menang je. Siapa yang kalah juga?
Untuk kumpulan A, DX King mendahului carta dengan 2 kemenangan, 3 aggregate point. Baru 2 perlawanan mereka mainkan untuk minggu kali ini. Sementara On Point Esport tak ada sebarang kemenangan lagi. Dan korang mesti nak tahu SRGA, mereka menang 2 tapi kalah 1. Lawan siapa? DX King.
Ya, selaku peneraju liga untuk kumpulan A. Tapi ni kumpulan A. Kita nak tengok kumpulan B macam mana pula.
Yes, kumpulan B kita juga ingin saksikan bagaimana untuk kumpulan B yang mana diduduki oleh King GMX Kelantan.
King.
Yes.
Nombor 1 ke?
Kita kena tengok lah, Rin. Kita kena tengok.
Masih awal untuk kita berbincang mengenai siapa di tempat pertama, siapa di tempat kedua kerana liga masih panjang.
Nombor 2. Nombor 2 sih.
Dia kata nak sama level dengan SRGA. Jadi kita nombor 2.
SRGA nombor 2, so GMS duduk nombor 2. Rivalry untuk ML sekarang.
Ya, tapi apa pun kita kena berikan syarat kepada Outcast. Manakala mereka merupakan pasukan yang berjaya untuk dapatkan pingat emas ketika di Sukma.
3 pemain mereka yang berjaya untuk dapatkan pingat emas. Dan mereka dah pun main 3 permainan, 3 kemenangan mereka dapatkan. Ada Nomji, ada Riz dan juga ada P daripada pasukan yang mewakili Melaka. Sementara sayang sekali tim Ray X PDRM tak ada sebarang kemenangan langsung lagi.
Ya, masih buntu untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Tapi Samfros, saya berpendapat yang semua komuniti MLBB kita perlu untuk menonton ML kali ini.
Ya.
Sebab terlalu banyak bakat baru.
Betul.
Dan juga in terms of competitive level juga semakin meningkat. Draft semakin bagus. Jadi banyak pemain-pemain yang sebenarnya boleh direkrut daripada pasukan-pasukan MPL.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Victory!
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power on wangi June tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on wangi June tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai
ditelan air mata. Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di ujung cerita pastinya Kita Wira Arena.
sweat and grind. Guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 18 is powered by Muntan. Presented by Celcom Digi Prepaid 5G. Dominate every match with unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, speed, entertainment and hotspot. Celcom Digi, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians. Infinix Note 60 Pro is not what you think. Powered by Snapdragon 7S Gen 4, featuring 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber Cooling, active metric display and 90-watt White Plus 30-watt wireless charging. Get yours now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Grab, the official food delivery partner of MPL Malaysia. Don't let hunger cost you the game. Stay fueled, stay focused. Order Grab food from 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. and earn 5% Grab coins. MPL MY is now cultured by Toda. Get MPL MY's official merch at Todak's booth or buy online at store.toda.com. Official automotive partner Cherry. Official deodorant and fragrance sponsor X. Official top-up partner Joytify. Official content partner Media Prima. Official streaming partner Tonton. Strategic partners Yamaha, Nandos, TNT Co, Quill City Mall. Official camera partner Opsbot. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar.
Hello, saya nak bercakap dengan manager kat sini boleh?
Ya, asal?
Oh, awak manager kat sini ya?
Tak, saya cuma nak tahu kenapa.
Awak cuma nak tahu kenapa? Okey, macam ni. Saya ada dapat 2 telur daripada dekat sini.
Hello?
Tapi, dah 3 minggu, 2 telur ni saya tak boleh nak pecahkan.
Dah try hentak kat meja?
Dah, berkali-kali dah saya hentak.
Hentak kat lantai?
Hentak kat lantai pun dah. Satu jatuh dari level 7, satu jatuh dari level 8. Dua-dua dah nak pecah.
Dia macam ni lah. Saya bukan manager. Tapi saya rasa saya tahu problem awak.
Problem
antara telur ni, dua-dua ni lah kan. Hanya satu je boleh pecah.
Hanya satu je yang boleh pecah? Habis tu yang mana satu?
Nak kena tahu, kena tengok match ni.
Let's find out which one of these teams are going to be able to break that very first win of the season in a series here at the MPL Arena at Quill City Mall. You are currently watching the MPL MY English broadcast here at Season 18. And here today, we've got our last set of games, our final series to close out the week. It's going to be involving 2 teams, AC and of course, RRQ Tora, looking for that first series win.
Both these teams, unfortunately, have not had the start of the season that they've been looking for and have still appeared somewhat shaky into recent days, but we did get to see RRQT put up a pretty solid fight against Vamos the other day. So, perhaps they have a bit more of a foothold as we jump into our final match of the week.
I don't think there's many expectations for this upcoming matchup. We're just trying to see where these teams are looking to actually implement their strategies and how they actually want to grow as a squad. For those of you who are just tuning in, don't forget, get the in-game rewards, scan the QR code down below and pick it up while you still can. Plenty are going to be given away throughout the day, so stay on the stream and keep your eyes open for it.
Yep, we always give out free stuff, so make sure you guys continue to tune into MPL. We've got many, many more weeks of exciting MPL BB gameplay, and we're 3 weeks in. Still kind of hard to tell exactly how this season will end, but we'll take it. Well, yes, but let's ignore the elephant in the room.
I mean, I think it's very understandable that it's there in the first place, especially with teams of this caliber.
It is very red.
It is.
And yellow.
It is. It's a tough take. I really think that it's a tough take between AC and as well as RRQ at this stage of the game. And I think, millions of Malaysians can also agree. But if there's one thing that millions of Malaysians can agree upon, it's about switching to the right telco. You can dominate every single one of those matches every time you log into MLBB with Cellcom Digi Prepaid 5G. You can experience unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, unlimited speed, unlimited entertainment, and hotspot with Cellcom Digi, the 5G prepaid telco for millions of Malaysians here in Malaysia.
That's a lot of unlimited. You don't usually get all that much stuff, so that sounds like a pretty good deal to me. Maybe I need to check it out. Maybe you need to check it out. Make sure you guys show Cellcom DG some love for helping us bring all of this MPL action right to your screens at home. But yes, this match is going to be quite the judgment time, I suppose, right?
It really is going to be the litmus test because unfortunately one of these teams have to lose, and it's sad to see that one of them is still going to have to maintain the lose streak, but let's have a look at the full lineups. To kick things off, of course, we have RRQ Tora here before us. Loliels, Jinzao, Yehezkiel, Superken, and Lehtizi.
Now, we did just see the recent addition of Jin Chao, and apparently that is how you read the name. It's not Jin Sao, it's Jin Chao, which is caught me off guard as well when I found out about it. But yes, his addition seems to have brought a new energy to RRQ Tora. Yes, they still haven't gotten a victory, but they did look a lot better in their last appearance. And perhaps this could be the chance for them to finally break that losing streak.
But we can say the exact same thing about the opponents on the opposite side of AC Esports. Momo, Zayat, Izanami going to be playing this time. Razor alongside Nets.
We did see Izanami play his first match with AC yesterday. Unfortunately, did not go very well overall, and I feel like we didn't really see whether Izanami still has the old Prince of Mage potential that he used to have. But I'm sure AC wants to revitalize themselves. They want to find that energy, that foundation that they've been lacking. And this could be their first step as well.
I think it might be one of those situations where they're looking for some vocal players to start, directing the team, especially in situations where you're not in the lead, where you have to play from behind. And the question is whether you can find those opportunities and recognize it in the game itself. If not, some of these opportunities just kind of slip by. They just blow past you.
I mean, that's precisely what they were looking for when it came down to Jin Chao's edition, right? Apparently, they told us that it was because he was more vocal, more outspoken, that he was actually making calls, communicating, and as a roamer, that is actually a pretty important skill. Can Razor match that?
Well, we'll see. We'll see in this upcoming game. In terms of what we've been seeing since the previous game, obviously, from the drafting perspective, there's just kind of so much to kind of deal with here that it feels very difficult for RRQ alongside with the AC. I think slightly more in favor of RRQ based on what we saw yesterday. Well, based on what we saw earlier in this week, but it's not a solidified strategy.
It's not a lot to go off of, but it is technically more than we have for AC. And it's kind of sad to say that because the bar is on the floor.
It's low. It is very low.
Maybe it's underground, actually.
I don't know if it's underground just yet. I think that's the painful part. But it definitely looks like they're not as proactive.
I hope it doesn't go any deeper after this one.
Hey, only one of these teams are going to have their head above the water. Let us introduce both of our squadrons as they are about to come on in.
The Tigers showed some real fight in their last match. And with Jin Chao now in the kingdom, something is starting to click. With more time to gel, the young rookie has another chance to transform this lineup and unlock a whole new level. Expect a more fluid team, sharper coordination, and the Toras ready to hunt from the opening minute. Can this new lineup finally roll its way to their first victory? The kingdom is ready! It's RRQ Tora!
Still winless, still hungry, and AC Esports are going all out today. The combo makers know what's at stake, and they're ready to throw everything into the fight to finally get that elusive first victory. With Izanami joining Razor in the lineup, this mid support duo has a huge job ahead of them. Create the space, open the opportunities, and give their teams the window they need to strike. No more excuses, it's AC Esports!
And no stage would be complete without the presence of the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match and draft. They'll be joined on stage by the head of League Ops, Eric, to ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. For RRQ, it's head coach Sasa and analyst Subway. For AC, head coach Sora and assistant coach Pao.
Let us keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism and their last point of physical contact before they go to war in the land of Dawn. Good luck to AC Esports. Good luck to RRQ Tora. Only one of these teams is going to stay winless.
Now, to once again set the stakes, I know that in the pre-show we are sounding a little bit negative about this situation, but none can deny that these are the teams that have performed the worst this season. I think there's no real sugarcoating it. They have not been at MPL level for a while, and only recently did we start to see a glimmer after the addition of Jin Chao to RRQ Tora's ranks, which is a little bit concerning, considering that AC are a team that is full of veterans.
And that's the weird thing. You would imagine that this particular squad will be able to make things work, but when we start looking at the results, not as many 2-1s as we would like. You know, it gives us a lot of hope when a team is still able to make a series competitive, but from the looks of things, right, it feels like RRQ, Supercan, he's kind of doing his own thing, but now at least the rest of the four can do something else across the map when that happens. AC on the opposite side really doesn't seem like they have a solid idea of how certain team fights need to look.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting to see because these teams have both fought actually the same squads up until now, with only the extra Vamos on the side of RRQ. Now, both of them have had one full series thus far. The difference is RRQ's was their latest match, AC's was their first match. So if we're talking about momentum, it's definitely leaning towards the Kingdom.
Let's have a quick look here. We had a quick chat with Bao. We asked him, could you tell me what obstacles the team is facing? And he mentioned that our scrim performances are not reflecting in our MPL matches. Our shot calling is having some problems too. Players would say one thing but do something else. We have a system, but I think we need to refine it.
I agree. I think just from watching alone, it's pretty obvious to see that something fundamental is missing on the AC side, and communication seems like the biggest culprit. It's clear that the players just don't seem to be playing together for some reason.
Or just not communicating about the change of the situation as well, right? There are moments in this game where you make a call and all of a sudden you see something else actually happen in that game that you have to respond to. That's just the unfortunate truth of these things. Hey, it's Lolion, of course, biggest supporter. It's gonna be Chi Boy. Great to see the women's leagues are still coming over and checking out the major regions still playing up on stage.
Gotta show support to both sides of the leagues, both the guys' side, the girls' side, because there's always people to support. All of these players are trying their best to make sure that they can reach the top of the MPL and MLBB ecosystems, and that's why we want to see these two teams succeed as well. No one wants to continue watching failure after failure, teams not being consistent. This is the time to take that first step and prove that they are worthy of standing upon this stage.
All right, it is time to begin our games. It's time to begin our drafts. We're bringing Badang in to lead us into our most important phase of the game. We've seen too many teams crash and fall before they even get the start that they're looking for right from the draft.
Drafting pretty important. We've seen it multiple times today. We've seen it multiple times across the weeks, and it will not change anytime soon. Let's find out what map we're going to be playing on. It is Expanding Rivers. Once again, a map that heavily facilitates early game rotations. Perfect for this hyper-active meta.
Oh, interesting. Okay, looks like RRQ trying to set up for a Barats here and a Zora Veki card. I didn't know they were doing the coaches too.
Apparently, there's cards of us.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Oh.
I haven't seen one, but I was told.
I don't know. This sounds like a conspiracy now.
That's a fair point. Maybe I need to see proof.
Yeah.
If any of you have a caster card, please show it to us.
Please show it so we know that it exists. Now, this draft is going fairly quick. Freya Paquito alongside with Melissa, heavy bans from Coach Sora as Sasa has decided to get rid Coach Sora, and of course from Coach Sasa getting rid of the Atlas, Fanny alongside with Uranus, yet they still open up with the Hirara.
And as expected, the Rafa Bellaric duo instantly makes an appearance on the AC side. Many teams have been stumped by how they need to handle this combo. So RQ already gonna have to face a bit of an uphill battle here. At the very least, Uranus is not going to be there, so it's not the full trio. But this duo is already very difficult to handle.
I mean, it would have been really nice to also have Hirara on the side of AC, but now that they don't, RRQ, a very interesting bridge pick here, making sure that having the Matilda gives you a lot of access to immobile style, not only EXP laners, but more importantly, the gold lane.
Yeah, this is the Flying Dinosaur combination, helps make up for the Wildy issues on Barats, and AC making decisions very quickly as well. With the Liam Moore third pick, we've already seen that in SRG's hands, this hero is enabled heavily by the Rafaela's presence, but other teams have not been able to recreate the same success.
Yeah, speaking about recreating the same success, now that we're heading into the second half of the drafting phase, things got a lot more complicated because at this point, Barats is going to go uncontested. Two last picks that could really destroy him is either, is probably at this stage, wait, no, the Beleric can also go into that lane as well. They don't necessarily have to start banning out the counter picks.
I think they should get rid of Carmilla though. That is usually the lane counter to Barat. Works well with the Raph comp since AC does still need one more frontline hero. They've already gotten rid of the Lilia, which makes sense. One of the more efficient mages at handling this kind of healer Ube draft.
Well, I mean, they can also still like look to ban out things like Esmeralda, right? You know,
I don't know. After what we saw before and recent Esme trends, like, I know she's supposed to be good into Barat, and she is going to be good against Matilda, but I don't know if it's enough anymore.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Your entire purpose is to just block the Detna's welcome.
Yeah.
That's literally your entire job. Whether you're playing Uranus, whether you're playing Esmeralda, that's what you do. The only few quote-unquote lane counters that is trying to not only kill, but to pressure through life total is Terizla. I would make an argument for Camilla as well, but that only happens early on into the game. Same goes for Terizla.
But AC does decide to ban out the Mia.
Hell yeah.
So they're gonna make sure RRQ doesn't get to just play for that late game scaling, and RRQ will ban the Esme just in case in the end. Now, from what we saw from RRQ in their recent matchup, they did look like they shifted a bit more into a Protect the King style, where Lolil is the main carry, and he's quite suited for those roles. There are still plenty of scaling marksmen that you might need to worry about besides the Mia.
I think right now, AC should think about actually leaning into the Valentina as a denial pick. Because right now, I think that the Beleric is in perfect position to be a flex. And once you have that flex, you can really repeat, I mean, Rafa as well, whether it's mid or support. You can create a trifecta of problems for RRQ because you don't really reveal anything. And if you want to play for big ultimates anyways, then maybe this could be a Valentina for RRQ in response.
It could be. Stealing away the Wrath of Dryad would be very valuable for RRQ at this point. And Matilda already offers an okay amount of wave clear, so it helps make up for any weaker mid laners as well, if there are any that they're considering.
Not to mention that 3 melees into Valentina doesn't sound like a bad idea now that you have 1 transformation and 2 big sets.
We did see earlier the debut pick of Valier as well. Also a pretty solid hero at dealing with front lines, especially the slower type that want to run at you.
It's not bad.
The RRQ gonna be looking for their mage, looking for their marksman. There's still so many gold laners that kind of hard to tell exactly what they want. They have their pick of the litter basically. It's the Hanabi, which pairs well with Matilda, but also the Novaria.
Interesting. Okay, so now the hitboxes get bigger. You're able to slow them down to keep them in the fight. And that's when Hanabi should be able to shred through a majority of the engagements coming in from AC. Without access to an inbuilt Purify, the CC immunity from Hanabi's shield should be enough to protect her against Terizla and Beleric, but it's very dependent because if you get jumped on by multiple people and she loses that shield on the set, it's basically as good as gone.
But a lot of the marksmen that would win lane against Hanabi are already out of the pool. Harif, one of the remaining options. And RRQ doesn't have quite as much zone denial, so maybe AC will be able to play with this, but Harif is pretty difficult to handle these days.
It's not a bad idea, considering that everybody on the side of RRQ's lineup doesn't really punish the Harith as hard, with the only exception being Hirara, but even then, it's still like, I need to close the distance, and Steed still has a dash.
I think Novaria also kind of offers utility there because you can cover the Zaman Force with Astral Echo, but compared to things like AOG, Harif doesn't mind too much standing in it. So AC definitely has a play here. This is a very Ube style draft. It works with Rafa well. They can run at their opponents, but we'll see whether or not they'll be able to respond, as now both RRQ Tora and AC take to the stage, jump into the Land of Dawn. They want to set the foothold, the first step in securing their first win of the season.
Let's see what the jungle starts are going to be before discussing more about the compositions, because right now I think the biggest gamble is this Novaria. Yes, it synergizes really, really nicely with the whole entire comp from the side of RRQ, but if Beleric starts blocking shots, starts messing with the tempo of Yehezkiel, it becomes significantly harder to maintain this level of control. Now, level 1, immediately taking the Star Shadow to try and trade early on against Izanami, not the best idea. I would have preferred a rush of level 2 with the Meteor and then start moving around, because that's going to be an orange buff steal coming in from Zayed.
Oh, he actually got it. He's
going
trying to go
beetle.
for another camp. Maybe a bit too greedy here. He's now surrounded by 3. The Star Shatter misses. He tries to kill the camp for HP, but he gets punished for it. First blood.
Silly, silly. Why isn't Razor alongside with Izanami looking to respond to that? Why was the priority just to make sure that they had the entire wave? And now with this big punish here, Zayed, they got to make sure. The mid trio needs to start working together now to deny the opportunity for Superken to steal away a single camp. Sure, if he takes a green camp, it's okay, but if he takes a full-on buff, we've got problems.
That was genuinely a very weird call. Superken gonna be able to steal 1 camp away now because AC had lane prio. They were pushing Yehezkiel and Jin Chao back, and they just decided, nah, we're not gonna help Zayed invade jungle. He's fine.
I mean, the most you could say is that AC got Jin Chao to like flicker into the fight, just to get a couple more wisps of damage to get a free assist early on. But now we start looking at the lane states, right? Because with this 1 assist coming in from Loliels, he's going to be like just slightly in terms of 1 component ahead of Nets that he'll be able to hit faster, giving him more control over this lane. Where you stand in that lane against a Hanabi matters so much.
It does, and having that extra advantage may be small, but it will matter. Now the missiles will push Razor back. Astral Echo catches all 4. Great vision. Detona's Welcome comes in. Superken secures the turtle. 4-man Detona stun! I didn't even know that was possible. The penalty zone, though, will at least stop the engage.
Only possible because of the Astral Echoes here, increasing your hitbox has these types of benefits. It looks really weird because they're like so far away.
Yeah.
But trust me, it just looks strange. It makes a lot of sense once you add the Astral Echoes.
It looked like they dominoed into each other or something.
It really does. It really does. Now, Nets, he still has the same problem as every Harith player. Needs to get the 3 items, similar to the Trinity, but way more expensive. And the Nabi, not so much. Very cost efficient with her overall build, and Superken once again re-initiating.
Razor already takes half HP in damage. Superken was actually double Zayed's level for a moment there before the level 4 timing. This is already a very strong lead for Tora, and it's gonna continue growing when you consider that they're not even supposed to be the stronger early game lineup.
Yep. That's why I was wondering about Yehezkiel's performance, right? Having control over the mid lane allows you to do too much right now in the metagame, right? And now he's even opening up the map to try and, hold on.
Wrath of Dryad, used point blank, catches the Hirara, 2-man knockout from Circling Eagle, he's gonna iframe out, Superken is out of there, Zayed nearly dies in exchange because Loliel is pelting at them.
Nicely done by Superken, able to bait out the fight and more importantly get them into a position where they can actually punish. It was a good attempt as they didn't expect Razor to be in there to actually drop down the Wrath of the Dryads. But we also have to recognize that AC Esports, they don't have enough of a lead to 100-0 somebody, but their overall typing of damage is more towards burst than just raw DPS.
And they need to be a little bit faster on the draw there. I understand that they didn't want to be too close because if they showed, then Superken wouldn't have walked up in the first place, but they were pretty close. So they can continue those attempts, but ideally maybe get a little bit more gold first.
Speaking about a little bit more gold, RQ Tora just making sure that they're actually helping out their boy Superken to actually speed up and accelerate the market value. Now, they're going to have to dance around this turtle for a little bit.
Jin Zhao giving good information. Razor jumps in, there's the Detona's Welcome, gets the eat, gonna spit them out, stuns! Izanami goes down first, Wrath of Dryad can be used, though Zayed secures the turtle and the kill on Letizi, and Nets picks up his own kill on the Matilda.
Where did Loliels go in that fight? This worked out really, really well for AC Esports, and a good play coming in from Momo as well with the penalty zone, really making all the difference here. I mean, it's sad that Izanami had to die, but like if you're gonna trade anybody, Izanami is more than happy to take it.
That is the life of a healer support in the end there. But yeah, Loliel not being close enough to join that fight may have actually cost them, because up until now, RQ were the ones with the lead. So it evens out a little bit more, especially for Zayed getting that kill, but he's still 3 levels behind the Hirara.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? We need to see whether or not, like, RQ Tora can actually force a fight against AC where they force AC to actually group up. A lot of the times, like when you look at these types of compositions, the big issue is that once that holy healing comes through and you get the extra movement speed, everyone disperses in 5 different directions. You don't get the extra value of bounces.
Yeah, you gotta be a little bit careful on RQ's side as well. If you just all run in, you are very easy pickings for the Wrath of Dryad. That's what caused them to lose that previous fight as well. Proper respect needs to be given, but RRQ does still have a little bit more map control to play with. Now they're gonna try and engage. The Tona's used to run away. Zaman Force also committed. That's a lot of ultimates from AC.
Yeah, but Jinjiao is able to pull Letizi out of there. Superken is looking to invade. He's not scared of Momo at all. Like, there is nothing Momo can do to realistically take out Superken. And now that he's level 10, that means he should have like a 3.6 second cooldown on it when he gets his combo points back up.
Yeah, that's gonna make Superken even more dangerous. Zayed gonna try and find whatever farm he can across the map. But Razor does need to be giving a bit more information. I know that AC wants to play around Izanami, but I feel like they are still being a bit scared.
I think even he recognizes that, like, if he initiates, there's no guarantee that it's going to be a kill. So really, it should be on the onus of RRQ Tora trying to press their lead against AC more than anything else. And then when we look at the gold, it's still shifting back and forth. They're actually dead even.
Which is surprising considering the level difference between Zayed. It means that the gold is coming from somewhere else, but this should be a free turtle. RRQ not even gonna contest. Now that we're in the mid game, the Ube lineup gonna be hard to fight into.
Eventually we need to get an item checklist here just to see where they're currently at. Guardian Helms need to start getting purchased by AC Esports as soon as possible, especially for Razor, so he can block the shots consistently and then heal back up from him.
Absolutely. Being able to tank those shots while still giving vision is very crucial when you're playing against an Novaria, but AC also needs to hold on. They go in two-man stun. Detonas eats the tree. Flicker stuns against the Harden, but he has Purify, so the Rapid Fire will catch Letizi, punish him. Izanami gets traded away. Superken able to find a pickoff as now the Hanabi is pulled in to join the fight with the Circling Eagle committed on top of the Bellaric. Taunt not going to be able to find anyone as the rest of AC walk away. All while this is happening, Momo on the mid-tier 1 tower.
Interesting. All right. They're trying to back up here. Nets, he has to be very, very careful. He's not like Hanabi where it's like you can kind of walk into these fights and as long as you have your Aegis sort of shield, you know that you're going to get some good auto attacks, but not Nets. Every single one of these CC chains is going to be deadly for him. And without that Purify for the next 50 seconds, he has to play ultra safe now.
But Nets is farming pretty well, all things considered. He's getting close to that Holy Crystal. He has a slight EXP lead against Lolil. I am honestly surprised that the gold difference isn't bigger. There's literally a 4-level difference between the junglers. Where's the money coming from?
That's the thing. I think it's coming through that mid lane, if I'm being perfectly honest. It could be from that mid lane. It could also be coming from like Momo specifically. It's hard to say because Letizi unfortunately has died twice in these fights. And if he is giving up priority in his lane by sacrificing an entire wave, then that means Momo is naturally going to come up on top.
Momo overall going to be a little bulkier compared to Letizi, especially with a Rafaela on his side, and that's why AC can take team fights more comfortably. RQ seems to recognize this. That's why they're playing 4-1. This is something a lot of teams have been doing. Superken going to be split pushing down bottom, setting up for that next Lord.
Momo, he's gotten chunked out pretty hard here. There's only so many of these shots he can actually take. Izanami, it doesn't look like he's maxing out his holy healing. And Glowing Wand has already been purchased by Yehezkiel, so he doesn't mind. He can do this forever.
Zayed should be spotting this rotation. They know that they're on top of the Lord. Razor gonna get the taunt in on Letizi. Baptism committed on top of the barrage. He goes for the Detona's welcome. Eats the tree, spits it out against Zayed. Nice. He loses life, but he gets the stun in time. But Zayed now re-enters the fight, takes out Superken. A mistake, Cry to Kingdom, costing them 2 bodies.
Woo! Safety of the Guiding Wind, pulling Loliel's out of a particularly bad position here. No Aegis left, no resources. AC now have to just out-sustain the artillery coming in from Yehezkiel, and this should be a free Lord.
I'm not sure if RQ really should be fighting this. They're gonna drag Lolil to try and kill Momo, but that's just not the right call, man. You're putting him in danger. He goes down. It's a free objective for AC.
All right, AC now taking a very clean lead over RRQ Tora. This means that the game is going to start accelerating from this point onwards. So 1.3k lead is very small, but just look at how far ahead Superken actually is. A lot of these fights are going to be 50-50.
This is where the Rafaela lineup really starts gaining strength. He's already got the flask done. Most of the tanks are going to be bulky enough to handle what RQ throws at them. And again, a lot of the damage from the Kingdom is bursty, which means Lolil has to be the one doing the bulk of the damage. And they have to sustain long enough for that to happen.
Speaking of, let's kill at this stage.
Oh, a bit awkward there, but I don't think it matters too much. AC has the lead. They get the tower.
Yep. I think it's just ult for a tower, and even that, still worth it for the side of AC Esports. I'm curious to see how many towers they actually take here, because the majority of their members are still spread out, and they're not making the move. They're just letting those sideways naturally start pushing in, and they're just waiting for information.
Yeah, hold on. Letizi has to use the Tonas. Gets pulled out. Resources spent to make sure the Barats doesn't go down, but this should be a free tower up top.
So no inhibitors this time round. No way that they can push all the way to one of these inhibitors, right? They're going to be able to break that T2 without any issues whatsoever. And there's still Holy Shielding to worry about, so AC probably going to give up on the push at this stage.
Holy Defense is probably going to be spent. Letizi just cannot stand out there long enough to prevent the wave from crashing, but the Lord will go down without too much structural damage, and Super Cannon actually pushed her really far. He broke the Holy Defense down bottom.
The best part is that it's on the long lane as well, so AC, they have to be genuinely worried about whether or not they have the control, because they're sticking as their 4-1 as per usual from the side of RQ Tora. But I think that at least for AC, they're trying to stick as 5, and ideally they're trying to be the shield so that at least they can get Zayed into a better position to catch up to Supercan.
I mean, this has always been the eternal weakness of Ube, right? You have to move as a team, which means that macro play is typically the response. RQ doesn't have the best split pushing heroes, but Supercan is mobile enough that he can make it happen. So AC cannot allow it to get too many free towers.
Good call here. Good call. Good comms from RQ Tora. But they should be able to hold on to this. No way that AC wants to fight right now. There's really no reason for it. They want to get a little bit closer and try and maybe force out Supercan to use his Retribution once more, but that's only after the 10-second mark.
We're reaching the point where it really is just the judge of macro. Both these teams have had issues in the past closing out games and making sure the waves are managed well. This is where it is put to the test. Who can actually put more pressure in? Who can actually close out the game before the scaling becomes an issue?
Interesting. I'm surprised that AC Esports wants to be the team that holds first position over this Lord, because the way that they are doing it, they could have set up a slow push down bot side in terms of wave management, but instead they full cleared it to get a response out of RRQ Tora, and they don't even take the position of the Lord. So really, was this an attempt at the T2, or was this an attempt to try and get RRQ to move?
Well, that next wave should take down the bot tier 2. Momo gonna eat a lot of damage with the Rapid Riot. Sets up too low. Leal is the first one down. Why are you that far out? Double kill for Nets. It's a 3v5 now. I don't think RQ can fight this anymore.
Nope, it's going to be a no contest as AC Esports is able to find the second Lord of this game. Now, they just need to figure out a way to actually get into the enemy territory. Now that they're going to be backed up, Yehezkel is going to have a lot less distance to work with.
That's going to be a free mid tier 2. No more holy defenses at this point, so it's a 4v3 siege. Saman Force going to be countered by the Astral Echo. Only 1 minion, so Yehezkel able to snipe it away. Keep the tower alive for now.
Well, sending the Harith along with both Belleric alongside with Rafa, leaving just Momo next to Zayed as their frontliners. Oh, I like this process. I like this process a lot. They're getting their frontliners to sit by buff areas just to get a confirmation of Supercan and how RRQ Tora responds. So once that Star Shatter came out on that bottom side, then they know, hey, they're checking everything, just be ready.
Be ready as well for the Lord pushing in. The waves are actually synced pretty well, so this is going to start doing some damage. Though the mid wave has been handled fairly quickly. RRQ doing a good job of prioritizing which minions to handle, and it seems like AC not quite able to push that advantage.
It's hard because they've got some like pretty decent wave clears. Like, unfortunately, Yehezkel is not going to go for the Enchanted Talisman, so he can't like throw out Star Shatters every 3 seconds, but it's just that, wait, hold on.
Astral Echo catches a lot of people there. The Raph healing gets them out. Momo also able to survive for now, but the penalty zone will miss thanks to the flicker from Letizi. AC walks away, nice block. Momo nearly died to that Star Shatter, but no casualties, and they take a tower.
Yeah, again, one of those things where you just got to be careful of. You got to be careful. These Star Shatters are starting to hurt a lot. Either you get an Athena shield or you start building into a Guardian helmet. Let's look at the items right now to see where they're currently at. Doesn't look like it. Oh, it's just Queen's Wings, Dom Ice. If they have Dom Ice, that means I would assume that there is no Glowing Wand. Yeah, they're currently on their way to building the Glowing Wand. But they already have 2 Dom Ices, so they still cover the early game with anti-heal.
Yeah, the anti-heal is necessary on both teams here because we are looking at a healer versus healer game. RRQ Tora, unfortunately, not able to maximize theirs as much. Rafaela is meta for a reason. Now, even though they were able to hold on, Rapid Dryad misses. No, they do get the late taunt on Letizi. Baptism, I think, whiffed there. So the Guiding Winds pulls Letizi out. And now Momo is being charged down. Super Ken with the cutoff from behind. Super Ken! The double kill, pick off, and now they have their eyes on Ness. He's not surviving that one. A huge shutdown for Lolil, and Razor just gonna be another kill added to the bounty list for Super Ken.
All right, now it's going to be a long one. AC Esports just dropped their entire momentum with big shutdowns falling into the hands of RRQ Tora. They even up the score instantaneously and are now looking for an endgame scenario to force Zayed to respond. His retribution's only coming up in 5 seconds, so he's got a bit of time to spare.
The minion waves come through to buy a little bit more time. Barbiel will come out. It's going to be a 5v1. He just needs to get the minion.
Nice.
He gets the minion, loses his life, but he's done his job. RQ has to go for the Lord instead.
Now, forced mistake already come out with Zayed, and they know for a fact that he did use his retribution. This should be a no contest if they just rush it down.
Looks like AC is gonna try and see if they can make it fast enough, but Momo will see that the Lord will fall. RQ back in the driver's seat.
All right, they're in full control. They're finally converting on the lead that SuperCan had for a very long time. And at this stage of the game, it's anybody's. It is anybody's. Both mid inhibitors opened wide out. It would have been nice if AC Esports could have set up for maybe taking out the the inhibitor down by bot side, but you're not going to be able to get absolutely everything. And this is the problem, right? When you are stuck too close together, Lolios is able to get you for free. But that just means that once the big chunks are out, it's much easier for SuperCan, knowing that your opponents don't have the Wrath of Dryad, don't have the penalty zone, they're off Barbiel. You can just hop on in.
It felt like there was a slight bit of hesitation from AC. I don't think they layered their abilities properly. Otherwise, Letizi would be dead. The fact that he escaped at the last second and then AC had spent all their cooldowns for nothing meant that RQ could make the comeback happen. And it's a big one too. The shutdown going into Lolil is huge. Now the waves are being shoved in. The minions are synced pretty well. Top inhibitor probably will fall, but bottom is guarded for now. Zayed gonna commit the ultimate to clear the minion wave. Looks like they might be able to hold on to their towers for now, but the Astral Echo will hit 4. Lord is still alive. I'm not sure AC have enough damage. Wrath of Dry completely whiffs, and now the Detona's welcome. Gets the E, gets the stun. Momo falls. It's a mega kill for SuperCan. Letizi this time will actually die, but it's a 3-man stun from SuperCan. He may be going a bit too deep. 1 HP gets out.
The hard part about this particular composition is it's difficult to create space for this Hanabi to get the free hits in. She's great in the fight, but unfortunately AC Esports are constantly moving back and forth in and outside of her range to make it particularly difficult. That's why we saw previously that Lolios was out of position in a previous fight. And in this one, at the very least, he just needs the space, but nobody can create it for free for him.
That's the issue with having a Matilda roam. You are lacking one character that would typically be opening up the map for you. Combine that with Rafaela still offering a lot of healing and sustainability. It's hard for RQ to actually break through. They need to take an honest fight and actually get a full win if they want to end this.
Speaking of, that Lord is finally going to get dealt with. AC Esports, they would manage to outlast the entire onslaught, and now Star Shatter after Star Shatter at this point. RRQ Tora have already hit the ultra late game stage. This phase is going to be difficult because Yehezkiel, he hasn't even completed his last item despite it being 19 minutes into the game.
He hasn't been able to get as many pickoffs as he would have liked because AC is just that tanky. But the Astral Echoes have still been offering a lot of value. We are nearing the 20-minute mark. The next Lord is up in 15 seconds. It is still genuinely anyone's game because there's really not a lot of structures left on the map.
Yep, they gotta keep on dancing for a little bit. With 6 seconds left on the clock, the Lord has evolved at this stage of the game. It's a make it or break it for whoever gets it.
They will see that Nets is sent to handle the bottom wave. Not gonna go ahead and blitz it yet though, since they're not too aware of the rest of AC's positioning. They know they're probably hovering around the north side of the pit. It's gonna get reset for now.
Keep on dancing. Yeah, they can do this all day with missing inhibitors on your side lanes, and with RRQ Tora only having to worry about mid that's already at a pretty neutral state. It is just a matter of time before AC just loses position.
Unfortunately for RRQ, they don't quite have the heroes to fully blitz the Lord down very quickly either. So even though they see people on the map, they cannot commit to it. because they know it'll take some time to actually finish it off. And by then, Izanami will have escorted everyone over to the pit. Hold on, Super Ken, he's gonna get caught in the mid side, but the Astral Echo slows them down. They see Tree, that's gonna force AC back.
They move back. Bottom wave rebuilds up. Guardian Helm completed by Letizi at this point. Like, RRQ need to make some decisions here, right? Letizi, start opening up the map. Want to figure out where Momo is. More importantly, the Leomord, right? If they can just take away the Retribution, this becomes a lot easier to do. But the disruption that Momo provides onto the table, I think that Yehezkiel needs to make sure that he doesn't get topped up or needs to top up consistently.
At the very least, they have confirmed positioning on Zayed now. They see him trying to clear the wave up top, so they know exactly where he's going to be coming from. It's just that Momo is going to constantly be cutting them off in between. You can see it down bottom, Razor and Nets. They were expecting someone to go for the split push, so they were set up for it, but no one arrived. Now the Astral Echo sees that there's only 3 people here. They commit on Momo. You're going to eat him up, spit him out into Izanami. Oh, how does Izanami not get hit by that? Momo drops the immortality, still alive. Penalty zone, Flicker catches 2. Super King goes in for demobilized, and Yehezkiel finishes off the turret slot, so he'll get respawn instantly. The minions, though, have to be dealt with as an emergency situation. RRQ should get this Lord for free now.
Finally, a no contest.
Or is it?
I don't know.
Oh, they reset it!
Oh, they're gonna
Why?
Dude, they're gonna keep doing this. Because unfortunately, as long as Izanami lives, and now that they finally got that revive, that resurrection on cooldown, I think probably now is a pretty good time to start playing for picks, because Izanami's already used it to bring back Momo.
I guess so, but I feel like that was an opportunity. It's gonna be another 5v5. The bottom wave is still pushing in favor of RRQ Tora. AC hasn't been able to push it out enough to guarantee that it pushes faster in their direction. So they're still gonna have to housekeep a little bit, but it's at least more even now.
I mean, are they gonna finally? Oh wait, no,
they see Zayed. There's the Star Shatter. Momo falls unstoppable for Super Ken. Letizi gonna need to dash out. Guiding Wind a bit short though, so he gets taunted back, and Nets picks up the kill. But RQ still at advantage. Look at the base. There's minions in the base. They have to send Zayed home. The minions nearly won the game there. Should be a free Lord. The Flicker and Wrath a bit too late, but good attempt from Razor.
They had to back off there. AC, they need to make a decision, and they need to make it quick. And
the Jin's Hao gonna jump straight back in. Zaman Force can be used. Almost picked up the build-up, but now the bouncing flames! Too much damage! Izanami nearly dies as well, but they've lost Nets. No hurry for 1 minute. This could be it.
What a huge mistake. What a huge mistake coming in from AC Esports. That might just cost them the game here, because this is an evolved Lord that's going to be walking through, and especially with Hanabi at their side, talk about space.
That Lord is going to be dropping by very, very soon, and Nets is still down for the count. Another 30 seconds. Momo should be back in time, but it's going to be a 4v5 without your marksman. Barbiel gets used. Zayed gets dropped down to low HP, but he's topped back up. He's going to hide. No! The Barbiel hits him! Winter Crown Immortality is popped. Momo returns just in time, but he's just not tanky anymore. The Lord's on top of the crystal, and they find it. The Kingdom has secured a foothold. They will take game number 1.
Oh man, this is a bit of a messy. This is a little messy, I'm not gonna lie.
I think we saw this coming though.
Sort of, kind of, but not in that particular fashion. It's just you're put into these forced mistakes, you're in these forced errors. But at the same time, like, you're not trying to generate leads in different areas. So that means I think that AC just needed to diversify their game plan rather than just say, you know what, we're only going to be able to do this one thing. We're only going to be able to do this if these conditions are met. And if you're not trying to initiate fights to find those conditions in the first place, especially against the team who already found an advantage against you, it'd be crazy. It would be the definition of insanity to try it again and again and again.
Yeah, I feel like that argument kind of applies to both sides a little bit though, where there were clear timings with advantages that neither team really attempted to push. You know, like, it's weird because there are so many times you saw enemy jungler is housekeeping the wave. This is a free Lord, just blitz it. They decide not to. Then for the side of AC, you have a Rafa comp, you have a Beleric, engage, fight, pick people off. What are you waiting for?
They were looking for at least an advantage in some sense, whether it be like, hey, we actually have a man advantage in some of these picks. Other times, they were looking for just a singular pickoff. Let's give it up for MVP of this game. Give it up to the Loliels. Majority of the damage coming from him and Kill. Dude, the fact that Hanabi got away with so much this game is pretty impressive.
But it's also somewhat expected. This is a hero that is quite good at just standing there and protecting herself, especially if you have some teammates to make sure that no one gets to reach you safely. KDA is not the most impressive, but solid enough. It's just that he has a very simple job. Stay alive in the backline, throw those projectiles aside. He did get picked off once or twice in the early game, but later on, really properly minded his position.
That's the thing, right? Because if anything, where could AC have looked to punish our Q? And the more that I think about it, it became harder once you get into the mid to the later stages of the game where Kill is like, I see what's going on.
Yep.
Like, I am hitting these shots. I am opening up the map without having to put anybody at risk.
You have a Rafaela, so you can stay in like dangerous areas for longer, but you're also dealing with a Novaria, so you cannot keep giving them free hits on you. Not to mention that Superken is constantly getting split pushes done, so there's always someone on AC having to stand back and deal with the minion waves because they don't have the heroes that can handle it easily. So without their full numbers, it's also difficult to make the call to actually fight.
Yeah, let's look at the item progression. Maybe this will give a little bit more insight, right? Because the sustain from AC was actually okay, right? War Axe is getting purchased pretty early on, and the overall build coming in from Nets was fast. Like, he decided to go for a Divine Glaive before even going and considering a Holy Crystal, just because it was so many of the frontliners from RRQ had already started developing into MR, specifically Letizi. That's why he was not as tanky when we started to get into the mid to later stages of the game. And then finally, once you get the Chastise Pauldron on top of the Guardian Helm, then he didn't mind actually walking up. Oh, Izanami deals damage to me, not the end of the world. Momo comes at me, not the end of the world.
I feel like Terizla unfortunately still feels a little bit slow for what the meta needs. He's pretty strong, he's pretty bulky, but then the later the game goes, the less value he's going to offer.
Yeah.
Especially if you miss the penalty zone.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Your whole kit is based off of that one ult and your passive to kind of not only sustain.
And honestly, even if you do hit penalty zone,
yeah,
if there's no follow-up, it actually doesn't do anything.
But that's the scary part when you're dealing with a Hanabi. If you usually, when you play like a comp that wants to dive, you tell everybody we're going for the same target. In this particular case, you got to be like really snappy on your decisions, because those bounces, the longer you think those bounces are going to add up fast.
I kind of feel like I just want to see teams play more aggro EXP, you know? Like, it's clear that Barat and Uranus are still top tier, but then Esme, Terizla not really keeping up.
Esme and Terizla, I think that Terizla, yes, Esme has its purposes. The Terizla, you really got to be like hyper aggressive to try and get you got to fight for that priority no matter what. You got to understand the matchup. But let's look at some of these clips, because the biggest issue that I saw for AC, how the heck do they get into the Lord Pit without having to commit super big battle spells? This line that I'm going to be drawing is going to be the area of influence of which AC is trying to maintain control over. It's not a perfect line, of course, because of the way the river breaks out, but then as we play this clip, you're going to notice exactly where some of the tension points, stress points that was being applied. We're going to do this slowly, right? Because AC obviously want to stick together, but they don't want to stick too close together to get hit by the Astral Echoes and the auto attacks coming out of Loliels. They know that Loliels has already escaped his lane, and he's hiding here just to make sure he can respond to the engagement which happens on cue.
And really good play from Letizi as well. The flicker in and it is a Nami. He didn't go for the front line. That's the usual play. He went for the Rafaela. Took him out first, which means no extra healing. Now, I believe Zayed was still able to secure the turtle in the end. So there was a slight mistake in positioning from RRQ here of going a bit too deep. And then once the front lines were gone, they couldn't really continue. But the concept was still there.
Now, check this out, right? Because when I was talking about, hey, AC, it's hard for them to actually commit to get on top of this turtle if they don't have a very clean fight. Lolios only has to worry about one of the big engaging ults. If it's been used on anybody else, that's totally fine. But here, we start to see the problem, right? The auto attacks get to come through. Super Ken is struggling to get in on this fight, especially when he has to worry about the Wrath of the Dryad. But as soon as Yehezkiel hits that Star Shatter, bang! Members of AC start diversifying and splitting apart, and the only way that AC wins is if they're able to get multiple targets in their ults, right? In this case, wait, let me pull it back for half a second here. All right, so just keep your eyes on how they actually find the big 2-for-1s, right? They flicker forward, they're trying to get the Rafa, and immediately Nets, he can actually start to punish as Rafa splits in and manages to start stunning up the right targets, here. Immediately, the jump comes. They're looking for not only making sure that they can take out Letizi, but they also got Jinzhao in the middle of that fight as he tried to circling Eagle. And that's why the Wrath of the Dryad wasn't instantaneous to catch Super Ken.
Yeah, I think Razor did actually want to pop the ult just a little bit earlier, but he did get stunned by the Daytona's welcome, so that was a bit awkward from him. There were some good catches this game from Razor, but I kind of wish he was a little bit more aggressive, because
it's hard to be aggressive with a comp like this, right?
I know, but you kind of have to make something happen.
And that's the thing. In a lot of the moments that we see coming in from Razor, the one thing that I can say for certain is the way that he contests for space with his presence, it's there. He's doing it right now, right? He's purposefully like trying to go in and out of vision. He's trying to make it difficult to open up some angles. And then once he sees opportunities, then he starts taking the space, right? I just don't think that he was expecting the Detona's welcome to actually land on the correct target, especially when they were that close together. That was one. Here's where he could have dropped down the Wrath of the Dryad super early, but there just wasn't enough people close enough to make that happen. So he has to hold it, gets hit by the stun. Now he has no control over the timing at all.
Yeah, it still worked out for AC in the end here because this is still an earlier stage of the game. There's not a lot of damage on RQ yet, so you're able to kind of muscle your way through. But the more we go through the game, the more difficult it becomes, right? When you're not really aggressively initiating. I think one problem as well for AC is that they don't have a dedicated Barat's food this game.
Well, you say that because as we look into this next clip, when we're talking about Barat's food, I think it's less about the target he eats and whether or not he actually gets the extra value from spitting it out at people. Because we've seen Letizi do it on multiple different occasions. Eat somebody, flicker forward, and then try and drop it on top of somebody else. If there's the actual echoes, you might get 2 or 3 people, and then you win the fight very easily. But in moments like this, right, especially in a fight where you have to worry about literally everything, you're waiting for them to try and group up. You need to give them a reason for your opponents to group up to really take advantage of the scenario. That's why when Lolios is working together with Letizi, he's not thinking about Yehezkiel. He's only thinking about the 2 other members, Jinzhao and as well as Letizi.
Yeah, this fight was definitely a big miscall from AC because they wanted to full commit, pick out Letizi. They definitely had the damage to do so, but there was a split second of hesitation of like, do we need to spend more cooldowns to pick him off? And when they mess that timing up, then they're trying to escape, and then Super Ken finds the opportunity to come in from behind. Now, what I meant by dedicated Barat's food is that typically people will play Uranus Esmeralda with Purify.
Yes.
Specifically allow themselves to be eaten so the ult is wasted.
Yes.
There's no one like that this game.
I mean, that's at best, but like...
but he's not supposed to be Barat's food, right?
I agree. He's not supposed to be Barat's food. They had no dedicated person to actually deal with Letizi, which is why he was kind of allowed to kind of get away with it. Momo, unfortunately, was not able to win the lane hard enough because the big issue when you're dealing with the Barats is how do you stop him from getting those stacks, right? How do you not interact with him? You got to take away not only the gold crab, but you got to also take away the beetle as well. So that way, the only way for him to actually build up those stacks is through the wave. And Momo, unfortunately, just wasn't able to out-trade him in those moments. Now, if we pull this back for just a little bit as these fights continue to progress, right? That's why Letizi is able to sit there forever. However, 4 ults were committed in this fight itself. 4 ultimates. And with the and when you look at Super Ken that he's actually going to initiate on the back, this is where we see the biggest problem with AC's communication. Where do you start fighting? Is everybody on the same page? Because now Super Ken is in a position where he can legitimately kill everybody here as RRQ's trying to press into them.
Yeah, there was kind of a weird occurrence here as well, where I'm kind of wondering...
Outplayed.
why did Zayed and Razor run through the jungle when Izanami is running through mid lane? Right? Like, you logically want to all be running together. So you see here, like, after the fight, go forward slightly. So they split up, right? So Nets and Izanami going through mid, Razor, Zayed going through side. Are they going through side because they chose to do that or because they saw Super Ken? If they saw Super Ken, why didn't they tell Izanami to follow them, right? And you see them kind of like dance a bit, like, oh, do we turn around? Do we keep going? Like, do we need to help our team somehow? And then it's all a mess.
Yeah, I think that's also going to be like, again, AC, it's pretty obvious that communication isn't exactly at their strongest suit, but I think there is a certain, because everybody's a veteran there should be a certain level of awareness, and I think that's the most important part. The awareness coming in from AC, especially when they're put in situations where it is unconventional and not according to their system, that's where you see all of their protocols start to break down.
Yeah, this game, AC were able to get that advantage. They were honestly doing well. The Rafaela comp is not hard to pilot and it makes up for a lot of mistakes. So it was quite smart of RQ to go for the split pushing and force constant housekeeping, and that made AC hesitate in a lot of their decisions because they didn't have 5 people.
It's just the way it is, unfortunately. Hopefully the next draft is going to be a little bit better, but we also want to tell you guys about the eSports Awards, boys and girls, and also the MPL MY caster search. We've got a lot of things going on here at MPL, so scan the QR code down below and join us on the caster search. 28th of August to 10th September, that's when it's going to happen. But of course, the eSports Awards. Guys, remember, there are 3 nominations that Mobile Legends is being part of. The Esports Game of the Year, MLBB, Esports Mobile Game of the Year, MLBB, of course, and the Esports Tournament Organizer of the Year. We want to put Munton Games right on top.
If you guys want to support the community, support the team and the game that has come this far and given you all of this entertainment, make sure you guys scan that QR code. You can vote once per day. So don't just stop at one time. Keep voting every time you have the chance, when you have the time, so that we can push MLBB to the top.
Hopefully our dedicated fan base will be able to start ripping it every single day. But now we start looking at the players at the back. As you can see, like, there's a lot to talk about, especially with what certain conditions need to be for certain players to be brave. And I think that's a big issue that we're facing right now. Like, even for RQ, even for Sasa, I can only imagine looking at the rest of his team. It's like, we didn't need to let the game get to this point before waiting for the moment that they fail. It should be the opposite way. They had control. They had ways of making that first turtle actually work well. And even if they gave up that first turtle, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised that RQ tried to force that first turtle fight, but also understanding of it, because they were able to get an early first blood. They had some gold on their side. They could have tried, but overcommitted a bit, because this is more of a late game leaning comp in the first place. Novaria Hanabi, right? You look at it, you already know, like, we probably shouldn't fight early. They tried, they failed, they made up for it with the split pushing and the pressure.
I think a lot of it is going to come down to whether or not, like, the supports can find that space and time, which is why we also asked one of the analyst quotes from Subway from RRQ Tora, why Xinjiao? And when he said, when I joined RRQ, I started thinking about which local roamers we could work with. I immediately thought of Jin Chao, and he previously stepped in for Ashley from a Gen G Esports. Whenever Ashley was not available to scrims, sometimes it's not just the player's achievement that we look at, we also consider their communication and individual skills.
I feel like communication is becoming a very core skill for any player to have, actually. There's a lot of veterans here in MPL that are quite introverted, don't really speak too much when playing the game, and usually have to rely on a shot caller to make things happen. But when it comes down to these new players, it's quite clear that the ones that are more vocal, a little bit more outspoken, extroverted, are making bigger impacts in their teams.
Of course, because it incentivizes everybody else to speak up, right? If somebody is being silent and not contributing to this conversation, then maybe it could be like a really difficult fight, and everybody needs to, like, kind of clear comms, right? Only the most important topics get thrown out into the void. Hopefully somebody responds to it. Now coming into game number 2, I want to see clearer direction. So far, it's all about late game scaling. Mia's, Hanabi's, Novaria's coming up from RRQ Tora side. I don't think that's going to change. I think AC needs to be the one who plays the early game comp.
I agree with you. And the thing is, they actually were the ones playing it in game 1. Rafa Comp is one of the best early mid-game lineups in the current meta. They just weren't able to close it out in time. Again, because of the lack of macro presence. I think if they had different picks in the EXP and gold lane, perhaps there was a chance, because I think Harif right now is still very, very risky. Not quite as safe as Marksman, where you stand at the back and just keep press one button.
That's why I'm thinking whether AC can actually position themselves for a Brody style composition, but they are getting rid. Well, they're leaving a lot of open ground. Marcel is open, Hirara's open, Pack is open. Fanny gets banned out for the side of RRQ Tora. So what is that first pick going to be?
It's a tricky one. There's a lot of great options, like you've already mentioned, right? The Paquito Hirara duo, the Marcel.
I think it's just Marcel, right? Marcel deals with Paquito pretty well. It deals with Hirara pretty well. And then if your opponents decide to go for one of the junglers, then that means you already know it's a double fighter comp straight away. But instead they actually go for the Hirara.
I'm not sure if Hirara's worth prioing over everything else.
I think it's
okay. It's okay. It's not terrible.
Yeah.
But like compared to the Marcel that you were just promoting, there's still heroes like Uranus, Belleric too, which are pretty solid regardless.
I think right now they go Paquito Marcel, and then if AC reveals their EXP later, like, oh, it's gonna be Barat, then you go for the instant counter pick and mirror it.
Perhaps. Marcel is definitely something RQ needs to look at though. So I agree with you, Marcel Paquito, probably one of the better openings. You could maybe grab...
Okay.
Well, okay. I wasn't sure if they would go Belleric Uranus.
I'm okay if they go Belleric Uranus, but it does tell us that they are prioritizing the synergy more than actually having a composition that plays for every phase of the game.
I think that's fine. Considering what these teams are looking like right now in MPL, I don't think they can really afford the extra thought process of looking that far.
I think they need
They
to.
should.
They should, by default.
They should, but not everything is butterflies and rainbows in the world. Get in. You gotta take it one step at a time sometimes.
All right, that's fair, but right now, it just seems that Barats is not looking to be good this time around, but they are going to go Esme alongside with the Angela, so they deny the counter pick, and they can also double up on if this Hirara starts getting ahead early on.
Okay, interesting. Esme Angela would definitely make up for some of Esmeralda's issues later on in the game of just not being bulky enough. We already saw an Angela earlier today. The big issue was not enough bodies to supplement lacking one person because Angela is going to be hard guarded. I'm hoping that AC just picks up at least one more fairly strong front line to pair with this.
Oh, well, with AC, yes. For RQ, I think it's Eudora. I think that Eudora makes a lot of sense in this particular composition. Then you just focus on banning the mid lanes that could hurt your eventual gold laner, right? You're getting rid of things like Farsa. You're getting rid of things of what else in the mid lane that's actually like semi-decent. Probably also Valentina if they're really worried about the ult and the Wrath of the Dryad.
Well, you are correct about that. Eudora going to be locked in by RRQ Tora to finish off that first phase. Now we enter into the banning phase. AC still going to be looking for a gold lane and a mid, unless Angela is put in mid.
Is there any other directions they can go with this? I don't know, because if we're looking for a secondary front line... Oh, okay, they get rid of Lilia here. I didn't think that Lilia was going to be that big of an issue, but then again, it is going to be Angela on the opposite side, and that's fine, I guess, but it does kind of feel that RRQ, the fact that they're hiding both of their core picks, they're not sure whether they want to play like a scaling style composition or an early game style composition.
I think that's fine. They can wait a little bit longer. At least see what AC is going to ban before they make the decision. Because Paquito actually is still open. Would still add a lot of value to either team, which means AC probably needs to consider getting rid of it.
I am the moonlight that breaks through the darkness.
Mia once again, alright.
Okay, fair enough.
That's fine, but I feel like they're playing into RRQ's plan more than anything else.
Because yeah, right now I'm expecting RRQ to pick Paquito.
Yeah.
Like right after the ban phase if he's still open. What else are they worried about?
That's the thing. That's the thing. I'm not like 100% sure because they're worried about like their frontliners dying out to this Lilia, and I think that is a fair argument to be had. But then you are playing with the Angela on your side. What can get you that priority? What can actually win you that fight into the Eudora? Novaria, sure, you'll be able to clear those waves really fast. Selena was another thing that I was thinking about as well. That could probably make the difference in this game. But that's the big issue, right? They get rid of the Carmilla on top of everything else. So now this becomes a legitimate problem with how do we deal with their frontliners?
Yeah, that's difficult because like even if you go something like the Valier we saw earlier, you still end up in an issue where you're not tanky enough. AC might need to commit to a fighter gold lane because I'm not sure if they have enough bodies otherwise.
I don't think they're going to get it if Paquito's coming in red 4.
Yeah, that's the thing. Unless you go back to like
Ruby.
CC, Ruby.
Yeah, I don't even think CC is like that great as well.
Yeah.
In the metagame.
It's too slow.
It's too slow, and you basically like, oh, I have sustain, but I suck against like big one-shots. Oh,
Okay,
finally,
there we go.
bad. Amen! Okay, now that that's out, this opens up a lot of different potentials. RQ, show your gold laner.
Yeah, showing gold lane is probably safest. Keep the jungle flexible so that you can go into something more early-oriented, something more scaling-oriented, depending on what is needed.
Alchemy, the arts.
Oh, yes, play early game, play early game.
All right, this is what we want to see. We already saw earlier how heroes like Nolan can outpace Angela very well, so I expect RQ is thinking about that right now since Brody already leads heavily into the early few minutes. That sounds like a clean, so AC is trying to match them. And there we go!
Ooh.
That's the secondary we need.
I forgot about Glue. That's a good option here for the side of AC. They don't have any real answers to deal with such high HP and sustain coming in from this Glue or Esmeralda as of right now. They're kind of opting to say, you know what? If you have high sustaining front lines, we're going to have high sustaining front lines. But now that you've already locked down the Eudora, do you have a jungler that can close the distance, beat Hirara, and catch the Clint? The only one is Nolan, but he eventually falls off.
And if you want to go for scaling with something like YSS, then the jungle becomes quite vulnerable to invasion early.
Arguably a worse problem to have if you go Yishin Shin, because then Glue is going to naturally solo out,
Yeah.
single-handedly.
Gotta be the Nolan then. One of the better heroes for scaling early. Maybe you can catch them out before they start getting tanky and slow down Izanami from hitting that level 4.
Yep. Both compositions basically do the exact same thing. But there is better initiation tools for the team fights on the side of RRQ compared to AC. That is the only real difference here. As the mid game is going to be a big toss-up. Hirara does really, really well from level 11 onwards, but if the early game falls into the hands of RRQ Tora with a lineup that has Nolan and Brody, you can build momentum so quick.
Yeah, I would like to see if AC is able to use Hirara's level 2 to make something happen early on, but Nolan is picked up specifically to make sure that that doesn't happen for free. It's not going to be easy. First couple of minutes are already going to determine how this game goes. But RRQ Tora currently 1 game away from securing their first win of the season. AC Esports, they want to bring this to a game 3. They want to be able to do the same. Will they be able to achieve it as we jump back into the land of Dawn?
Let's find out here, because right now from get-go, level 1 is kind of dangerous, especially for Yehezkiel, right? Yes, he has access to the superconductor and also just lost his regenerate. So Izanami and Razor get full control of the level 1 lane.
So this is going to be an Angela mid as well. AC Esports, one of the main concerns will be whether they have ready access to damage. Their burst is solid, but consistency is going to be an issue later down the line, which means they need an early lead. But RQ also going to be looking for early momentum.
Yeah, Razor, unfortunately, has been exploring the map as often. Now managed to get to see Zayed, getting him to level 2 just in time.
Okay. Super Ken dashes the rock. Nice. Is gonna get stunned. Izanami with the flicker finds the first blood.
Good flicker. And we just saw the emblem list. I caught it at the very edge of my eye. He is opting to go for support emblems, and he is got focusing marks. The extra little bit of damage that he can provide for Zayed is a lot more once multiplied with it.
Yep, that's exactly what AC Esports needs. Zayed going for the level 2 ambush in the mid bush, having a feeling that Super Ken might rotate through here since a lot of Nolan players are prone to that.
Now we see the full emerald list. Okay. a lot of just raw burst damage. A lot of raw burst damage, not as much... I really thought that that Zhao might actually go for a concussive blast, knowing how that level 1 might end up going. But then you look at the rest of the lineup and it's like, actually, you know what? Actually being sustainable is way more important.
Yeah, you need sustain. You're playing against an Angela. The longer you stay alive, the more value you can provide to your team. It's a glue as well. Mid lane control. Hold on, Superkin. I'm sure he wants Izanami, but Razor is standing in front of him.
Yep. Not to mention that Izanami isn't positioning himself close to get jumped upon. Now Zayed as well as Momo ready to try and punish something here. Looks like Letizi gets to maintain his stats.
Gonna dash out of the way, but Zayed is on the turtle first. Nolan coming through mid lane now, but Razor will instantly see him and stop him from aggressing. Zayed taking it slow. Hardguard gonna come out. Should be free. Yup, he secures it with Retri. Yeah, Quill has to flicker out, but I don't think he's gonna escape. Hardguard gives you movement speed. Instantly bursted. The Fracture does nothing here thanks to the shield. Superkin has to back off. Letizi is gonna zone the rest out.
I don't understand. You've got... Man, Letizi, like, he's much better on this Barats, but he's trying to play this Uranus like the Barats. You have no engagement tools. You're supposed to be a peeler, and you need to work together with people who have magic damage, right? That's kind of the whole point. Both of you are magic shredders, and therefore you work with each other very well as we see a slain enemy in net. Good gank coming in from Superkin.
Of taking advantage of the downtime to maybe catch a net off guard. Crucial right now since RQ also needs to make sure they don't fall too far behind. But Zayed gonna smartly go for the jungle invade while that is happening to keep AC on top.
Yep, luckily Quill spotted out, allowing Superkin a very easy decision. Just quickly clear up this last jungle camp and immediately start moving over to enemy territory. They shouldn't have Retribution. Yeah. Zayed's Retribution is in 15 seconds, but it's too late. And Superkin just gets this off online.
Razor able to get the stun in on the Eudora mid as Izanami picks up the kill.
Dude, they've got, like, how? Why are we in these types of positions, right? Like, you know where the enemy is coming from. Why do you still disrespect how much distance it can close?
It's literally Hirara. You really think they should know better. But the taunt into the Rapid Dryad. They lock down Zayed, allow Superkin to get his buff. iframe's gonna get Zayed out.
Yep, Superkin, his priority is wait a second.
Grab. They found Lolil under the tower. They're gonna throw him back to nets. Lolil picks up the kill on Razor. Survives for a moment, but Izanami flickers in. Finds the killing spree.
Oh, dangerous moment there. Danger. Lolil's very close to actually finding the trade, but fortunately still goes out in the end. Very clear lead for AC Esports, and hopefully they're able to maintain this. But for Zayed, he's kind of getting away with everything.
This Hirara pickup still very annoying to handle, even if Nolan is the hero a lot of the community has decided is the way to go. Quill gonna get scouted, has to flicker away from Puppet on a string. Unfortunately, AC able to scout the bush out.
Yeah, but Momo can, now that he's got a level lead on Letizi and Hardguard is already back up, you're just going to expect Momo to kind of just zone him out, right? Really, no problems.
These are the situations where Esme are strongest, when she actually has a lead and has been able to push it. Now the Uranus gonna have difficulty being able to stand in front, and AC needs to keep holding on to this gold lead, but they're doing a good job of moving around the map so far.
Okay, Razor in trouble?
Gonna have multiple ultimates committed, but the grab instantly pulls the tree backwards. Lolil gonna commit, Hardguard used to keep him alive. Not enough from the Brody ult to finish him.
Alright, I'm interested in seeing the items at some point in time. Has the Sky Piercer been completed by Lolil's T2 boots from nets? Pretty important here, especially in lane with such high base damages.
Ooh, I think Letizi's in a bad spot. I don't think he's got a he's not gonna flicker out. I think he knows it's just death right there. Mega kill for Izanami. 4-0 on the Angela, by the way.
And not to mention that we do have a winning lane in Loliel's here. He's able to get himself unlocked from the lane first, and now the momentum swing for RRQ Tora starts to begin. They need to get Loliel's in front of these turrets as soon as possible, and if they can stop the reinforcements and the supply lines from AC, it becomes that much easier to take down the turrets as well.
AC Esports, though, now in a pretty good state. Izanami already having that Flask of the Oasis done. Trying to push bottom side. Unfortunately, not quite going to work for now. Zayed going for the top invade with the Heart Guard. Superkin not going to be able to fight that one.
Not without his mid laner. His mid laner is pathing downwards. I don't know, why did Melodius instantly start moving up to the top side and then you start swapping Quill and Superkin? Super Ken clears up his buff and then immediately goes down mid, and then Yehezkiel is the one that makes his way down. So it's just, there are answers to get themselves in these positions, and they don't want to do it. They actually want this bro to be part of the upcoming turtle fight.
I guess that's... Hold on, did he go Sky Piercer? No, he went Malefic Gun first.
Okay, that's fine. It means that Loliels is opting to go for like a scalability with probably, next item he's probably going to go like Haaspaw and Circus Fury or something of that sort.
Oh, personally speaking, if you're going to keep him around to join fights, then maybe going for Sky Piercer early on might be better.
That's what I'm saying. But right now, I don't even think, now that we're coming into the mid games, once the Dreadnought armors start to come through, that Malefic Gun isn't going to be as valuable because it's half the ratios, and if it's half the, wait, hold on, okay.
The TC going to be engaged on Conceal, instantly cancelled, not able to jump on Super Ken in time. Hard Guard also used fairly early on. Momo handling Yehezkiel 1v1 in the backline, but he has to use Purify as well. Zayed gonna secure the turtle as RRQ just kind of gives up the space. And I guess that's all.
Oh, Zayed and Momo are having the time of their life. They're literally running circles around RRQ. And RRQ just can't seem to like make a solid decision about what they need, what the squadron pairings are, right? They don't want Yehezkiel and Loliels next to each other, because then it makes it that much easier for Zayed to punish them. But actually, in a matter of fact, they really, all they need... Wait, hold on.
Oh, that's a dead man.
Oh, he got caught. He got caught there. Good falling star moon from Momo. All they need right now is to use their pressure. Use their pressure with Super Ken, right? They don't need him to like, they just need him to show up in awkward spots more than anything else.
Oh, the iframe on the ball lightning. Zayed is doing so much right now. Maybe a bit deep here, but
he can keep going.
Hold on, wait. The hard guard has run out. Can he dead out of this situation? Yes, he can.
Yeah.
Slippery hero, and now the rest of his team is cutting off the back. Momo and Razor being annoying. Yehezkiel just really doesn't do any damage anymore. 4K gold lead for AC Esports.
And now we see the Sky Piercer come through for Loliels, which I think is a little late, but hey, you know, it's never too late to try and close out this game, but with a 4.1k deficit, 4.2k now, for the side of AC Esports, I think that RRQ Tora are going to have to play on the back foot. They could have gotten the top tier 1. They could have contested for other things on the map, but no, they decided to keep miding to the bottom lane.
The value of having two front lines means that AC can extend a lot of pressure across the map, and RRQ just aren't confident enough anymore to continue split pushing or at least getting farmed. You see that they're rotating very closely together. Latizi not even really getting particularly important information for them. So, I don't know, RRQ... Not sure what their goal is.
I think they're just trying to live right now. I think that's it. They're waiting for a mistake.
There's the Wrath of Dryad, locks down one, but the grab instantly on top of Jin Chao, and here's the Heart Guard going to be used as well. Just keep Glue alive. Jin Chao dropping low. The rest of RQ running away. Torn apart memories though, gonna finish Razor off. Yehezkiel gonna be traded over. Letizi doing a good job of holding the back. Jin Chao somehow still alive, flickers away from the final hit of Nets, and now he switches on over to Letizi instead, who is still 1v1 against Izanami. Izanami is so low. Super Ken goes in, Fracture, not gonna hit as Izanami flickers out of the way. Letizi gets traded.
Nicely played. Very nicely played by AC. At this stage of the game, I think it's kind of done for RRQ Tora. There's literally nothing they can do at this point.
Oh my goodness, look at this. They're just diving the tower. Lolil's nearly dead. Like, oh, and he is dead. The flicker killings free from Nets.
Yep. No surprises there. No surprises at all. Man, RRQ Tora have really wasted the momentum that they actually got in the early transition into the mid game. It's just that like these neutral objectives are so important.
Oh, Zayed actually went for the push. He knew Yehezkiel was in there. Not able to get the pick off, but still surviving the attempted ambush. AC setting up for the Lord.
Okay, that's going to be a holy shielding in mid that instantly breaks it up. Supriyan, don't need to fracture that. Just need to be nearby to get the gold. At this stage, Zayed having the time of his life.
For once, man is actually allowed to play and dominate in the game. Having an Angela just pushes any leads you have even further, and RRQ doesn't know how to deal with it. They don't have enough lockdown, don't have enough burst. I do think this game is basically done unless a big mistake is made.
Let's find out, because now it's going to be the holy shielding down on that bottom side that they're trying to hold on to, but it's going to be a free knock-in. Do they want to get this tower? I mean, Nets, he's got the range for it, but it looks like his focus is mainly on harassing his opponents in the tower itself.
I don't think he minds too much. AC knows they don't need to rush this. They already are in complete control of the game. As long as they end it within the next 5 minutes or so, they'll be perfectly fine. They could wait for the Lord just to be for certain. They could even allow RRQ to walk out a little bit to see if they can get some kind of flank action.
Now that they're stuck so deep in their base, I'm not sure if they can get that flank action. We're going to have to wait until the Lord before either side even consider the options. But AC, so far, keeping it clean. I think the only person who's taking like major risks is Zayed, which he's allowed to at this stage of the game. But now that things are starting to even up, especially when it comes down to the raw damage of RRQ Tora. Wait, actually, do they even have enough? I'm thinking about it. I gotta go quickly look at how many items Eudora has. Yeah, not enough.
Letizi in a tricky spot. AC not even gonna full invest into killing him because now they're not afraid of him anymore. 35 seconds until the next Lord. Nothing that really needs to be done on the map. AC will just keep continuing to control the wave lines outside the base.
At this stage of the game, Letizi needs to complete the anti-cuirass if he wants to survive these fights more often than not.
They've grabbed Jin Chao. They're gonna pull him back. Rapid Dryad used to try and survive. He's gonna flicker away. Meanwhile, Dolo Leo being caught in front of his own base. A full dive from AC. The hard guard Hirara just way too difficult to handle. And RRQ Tora has no solution. They've lost their marksman. They even leave Zayed in the base because he's perfectly fine. He's nearly taking out Letizi. They go in. 3-man stun AC Esports. Taking no prisoners. Zero mercy, Letizi. You have no wave clear, sir. You have no HP. He can only stand in the base and watch as he slowly melted away on his crystal. Is taken down to bring us to a game number 3.
Oh boy, that was a pretty difficult game to watch because it's not like they had no options to go and play around. It's just that they just, I don't know, they didn't decide to do it. They just didn't want to do it. I don't know, it's tough to say. It feels like there was something that was making them hesitant and I'm not 100% sure what.
I really, we already pointed out before the game started that both these teams need early game advantage. So honestly, a single crucial play is what will make the difference. And I think that was when they were getting that level 2 ambush on Supercan in the mid bush. Once that happened and the snowball fell behind, RQ just couldn't make any aggressive action anymore.
I mean, the more I think about it, the more upset I'm getting. But at the same time, it's like, it is understandable because of how big of a lead that AC eventually developed. But how do we prevent it from getting to that point once again, right? Zayed had the space and time to actually play. Were there no potential gank opportunities? We saw one actually happening on the bottom side of the map to get this Brody out of the lane, but it wasn't utilized at all. I don't understand why they don't want to play with the rest of the map.
There was a failure to maximize. I don't know. I really feel like maybe they got a bit too scared. After that first ambush, they just don't know where anyone is on the map anymore, and they're not willing to give away more kills. But as a result, Izanami, our MVP, the return of the Prince of Mages, on a support hero as well. How many kills did he have at the end? He had 506.
That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny that even as the Prince of Mages is playing a support, he's like, hey, I'm still getting some KDA historical moments here. Angela, the most amount of kills you've ever seen.
I'm making up for all the games I didn't get to play.
Hey, poor boy, poor boy. Even so, still play a strong game. The hard guard was used very, very well. Flickers as well saved him, especially with the directions that he's been flickering, has saved him from a lot more situations than he probably shouldn't have survived.
He honestly had a really good composure. He was using the flicker at the right timings to go in and get kills or to get out of situations. I still remember him flickering at the last second to avoid the fracture. And that's supposed to be a very fast ability too. Experience speaks for itself. Angela as a hero definitely works a little better in the mid lane since you can have a roamer that you can use hard guard on. And he didn't even need to because of how fed Zayed got.
That's the thing. What I'm trying to figure out when I think about these compositions and the way that they wanted to play it, is this something that they were practicing during their drafting? Practicing during scrims. Because we knew that glue was eventually going to be a problem in this game, and it became very evident that he didn't even need to go for like a glowing wand type, genius wand type, like I get on top of somebody, I deal damage until they die. They just made sure that they played a solid game, right? Control mid, open up that map, get Momo into better positions, and then finally let Zaid do the killing blows.
I think AC knows how you want to play alongside an Angela. It's just basically, if you have a lead, keep it with the hard guard. Push it. You don't die if you are winning with an Angela on your side. And looking at the itemization, surprisingly slow. It was a fairly quick game, all things considered. Anything unusual here?
Personally, for me, I think that like I'm looking at the way that they're building their tier 2 boots. That's the important part, right? Because Loliels recognizes that like, hey, my tier 2 boots is to protect me from like glue getting on top of me really, really quickly. If the puppet on the string, I want to be able to kind of minimize the CC overall. Compared to Nets, who is just like, I care for the lane. I don't care what you guys do to me. Even if I have like a reduction to the CC, I'm basically going to get one shot. He's accepted that reality and just said, let's fight.
I mean, yeah, basically, these are 2 early game drafts. Whoever gets more of an early game lead probably just wins the whole thing. So you gotta commit a little bit.
I mean, it's yes and no, because Clint in particular scales much harder to Brody. Brody is dependent on how many Sky Piercer stacks he actually gets if he wants to stay relevant in the game. Clint, naturally, upwards trajectory. Really strong early game, laning phase. A bit of a weak mid-game depending on how things go, but if you have enough of a lead, you can kind of like bypass the mid-game by accelerating straight to the late-game items if you're taking down turrets. Now, as we see this draft here, I think it's interesting to see like the first 3 brands coming out from Coach Sora, right? We are not getting any of the priority picks that we first initially wanted, with the Mia and as well as Paquito ban at the very end, just to make sure that RRQ didn't have those types of options, like a guaranteed late game.
Yeah, I can definitely see where Coach Sora is coming from here. And while it may seem a little heavy-handed to ban out both of the supports, that means that if they grab the last viable healer for themselves, there's not really much that RRQ can play for anymore. They're willing to even give up Bellaric and Uranus because they know that the hard guard will make a damn tankier overall as long as they have the right heroes to pair it with.
Very true, and I think that this glue was such a money pick. Such a money pick. How do you deal with this, right? Where your cores are Nolan, even Eudora, like sure, Eudora is able to like kind of like deal with it in the early stages of the game, but as soon as she hits level 4, you stop walking up to try and superconduct Fork Lightning. That's when you just give up on that plan.
I think that letting Glue through was an oversight. If Glue was banned instead of Mia...
Oh, instead of Mia?
Because if you're already deciding to like... Oh wait, sorry. Glue should be banned on the opposite side, right?
Then it should probably either be Lilia or... Especially, it has to be phase 2, right?
It's phase 2.
So it's got to be the Carmilla or getting rid of the Lilia. The Lilia, I understand. The Carmilla was kind of like a 50-50 at that point, right? Because
I can understand the ban, though. That's the thing.
I'm a little less forgiving of it, only because it just really boils down to like, oh, if Carmilla ends up getting picked up here, that means our battle spells and emblems have to slightly change, right? It's not major. It's not like a major kills, a major stopper for them. But I think revealing both Brody alongside with Clint this early on into the draft is also part and parcel why we got the Carmilla ban.
Wasn't Brody and Clint in second half?
Well, it's preparing for that second half, yes, but mainly with this up, that's where you get all that confidence, because it goes both ways.
I suppose so. I don't know, I don't really have a big issue with the draft overall from RRQ here. Like, there's a clear idea to it. It's just that they are a bit more early game conditional compared to AC, which means that if early game is not going well for you, you can't just kind of turtle back and hope something changes. I think you just kind of have to throw caution to the wind a bit.
I mean, if we're talking about throwing caution to the wind, let's have a look at one of these clips here, because again, it's pretty important to see it. Like, these compositions are extremely similar with very little variance between the two. Some obviously hyper mobile when it comes down to the junglers, but now we look at our 9-minute 22-second moment of the game. This particular flank here, coming in through the mid lane, as you can see, both Bellaric and as well as Nolan are going to be coming on this side of the map. Razor spots them out in the meantime, while Letizi has kind of opened up this particular angle and now locks them out, right? They've got the peel, they've got everything that they need. They just need to put all their damage into their one target in Razor, and Yehezkiel wants to walk up. But as soon as we start seeing, wait a minute, they're actually doing little to no damage whatsoever, why was this necessary?
this is one of those cases where RQ is trying to throw caution to the wind a little bit. They understand we need some kills, we need some shutdowns if we want to turn this game around. I don't actually mind them going for the fight. If we go back to the start of the fight, what I'm kind of wondering about is why go through the river?
Well, I think it's because right now they still have the mid-tier one compared to the missing bottom tier one, right? So that's kind of their only problem. If you want to go for those fat flanks, then you're going to cut through the jungle and then come up into the mid lane anyways. Because of that mid-tier one, you're limited to only like somewhat the river, somewhat the jungle, like not even fully.
I mean, I get what you're saying coming from, but like, hold on, can we go back to the beginning when it started? Okay,
Here
yes. So you see this, you see them walking up. Why walk through the river when you could actually go straight
over here?
Flicker Wrath of Dryad.
Flicker Wrath of Dryad underneath the tier 1.
I kind of have to at that point. Because like you need to bypass the front line. You don't know where Razor is. It's clear they have no idea where Razor is.
I mean,
right? But they know where Momo is. That's the only front line they think they need to worry about right now.
But then you need to start thinking about the potential follow-up. Your Hezkill alongside with Loliels are in complete, like far off in Neverland at this stage of the game. They're so far away. There's like so much empty space.
Because like, hold on. Okay, assuming that idea doesn't work, then what actually is their plan? They're gonna go through the riverside and commit everything on Momo instead?
That's why I have a bit of a problem with that, because again, it's the Purify. Purify makes all the difference here, because if they start the initiation, you Purify, you walk out. They don't have any valid targets, and I think even they started to recognize, wait, we kind of don't have anything going for us.
I feel like it could have worked though.
Maybe
like genuinely.
Potentially.
Xin Tao walks forward, they don't know where Razor is. So like, logically speaking, he can only either be in that bush right there where he actually was, or on the opposite side of the jungle. In either case, Jin Tao walking up to the lane, flickering in and Wrath of Dryading Izanami and Nets together so that Super King can go in for the burst, feels like the best choice to me.
How many? Okay, so two potential. There's a chance that it's only a 1-for-1 trade.
Potentially.
It's tough because there's no guarantee, and I think you're really gambling at that point. You're really like rolling the dice to say that there is an option that if we commit hard enough, we are going to get a guaranteed 1-for-1, but there's a very high likelihood this ends up being a 2-for-1 in their favor anyways, right? Because Izanami is already difficult to catch. If he goes into hard guard, gets back out of there, flickers away, then you don't find the 2-for-2.
But then what is the best case scenario and the alternatives?
It's tough. That's the problem.
Like if you don't do that, what do you get?
If
you don't really get anything either.
That's the thing. That's why I think that these neutral fights were by far the only way for RQ Tora to really take advantage of the situation, right? And that's why the timings of some of these fights just kind of didn't make any sense at all, right? If you are looking to play for the turtle, then play for the turtle anyways. If you're looking to pick off the glue, then you're going to need some real people who have real damage to take him out in the first place. It just feels like they're kind of everybody's feeling for the vibes, and then eventually when the vibes all come together, they're like, yes, that's the play.
Unfortunately, that has been the case for both these teams for a while. I mean, that's why they're in this situation in the first place.
Yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth of it.
Forethought is not their strength.
That's the thing. That's why when it's really hard to start analyzing these clips, especially when it's like, what is the decisions that are being made actively amongst the teammates? And I think that from AC's POV, it's like, oh, okay, it's pretty easy for you. So you kind of already made your choice, and now I just have to respond.
I think this match really will come down to which team has the easier win condition and more insurance, right? Because they're going to make mistakes,
That's
unfortunately,
true.
right? They are not clean teams. They're going to make blunders. So whichever draft offers more like get out of jail free cards will just come out on top.
We might actually have to lean back into the God thoughts, right? If you're gonna, somebody has to die, somebody has to die. With that being said, please claim the call while you still can. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, more MLBB action.
Hey guys, this is Rose sekali lagi. Sorry guys. Tadi ada masalah teknikal sikit tapi tak apa sebab AC pun baru keluar dari bilik mereka, and di dalam courtside interview ini kita actually nak borak sedikit dengan Izanami. Izanami. Hello? dalam situasi satu sama ini, apa perasaan sekarang?
Perasaan nervous.
Okey, tadi kan selepas kekalahan di game pertama, kita boleh nampak di mana beberapa player dalam AC nampak agak down. Ada Nets, ada Izanami. So, apa sebenarnya yang you tengah fikir masa tu?
Tak, kalau bagi pendapat saya it's just a game lah. So, main je lah. Ya, tak perlu fikir overthinking apa semua, just fokus main je lah. Ya.
Biasanya kalau Izanami cakap ni dia lancar, tapi kali ni kaku sikit, mungkin nervous lah kot. Izanami, tadi lepas game pertama kita nampak di mana coach ada serious discussion di dalam bilik. Apa yang coach tengah advise korang that made you guys turn the game di dalam game kedua?
Kalau dia sebenarnya sebab game pertama tu kami terlalu rushing apa semua. Ya. So coach just advice yang kami perlu main santai lah. Macam saya pun saya main support dan main Angela, tekan-tekan je. Jadi santai lah main.
Mindset nothing to lose, mindset sangat-sangat chill lah kan. So di dalam next game ni, game 3, dia dah jadi best of 1 dalam perlawanan ini. And walaupun ini baru sahaja minggu ketiga, kemenangan ini sangat-sangat penting untuk moral team lah kan. So apa yang Izanami nak buktikan di dalam game ini?
Kalau buktikan, saya tak perlu buktikan apa-apa pun sebab just perlu trust dengan diri sendiri je lah. Ya. Kita kalau nak menang bukan kita nak buktikan apa-apa lah dengan orang lain. Kita just percaya diri kita, fokus, menang. Ya.
You think you got what it takes? You rasa boleh ni?
Amin.
Let's go Izanami. Good luck kepada you and of course your teammates di belakang. With that, mari kita masuk ke dalam Land of Dawn sebentar lagi.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Victory!
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specialize in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
The battle of the bottom continues, and while that may sound harsh, both these teams unfortunately still not having the more consistent gameplay that we are hoping for here in MPL Malaysia. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being patient with the short break. We are going to be jumping into the Land of Dawn once again very, very soon for the final game of the series and the week. Will it be RRQ Tora or AC Esports?
It's going to be a tough call here. Both sides have definitely had their low moments within this series already. The question is whether they can kind of maintain that pace. In AC, we saw it in Game 1 and also in Game 2. They actually have a good understanding of what the early game needs to look like in comparison to RRQ. But at the same time, can they actually build up that momentum every single game?
That's the tricky question. As bad as it sounds, I am starting to reach the point where I just think whichever team has the better carry marksman is going to win.
That's what it's boiling
I think that's what it's coming down to, dude.
Oh man, not even to the specifics of the uniqueness of one of these heroes bring. It's just, no, it's better. End of story. It scales better. What are you gonna do?
Because I don't think any of them know how to end the game.
All right, let's jump right into it for the drafting phase for game number 3. And of course, our random map draw brought to you by our official food delivery partner, Grab Food. Let's jump into it. As has been decided, Broken Walls is going to get played one more time.
All right. RQ going to be on blue side, AC going to be on red side. I really don't know what to expect anymore. RQ actually bans Uranus and Angela themselves. AC gets rid of Freya, Melissa, which is pretty standard. But what else? What's that third pick? You ban Raph, but then you open lots of things.
Dude, I think that RQ is going to play Raph at some point here, right? Kirara.
It's got to be Raph. They're going to Raph.
I mean, at least this time Atlas is open.
That's true, that's true.
Is Atlas.
Do you want Atlas instead? There's no Uranus pairing for Raph, so maybe a little less valuable.
You can go for Marcel, you can go for Paquito.
That's true. Like, oh yeah, Marcel.
Good options right now. There's so many good options.
Your team.
Okay. Paquito first. Paquito first pick could be a little risky.
Well, I say it is a little risky, but at the same time, it's the most flexible pick in the metagame as of right now. It can go into 3 different lanes at this stage. One lane, EXP, most likely it's not going to be thrown into those positions. It has kind of fallen off. You want that instant impact. You don't want to wait for them to be like, oh, it's turtle time, and now it's going to happen.
Paquito just kind of slots in regardless.
He's not for like every comp.
He does. He's a little bit too universal. I'm still waiting for the day the man gets nerfed, even though he's one of my favorites.
I think the way that they're going to nerf him is increase his Champion Stance shield on his jab, and then take away his damage reduction.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because once he doesn't have that damage reduction, he just becomes like everybody else.
Honestly, that could be fair, because if they reduce his damage by too much, Paquito just kind of falls off completely. So maybe the damage reduction is the way to go.
Increase the shield, take away the damage reduction. Or kind of balance out the numbers for the size of the shield and how much DR you're actually getting. Or maybe you just get more DR if you use the heavy left hand rather than just oh, Champion Stance, instantly I got DR.
I agree with you. I think it should be more on the skill one than on the passive. But for now, AC will go ahead and grab the Raph Beleric combo regardless.
Wow, how exciting.
I was wondering if they would do it. They did decide to do it. RQ goes for Baratz Novaria.
Oh, yay. Oh, yay. This is going to be a fun one. This is going to be a fun one. This should be, what, Esme here? Are they going to match it with Esme, or are they opting to go to lock in their jungler, and then after... Oh, no, they don't actually...
I think Carmilla is actually pretty good.
It's not bad, but the question is whether or not Beleric is actually going to be the flex pick instead.
Ooh, Beleric flex. If they flex Beleric, what would they put in front then?
I'm thinking whether or not they actually want to play something along the lines of Selena, you know?
Selena, but then... Oh, wait. You think it's Rafa Ro? Well...
I'm thinking of the
different That answers our question.
But yes, this does answer all the questions.
I don't think our questions needed to be answered so soon, AC.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I was thinking a little bit further ahead. Knowing Coach Sora, he likes to keep it simple with very minor variations to the composition. So this is technically based off of that style. Coming into the second half of the bans, though, this is where hopefully things start to get interesting because we have yet to see more commitment towards that gold lane specifically.
Yeah, surprisingly, a lot of gold laners have just kind of been getting away with laning and scaling and doing their own thing without being bothered too much. That is just how the... Oh, there it goes.
Back-to-back games.
Big surprise.
Oh, no! What is Lolio's gonna play now?
You can't play Hanabi. There's already an Esme on the opposite side.
Whoa, why are they banning out marksmen as well? They're getting rid of the Brody. Are they setting up for a potential double fighter?
Double fighter.
Because if they ban Clint out here, Clint or Moskov, that should be the indicator that maybe this Paquito can start switching up his spots. Because right now, they know that Belleric is going to be the main support, so you can get away with things like Fanny.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, no, it's banned out. God damn it. What else? What else do we have here?
I don't really like Fanny with double fighter anyway. I think it's a bit too early game-handed.
Shun Shin?
Yisun Shin would be the most obvious, because like Ling wouldn't work. AC does ban Carmilla.
Okay. What? Why are they banning out Carmilla? Are they worried about the counter engage? Because I think the only thing they should be worried about is whether or not, you know, they have like a get out of jail card free. And right now that the main one is like AOG. I guess the Curse of Blood does technically work in that same fashion.
They're banning Carmilla because they know they like to group up. That's real. I think that's it at this point. Because it's like if Barat wasn't here, I would say, oh, Carmilla's actually a pretty good EXP laner. I could maybe see her winning lane against Esme. But you have Barat. So the only reason you would ban it is because I just don't want to get hit with the Curse of Blood.
Don't do that to me, please.
We want to gather around for healing, you know?
Oh no, no black magic here. Please, don't put a hex on us.
I don't want to deal with Circle of Death.
Yep. Circle of Death is honestly pretty annoying sometimes. The timing of it
actually
is
really strong. Like, if you hit a few people with Curse of Blood, they melt so fast.
They melt really, especially with those like who have like Hanabi is a great example. Those bounces, they multiply. It's like getting hit by 3 auto attacks consistently.
Oh.
Ling gets picked up here. So much fun.
I did not consider Ling for AC. That definitely slipped my mind. I was already thinking, yeah, RQ can't pick Ling into Belleric. I never thought AC would do it though.
And now Yeheskill's like, oh man, I'm the only target right now. What am I gonna do? How could they actually get away with this? I think they're probably going to be like Moskov or something here. Marcel? Okay, that's fair.
All right, that's fine.
Are they going to double fighter? They're gonna Mosk it. Are they going to Mosk it?
I think you do need some late game insurance, because you don't really have anything that can burn through tanks right now. You need something that can burn through tanks.
Yep.
So it's like Moskov, carry's a little risky.
Oh, Obsidian works.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I guess,
okay.
Yeah, it's more for the Ling than anybody else, but it also deters options from the side of AC too. Dang, with the RQ actually have like a pretty decent comp here.
Pretty decent, but also a little bit conditional. Most of the damage is going to come from Obsidia Paquito and late game Novaria.
Does that mean that they have to influence the EXP lane and kind of let Obsidia just sit there underneath the tier 1? Like, I'm guessing, my prediction is that if they put more resources to the EXP for Turtle 1 and 2, Obsidia is going to get dove underneath their tier 1 on maybe 2nd or 3rd turtle.
AC goes carry. Do you? Why?
Why not? It's the net special.
Oh, you know what? I forgot. I totally forgot it's the net special. That's what. Okay, yeah, you're right. It's just comfort, I suppose. Cause like, yes, it can melt through Barat, but it doesn't really lane that well against Obsidia, and then there's like marksman that can be a little bit more annoying in lane for Lolil to handle. But I guess Net just wants to pull out the classic, pull out the hero that he feels most confident on. They've got multiple sources of late game scaling, so if what I'm right about these teams ending the game is the case, then perhaps the Ling carry combo will win it out for them. Either way, one of these teams is about to break the lose streak that has been plaguing them since the start of the season. Let's see their A game.
All right, let's jump right into this. I'm mostly interested to see the state of the gold lane at this point of time, right? EXP is basically just going to be a sandbag matchup. Mobo should generally find like an early game advantage here. Misses out. Oh, actually manages to catch the proxy. Perfect. That's exactly what you want here at level 1. But what are they going to do with this priority, right? Especially this early on into the game. Now Nets playing on his comfort once again. Carry, great hero for him, and actually has a winning matchup in the laning stage while Loliels is trying to actually scale up quick.
I think Lolil, the goal basically is just not interact. You will generally be able to poke from further than the carry. So it does mean that RQ may have to deal with having less players around objective team fights early on. So pick your poison.
I think this time, at least, giving up on the turtle might not be such a bad idea. And especially since, like, I'm more worried about Yehezkiel than anybody else. Because Zayed, he could go the entire game not interacting with any of the fights and just shows up and kills Yehezkiel, and that's good enough.
And that's basically his entire job, too. So why not, right? AC already has the Rafa core, 2 frontliners. Should be able to block most of the engages, especially since Super Ken is playing Paquito as well. He wants to just kind of run at you from the front. And Terizla welcomes, Belleric welcomes that.
Yep, Belleric wants people to come into him, right? Then he can initiate the counter-engage. Now,
maybe worded differently.
Yeah, well, don't worry about the phrasing. You're going to get the idea, right? Okay, at least, you know, Uranus isn't in play, so it doesn't get as bad as that. So 3 seconds left on the clock. Turtle is about to spawn, and in terms of raw priorities, Super Ken opted to start on his orange buff side, meaning that he's going to be a little late for the turtle spawn.
Look at Super Ken. He's gonna be stealing away a camp on the opposite side instead. RQ still seeing if they can retain aggro over the turtle, but it is clear that Zayed has been able to farm a little bit quicker. He's already level 5. He's already taken his second buff, well, his third buff. Meanwhile, they're gonna be able to stun, taunt Letizi. Holy Baptism comes out. Do they have enough damage to kill Barat yet at this point? Probably not. They're gonna snipe down the turtle. Maybe a little. Hold on! They ate the leg! Razor still gets the turtle somehow, though. And Letizi, despite his best efforts, is first blood.
Zayed jumps in, instantly gets by Letizi. He wasn't even the priority target in that fight. It was supposed to be Izanami if I was looking at it correctly. Very, very funny.
He really said, take me instead.
Nobody touches my prince. 90 seconds left on the clock for the next objective to spawn. And with everything that is already going on, and Nets actually going for the double wave at this stage of the game, it does mean that Loliels gets that free push and is now looking for this next wave. But I personally think that they need to kind of cover Loliels. Like, Jin Zhao, yes, he's trying to slow down AC, but I also think that he also needs to open up the map in terms of figuring out where this link actually is starting off with. Because then, that way, Obsidia can actually start hitting the turrets for free without having to worry too much about Nets walking up.
Arcutora definitely needs more information here. And the thing is, both these teams are generally a little bit afraid to be overly active on the map. It is understandable somewhat, since if Jin Zhao makes a wrong move, he could die and feed kills, but you need info.
You do need info, and it looks like Yehezkiel opted to go for the no boot start straight into the glowing wand. That was his entire purpose, and he rushed it super, super quick.
I mean, if you're in Yehezkiel's position, you know that some shoes ain't getting you away from Zayed.
you accept the death.
It's like, I'm just gonna do all the damage I can.
That's why I was thinking whether he goes for T2 boots, right? You know, you go for T2 boots, you make sure you get the warrior boots, and then you just top it out.
Maybe, I don't know. I think you just have to make a choice. Yehezkiel has made a choice. He has made peace with his life.
He's made peace with his god, and he's ready to fight it out against Zayed in a 1v1 later down the line.
I mean, who knows? Maybe Zayed won't chase him down, you know?
Well, we'll see, because especially with neutral takes, that's when when assassin junglers have to make some difficult choices. Now, Momo is doing a very good job, right? 2 levels ahead of Letizi. He was able to, like, zone Letizi out, get him killed in the previous turtle fight, and still make him miss a wave and a half.
Yeah, you honestly feel bad for Letizi last fight. He somehow ate Zayed, and then his jungler is just nowhere nearby to retreat. So, unfortunate, but 1k goal lead for AC still isn't the worst thing. They've managed to poke out Momo a fair bit, but the turtle still being cautiously guarded by Letizi. Zayed is pushing up top lane. Now is the time to blitz, and they will decide to commit to it. Zayed not even gonna contest. He's going for the tower instead.
Bro, I don't even know what's Nets doing here. What's Nets doing here?
I don't know.
I guess it's to
emotional support.
I think it's just to really sell the idea, like, oh, we're absolutely gonna fight for this. Like 100% we're gonna fight for this. And then Zayed shows up at the top side, and it's like,
apparently he's here to almost kill Letizi.
No, don't worry. They gave it over to Zayed.
Yeah, his job was to almost kill him. But the bone does connect, gets purified away. I don't think Loliel wants to commit to that anyway, because here comes the Rapper Dryad. That's the play we're looking for. They catch Loliel, and that is a 4-man gang down bottom.
Hey, once again, AC takes the early game lead here. Let's see whether they can keep this momentum up, as they've already split the map in half, and they've punished Loliel, putting him further and further behind as Nets takes the level lead.
This is already something that I think we were all concerned about. You have a Wrath, you have strong lane prio, heroes that want to rotate around very, very quickly, and RQ have a much more difficult win condition of actually getting Super Ken into the fights, and he's kind of not doing so. Like, I know he wants to stay alive, but your team kind of needs your damage.
They do. And the problem right now is that everybody he can apply his damage to don't really care about it. Like Razor and as well as Momo, they have no way to kill these guys effectively as at this stage of the game. They're just depending purely on Yehezkiel to actually get the damage down. But again, they're sustained just to make it happen.
Whoa, Super Ken nearly takes out Zayed on the boat. They landed. Beautiful snipe. Zayed goes down. Missiles push Momo forward. We're going to be able to get that tower down, bot.
Really good counterplay coming in from Super Ken. He made sure to use both to chain his champion stances to be based off of the knockout strike. Once he gets that knockout strike onto Zayed, it's much harder for him to actually get his Divine Blades.
It was just underestimation from Zayed right there. That is the second time this game that Zayed has decided to jump down in front of a melee hero.
Well, I think this time around he wanted to like react faster than the initial attack and attempt from Super Ken with the Tempest of Blades, but it just you know, it didn't react fast enough. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, you would think that bringing a sword to a fist fight is a good idea, but apparently not when you're as busted as Makito. Though the zoning is still more than enough. Momo will be able to stop Super Ken from approaching the turtle, should be absolutely free. And I get the feeling Letizi is regretting some life choices. He has the flicker.
Regretting a lot of life choices. All of this because he decided, hey, my jungler ain't here. I'm gonna make an attempt.
I'm gonna eat. Man's gotta eat.
Man's gotta eat.
Sustenance is important.
I think that Letizi at least is making a good decision by sticking with the rest of his team, right? And actually helping them manipulate the wave so they don't have to put anybody else in danger. Because right now, AC, with the help of Razor as well as Momo, they can block the shots from Yehezkiel consistently now. They can block the shots from Yehezkiel and more importantly, deny him from actually cleaning up the wave safely, forcing him in a position where he actually has to walk up to get golden EXP.
There goes Letizi. Where did he go? He's already dead.
Melted.
Poor guy.
Wait, does that mean the golden staff? Yeah, the golden staff is already completed for this carry. Doesn't even need the DHS. It's good.
Letizi is turning into a fossil in real time, guys. It's gonna be the petroleum that gets us home later.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Petronas hit him up.
Letizi, spokesperson for Petronas.
That would be hilarious. Oh.
Because, like, Barats are being pulled over to join fights a lot. That's pretty normal. Who is catching his waves?
Nobody.
No one's getting his waves. You're wasting minion waves.
I mean, like, whenever you go up to these turtles as an EXP laner, there is always the risk every second that passes by of the turtle not have it being taken away. And when those times happen where it's extra long and there's nothing you can do about it, your waves will eventually collide. And I think it's right now, AC, just much better understanding of that tempo and can control it a little bit better because every single time it's
Flicker Abathrian on tree! It's a disaster! Astral Echo comes out, slows things down a little bit. Letizi, we don't need to talk about him anymore. The rest of his team walks away.
That's 3 flickers instantaneously on top of a kill. Really big play coming in from Razor. And now, momentum in full control of AC. Any other plays that occur after this, RRQ Tora do not have a get out of jail card free.
Another lord taken by AC, and really nice ambush. Razor finally confident enough to go for these flanks. Something that was sorely missing earlier in the series, but now rearing its fangs at RRQ.
See how this plays out, because AC now are going to start grouping together. And every single one of these picks that they find is almost an insta-kill as long as Nets is nearby. Not to mention that Zayed, he can play up on the opposite side of his team. They've got the 4-in-1 formation already set up here, and they want to make sure that they cover all their bases.
RQ needs to somehow punish Ned's positioning, but they can't do that. It's a Rafa and 2 frontline comms. I feel like we need to come up with a name for this at some point, so we don't have to say the entire sentence, because it is clearly prevalent in the meta right now. And RQ doesn't have a way to blast through. I feel like they just failed to utilize potential early mid spikes.
I mean, their early mid spikes isn't as effective compared to AC esports. And I think the big proprietor right now is the fact that AC, they're like, oh yeah, now that we've unlocked Nets from his lane, we can actually start taking out tanks without having to worry too much about it, right? Izanami and Razor could not do it by themselves, so the same can be said about Zayed. So the only real person who can do that is Nets for the raw burst.
And that's why RQ maybe needed to do something about that before it became an issue, but well, AC Esports are going to be able to reap the benefits now. They are able to get their buff at least, but they are losing more and more of the map, and they kind of need that if they want farm.
If they wanted to play for the early game, they should have dove Nets like 2 out of the 3 turtles.
Oh, well, it's the same guy being caught again, but this time Golden Hour will save Letizi. Is he able to flicker out in time? He does! It's Loleo that dies instead! Not the trade you want.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. Very, very sad indeed. But what can you do? Ling, at this stage of the game, is going to be an absolute nuisance, an absolute monster for Loliels and Yehezkiel. And everybody else is just praying that they can buy some time. I think there's also a real question of whether or not Xin Zhao is playing a good game, or anybody who needs him to peel are just never in the right position. Because, like, I'm looking at Xin Zhao, and he is covering the right targets. It's just that when you have to diversify and split your attention amongst multiple people, you kind of expect your teammates to kind of walk to you, and you to them at the same time, rather than just me walking towards you.
Problem is, Marcel is not particularly good at saving you from losing situations. He's someone that gives you more control, slows down fights, right? Rewards tempo if you're at least even. When he is being, like, that was the one and only time they committed resources to save Letizi, and it cost their marksman.
I mean, the marksman still had flicker the entire time.
It did. But it's the same thing as Yehezkiel buying no shoes.
That's true. That is true. You just gotta accept it. It's
Flicker is only going to delay the inevitable.
I gotta save it for later. Later down the line. Don't worry.
I'll use it in my next life.
Loliel's M8. He finally uses the flicker.
It's been off cooldown for 3 months.
Oh, that's hilarious. AC now holding great priority. They've got a nice pushing wave down bot side, and finally the Winds of Nature out.
Oh Lord, dropping low, Astral Echo scouts it, Zayed secures it easily, Rapid Dry, lockdown Superkin. Meanwhile, Momo holding back everyone else. He's taking a good amount of damage from Loleo, but it's not enough to finish him off. And now AC gonna back off. Good dodge on the missiles.
All right, good dodge on the Hunt of Bone as well on Zayed. Actually, there's probably an argument where Zayed should have just gotten hit by the Hunt of Bone so that the rest of the team can, like, forcefully get Loliels as the trade if necessary. But it's all good. It's all good.
Zayed can only jump in front of melee heroes.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true. He'll dodge everything else, right? Even
yes.
Even the Star Shadow doesn't matter. He can dodge that. But man, if he gets hit by, dude, if he gets eaten by Letizi after Letizi going 0-4, I don't know what to say.
I mean, he doesn't need to have kills to eat someone.
I mean, true, but at the same time, it's like, what if he gets? Honestly, I would be more accepting if he blocks the Detonator's welcome for the sake of net, so he doesn't have to use the Purify.
It honestly would be worth it if you do that. Oh, Jin Tao, he got stuck in a bad place.
Good punish, good punish. But you know what he should have done? He should have dropped the Golden Hour on top of his inhibitor.
Oh, that would have been nice, yeah. Or at least something. Either way, he's dead. Nets gets a free tower. They're literally walking in like they own the place. Loliel's damage is respectable, but just not enough to really force AC back. The Novaria is starting to build up itemization, but is it too late?
She is currently at 3 items, and it looks like she is trying to build into a... What? What? But you already have the... It looks like it's an enchanted talisman, but at the same time, it's like... You might even want to consider.
So, right?
You might even want to like consider going in for a clock.
Oh wait, no, the missile. They got someone. They're gonna eat him. Who is that? They spin him in the golden hour. Is this Anami? I could not tell. Too many bodies there. But on the phone, they hit Momo. They're dancing forward. Rapid Riot use counters everyone. They're gonna fight them back. They already used Purify. Zayed gonna drop the Tempest of Blaze. Meanwhile, he's gonna actually jump back in. Not able to find a kill just yet. But AC disengages.
Great mechanics coming in from Zayed, able to kind of like, you know, prevent the rest, pull the attention away. But also, these shots coming in from Yehezkiel are worthwhile. I think Nets lost a lot of confidence after losing 50% of his HP bar, and he wasn't even the main target.
Yeah, Nets knows how to be very wary when he's on this carry. He knows the importance of his positioning compared to when he's playing Brody, but we'll talk about that another time. In this case, AC lost their healer. They instantly knew, okay, this is becoming dangerous. It honestly looked like RRQ might have been able to wipe them out there. So
they could have.
Props to Zayed for good zoning.
Yeah, they made sure, again, attention, having your opponent's attention is a big resource. If you can pull their eyes to look at when you're doing multiple things at once, you already can set up for advantages, right? If you attack on one side and all of a sudden initiate on the other, you can't expect the Mobile Legends player to see absolutely everything.
No, we don't have eyes on the back of our heads. So we gotta pay attention to what is in front of us.
Ah, the Wishing Lantern. Interesting. I thought he wanted to go for a little bit more burst, but now he wants to make sure that Razor and as well as Momo, honestly, he doesn't need the Wishing Lantern because as soon as they get Guardian Helms, like, it doesn't matter because they're gonna get popped up by Izanami.
Sure, but maybe you may as well grab it at this point because most of your Star Shatters are going to be hitting the tanks anyway, so at least even if it gets healed later, you delay things a bit.
I think, personally, instead of going for the Wishing Lantern, you just double down on, like, mega damage. Like, you want 100-0 nets. Or 100-0 Zayed.
I don't know, I feel like he is mostly dealing with tanks for now, though. Jin Chao with the golden hour catches the two behind, but look at Zayed. He's going for his kill. He flickers away and he caught Zayed.
Nice.
This play's gonna be used. Let's gonna be traded away. Killing spree for Nets. It's gonna be a 1v3. Momo taking so much damage. They can't kill him. RQ have the one home.
Oh, they missed it. They missed their opportunity here. Super Ken ended up whiffing some pretty important abilities. Yeah, Hezkill, he managed to land one, but out of the three, he needed more to actually hit. Oh, that's so sad. And they lose the Lord and all of their battle spells. This is gonna be a tough defense.
RQ Tora has definitely been putting in their best effort, but like you mentioned, Gideon, it has been so close multiple times and just missing something. AC Esports definitely seems to be locked in right now. They want this win. They know what's at stake.
Let's find out because Thunderbelt on Dinda has been doing him some good work, but he's even going for a brute force breastplate just to make sure that he has a little bit more tenacity to get through the CC. Because the CC chain so far for AC Esports have been executed very well at this point of time.
Oh, here's the golden hour once again. Catches the entire team, but can they follow up in time? They only go for the eat on Momo and he misses the spin. Let Easy go! They do. Oh my goodness, I don't know how to feel about that one. But AC Esports is gonna continue. They take some damage from the Star Shatter. Zayed still dashing around, still has access to the purple buff. Only one inhibitor left standing, and the minion waves are perfectly synced up to run into it. No more towers left for RQ Tora. AC, they're happy with that.
This is a dire situation for RQ Tora. Why did Super Ken try to use his champion stance empowered jab while they were in the golden hour? Like, he whiffed that timing on an unbelievable level.
Dude, Jin Chao got such a good golden hour.
He straight up got scammed. He got scammed out of a great play. That could have been play of the week.
Oh my god, dude. Just forget about Momo, man. There's bigger fish back there.
I know! That's the worst part about all of this.
I'm looking at Nets and Izanami just frozen, perfectly vulnerable in the back line.
Exactly. Like, I mean, the Star Shatters needed to connect onto the right targets. Now we see that this Wishing Lantern is, looks like it might be a Winter Crown purchase coming in from Hezkill. That would be good. I think I would have preferred the Winter Crown over the Wishing Lantern at this point, especially since, like, his biggest problem is Zayed, to be fair, and the raw CC coming out of Izanami and Razor.
So surprisingly, he hasn't really died since the Wishing Lantern, though, so technically speaking, it still worked.
I mean, does that mean the Wishing Lantern was the reason, or the fact that...
it's just,
Zayed, honestly, Zayed doesn't really care for going for Hezkill, if I'm being perfectly honest.
He
I think I kind of get it. Like, in terms of raw impact, even the Astral Echoes, like, you get the information and it's like, we're playing so honest that there's only one outcome and you have to deal with the front to back.
Like, I gotta give him props for that, you know? It takes a big man on a link to say, I'm not gonna kill Novaria.
Yeah.
No, my services are needed elsewhere. No Daytona's welcome now. Letizi had to use it to run. Surely, you can't try to contest this. Surely.
Yo.
They're trying.
Yo. Is somebody gonna deal with that wave? I think right now it would have been really not. Wait, no.
Hold on. Lord is blitzing. Zayed, man, you really could split push. Golden Hour only catches Razor. They're gonna slow it down. Holy Baptism hits the dinosaur. Another Detona's welcome used to escape.
Yep, they have to respond to this. No choice. 2 waves coming in from mid
Those
and
are
bottom.
big waves. This is a free Lord.
Okay. So AC, they may have not played that Lord fight exactly perfect. They ended up costing Zayed his Finch poise. And that was supposed to be RRQ Toro's opportunity to try and either force the fight immediately or look to try and play for picks. And once AC Esports denied those picks, then it's the force error that comes through. You got to deal with your waves, and it's guaranteed that AC gets the Lord.
I kind of feel like Zayed could have even pushed the waves a little bit quicker there, but
I
in
thought
the
so
end,
too.
the results are fine.
It's basically the same. It's basically
I feel like
the
he
same.
could have ended the game even if RQ was slowed enough to respawn.
Ended the game?
Maybe not, like, it's a small chance.
I would have to see, double check the timings of when the waves actually spawn, right? And it also depends on if he goes for the split push and the Lord dies, by the time the next wave spawns, that's when that's kind of the give, you know,
That's fair, that's fair.
Because if the Lord spawns with the Lord Power Minions, how are you supposed to deal with that?
Well,
now,
here's the Lord.
The push.
Alright. Their Lolia's damage is good, but the Rapid Fire Flicker catches him into the taunt, and here comes Zion! Lolia! With the nature stun! Look at the stun! Letizia gets the 3-man stun! Ned's gonna be able to finish him on. Lord is on top of the crystal. It's open! They will find it! AC Esports secures their first victory of the season.
And you can see the relief on Nets's face. Thank God we finally break out of this lossless season. Woo! 2-1 victory going over to AC Esports. Much better showing here in game number 2. Not perfect, but good enough to get the win.
There were definitely things that could have been fixed up there, but in the end, I think I may have been right. 4 late game scaling, 4 get out of jail free cards, and you win this match.
Yeah, it's man. Ninja was trying to play out of his mind.
He was working so hard, man.
He was working overtime for that nonsense. He was working so overtime. Oh my god.
I feel bad for the guy.
I'm trying to even think like who played the best here on the side of AC.
Honestly, Zayed had good moments outside of, you know, jumping in front of melee heroes, but overall, good spatial awareness. Nets has solid positioning. We'll just throw it on over to Rose. She can handle the rest. GG's to AC.
Selepas 4 kekalahan berturut-turut, akhirnya kemenangan pertama untuk AC Esports pada MPL Malaysia musim ke-18. And of course, bersama Rose di atas pentas, kita ada Zayed dan juga Nets. Kenapa lepas menang macam tak happy je? Muka masing-masing macam...
Dia bukan tak happy, kita kena tetap fokus lagi untuk next match.
Sabar. Interview dulu. Minggu depan baru kita main next match lah kan. Nah, Zayed, mungkin ramai orang nak tahu lah kan, apa sebenarnya tengah jadi ataupun tengah berlaku di dalam AC Esports. Sebab kalau kita ingat balik, 4 kekalahan berturut-turut tu bukan benda yang a good start lah kepada AC Esports. So kenapa you guys tak dapat tutup game dan menang match-match sebelum ni?
Macam mana nak cakap sekejap. Dia lebih ke arah kita tak ada leadership lagi dekat dalam tim ni, apa yang saya rasa. Dia membuatkan kita tak ada arah tuju, yang selalu membuatkan kita susah nak tutup dekat mid game. Dan benda tu saya rasa memakan diri kita orang. Kena comeback. Jadi kita jadi macam slow down, gameplay makin lama slow down. So InsyaAllah lah kita akan be better untuk week-week yang akan datang, untuk terus elakkan mistake mid game, late game. Kita kena ada satu suara, satu kepala lah.
Okay, Zayed mention di mana AC tak ada leadership, tak ada leader dalam game. Maksud tu tak ada shot caller, tak ada decision making yang kuat kan. So sekarang ni adakah AC sudah pun selesai masalah yang tersebut? You guys sudah dapat cari satu in-game leader yang boleh bantu you guys di dalam game?
Ada. Kita dah cuba fix dari minggu lepas lagi. Kita dah bagi-bagikan tugas setiap masing-masing lah. Setiap role apa tugas dia. Dah lah.
Okay, so that's good lah. Supaya moving forward, kita mungkin boleh nampak AC menang lagi banyak game. Mungkin nampak Zayed lagi happy lah. Sebab Zayed sekarang macam Sedih sikit. First time Rose interview, orang menang nampak sedih. Tapi Zaid, speaking about Zaid lah kan, ramai orang masa musim nak start, ramai orang actually excited nak tengok Zaid perform sebagai jungler kan. Tapi day by day, match by match, ramai orang cakap pula di mana Zaid ni agak shaky, tak konsisten lagi. Apa sebenarnya punca unconsistent ni? Adakah dia lebih kepada you tak selesa dengan meta lagi, ataupun you rasa you tak confident dengan diri you lagi?
Sejujurnya nak jadi seorang yang konsisten tu payah sebenarnya. Tak semua orang boleh konsisten setiap masa. Kita pun manusia biasa. Apa yang saya boleh cakap, kita main as a team. So kita kena fix secara berlima lah untuk memenangkan setiap game. Kena konsisten secara berlima. So nak konsisten tu agak susah lah sebab dia depends on performance team juga.
It's a work in progress lah.
Betul.
Step by step lah.
Yeah.
Good job hari ni. Senyum sikit. Nice one. Okay, Nets pula, Nets.
Lama Syak.
Lama doi nak interview Nets. 3 minggu juga.
Ya tu.
Ya kan? So nak tanya, walaupun lambat lah, rindu MPL MY kan?
Rindu.
So macam mana so far you punya perjalanan experience di MPL Malaysia lepas hilang beberapa musim?
Sedih.
Sedih, kenapa sedih?
First time tu aku lose streak 3 kali.
Susah kan?
Susah.
So macam mana you tengah, bagi balik confidence dekat diri you?
Tu kena menang dulu, tapi dah menang.
Yay!
Minggu depan, please lah menang lagi.
Dah menang lagi. Okay, nak tanya. Kita tahu dulu masa Nets dekat Malaysia, Nets main dalam satu team di mana, dua team di mana semua player sama kan. Kali ni you balik ke Malaysia, main dalam organisasi baru, organisation baru, ada teammate baru. Betul. So macam mana you tengah bond dengan dorang?
Lebih jauh lain.
Ya, yang lain tu macam mana? How?
Besar lah sebab dulu kan kami dorang dah kuat baru masuk. Kami rebuild ni memang susah sebab dorang ni ada orang tak main season lepas. Dua-dua jago main mid, ada sabula. Paning, cok. Macam mana tu?
Ya. So tu yang susah sikit nak menang
Susah sikit nak menang. Kena take time.
Take time. Now is the time. It's my time.
Ya, boleh.
Boleh
kata tapi boleh lah sebab menang kan?
Yes. Jangan marah.
Kau tu.
Wow. Sorry Nets. Sorry. Okay, so Nets. Kita tahu Nets beberapa musim tak ada dalam MPL MY. So, bagi Nets, apa beza competitiveness dulu dengan sekarang? Mana lagi intense?
Ini memang ni lah.
Memang ni? Apa
kalah
beza?
Kan?
Bukan pasal you kalah.
Memang. Sebab kami baru kan.
Yes.
Tapi dulu dah kuat, dah senang main.
Tak, bukan pasal team you, pasal MPL MY.
Oh, MPL MY
semua team.
Memang semua team dah improve lah.
Dah improve.
Dulu semua poker tu. Sorry.
Ish, you ni kan.
Sorry.
Maafkan dia guys, maafkan dia. Dia terlalu excited nak borak dengan Rose di atas pentas. Okay, so Nets, apa kata kita umumkan MVP lah kan?
Okay.
Kita panggil MVP. Okay guys, kita sudah saksikan perlawanan reverse sweep. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. Agak-agaknya siapa MVP?
Mama.
Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in the count of 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Who you think? Weh, Zaid!
Tak senyum, cok.
Nets, sebelum interview MVP, suruh dia senyum. Dia nampak down.
Macam tu senyum. Manis-manis, cok.
Semangat. Tengok, Nets dah semangat.
Ya, semangat.
Okay, nak tanyalah kan. Pada musim lepas, AC punya cabaran terbesar adalah ramai orang letak ekspektasi tinggi, and mungkin itu adalah salah satu faktor kepada players yang diorang rasa pressured. Untuk musim ini, bagi Zaid, apa cabaran terbesar yang AC ataupun Zaid kena go through untuk dapat prestasi yang terbaik pada musim ini?
Cabaran terbesar nak ke playoff lah buat masa sekarang. So kita more to fokus ke playoff, baru next target lah, step by step lah. Itu je.
Step by step lah. Happy tak dengan answer dia?
Tak. Sebab dia tak senyum ya.
Okay, dah senyum dah. Zahid, words kepada fans?
First of all, saya nak ucap terima kasih dekat Bos Simon sebab dia datang hari ni dan kita orang dapat bagi kemenangan dekat dia. Mungkin salah satu sebab kita orang menang sebab Bos Simon datang kot.
Buff.
Ada buff. So, thank you juga dekat fan-fan sesi yang datang dekat venue ataupun tengok dekat rumah, tengok kat platform mana-mana lah. Thank you. Dan aku harap korang dapat support AC sampai penghujung lah. Keep support semua player. Yang kecam tu aku tak kisah pun korang. So biarlah.
Sabar. Dua ni macam nak gaduh dengan semua orang. Nets, anything you want to say to the fans?
Terima kasih guys, and jangan lupa support lagi AC walaupun tu datang. Sebab dulu aku nampak semua banyak orang tu, sekarang dah tak ada orang
Tak apa, menang nanti ramai orang datang.
Kena menang
Ya, kena
penting menang.
Alright, terima kasih dan sekali lagi tahniah kepada AC Esports. Akhirnya kemenangan pertama pada mereka. With that, mari let's throw it back to the casters to break down apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini.
Itu kalau kita hold lagi tu, kamera zoom dekat muka saya, menangis. Menang sekali macam menang grand final. Tapi terharu lah. Kau tengok man, Zaid pun menang ni. Dia baru memecahkan kebuntuan dengan mendapatkan MVP. Memang betul-betul tersentuh di hati bila mendapatkan MVP dalam game kali ini. Memecahkan telur pasukan AC.
Tak nak cakap function tu function sebab dia punya link memang target dia Novaria. Aku rasa Ezekiel banyak kali tak boleh nak jaga position disebabkan Zaid terus keep pergi backline. Dan kalau lah Obsidian tu off, dia ambil tu. Kalau tak, dia nampak the easy target tu Novaria.
Sebab Novaria sebenarnya dekat mid game tadi tu, bukannya dia tak mati pun. Tapi disebabkan dengan penglibatan Zaid tu, gila. Link yang digunakan oleh Zaid pastinya telah diberikan suggestion oleh Coach Sora. Assalamualaikum.
Selamat datang.
Terima kasih.
Apa khabar, sihat?
Sihat, Alhamdulillah, sihat. Dah menang kan?
Nak menangis tak kan?
Nah, hampir menangis.
Sebab menang Sebab menang. Terharu ke kenapa?
Terharu lah. Sebab ni yang kita nantikan lah.
Terharu?
Bukan. Haru saja.
Baiklah, jadi dengan AC yang dah mencuba untuk mencari kemenangan, akhirnya berjaya untuk didapatkan. Dan tahniah juga untuk Coach Sora. Kita jemput dia dekat sini bukan sahaja sebab kita nak bincangkan, nak minta pendapat secara straight forward. Lalu media dapat tanya apa pick.
Betul.
Sekarang aku dengan Angah kita nak buat podcast kat sini.
Boleh. Kalau nak tanya pendapat kena donate.
10 30 joget.
Nice idea.
Jadi kita akan review draft terlebih dahulu. Di mana untuk draft game yang ketiga kita akan up terlebih dahulu, di mana pengambilan link akhirnya ditunjukkan. Okay, first thing first. Aku sebagai host kat sini, aku just nak tanya kepada Sora, asal tak link daripada awal?
Kenapa tak link daripada awal?
Kenapa nak kena simpan kat bawah? Ataupun nak kena simpan third game?
Bagi saya lah, memang link ni dia hero situational. Dia tak boleh je main-main pick je dekat atas. And kami pun pelik juga kenapa dia orang tak ban je link. Sebab kalau situational tu betul, nak main link kenapa? Why not kan? Tapi
sebelum ni AC kalau lawan dengan tim lain lah. Tapi dia orang ban link juga
Ada yang ban, ada yang tak ban.
Ada yang tak ban kan. Tapi kalau tak ban pun still tak ambil link juga.
Dia depends on opponent punya hero lah.
Okay, faham. Okay, cakap pasal situational. Tadi aku dengan Angah ada bincang pasal kesesuaian penggunaan link ini. Rafaela dengan link dia macam tak tally tau. Tapi kau still guna link juga. Kenapa
Okay, dia secara teori je memang Rafaela dengan link tak okay. Sebab Rafa nak heal, link bukan, dia pun dekat. Tapi kita jangan lupalah yang Rafa ni bukan Rafa dulu, dia Rafa yang sekarang. Rafa yang sekarang ada pasif, hidupkan link. Kalau link main long lane, link main pressure lane, dia mati pun Rafa boleh hidupkan.
Kau nak dia punya ability yang hidupkan kembali supaya bila main link tu dia tak takut lah, dia boleh barbar lah.
Betul.
Kalau dia jumpa contoh tadi Pakito, betul lah yang digunakan oleh RRQ, di mana kalau kata long lane Pakito lah selalu. So kalau Zaid by one tersalah ataupun menang, jackpot lah. Menang mungkin terus
hidup.
Betul.
Tapi kalau dia kalah terus ni lah.
Secara general rule of thumbnya memang Pakito yang menang lane lawan link. Tapi kalau kita Rafa, kenapa link nak takut? Link boleh pushkan makro, wave management.
Bila kau main part 1 sebab strike ni part 1 lah kan. Bila Link main long lane, kenapa carry juga yang kau pilih? Sedangkan ada juga hero-hero lain yang lebih awal boleh untuk menang seperti Clean, yang boleh untuk bermain dekat bersama dengan Rafa. So what is the purpose of Link? The purpose of carry? Adakah hanya untuk burst down leh dengan menggunakan barat?
So pemilihan marksman kalau dekat second phase memang saya berikan kebebasan kepada Nets lah. Kalau first phase baru saya pilihkan untuk dia. So dekat sini Nets dia nak main carry, kita boleh tengok yang enemy ni dia ada Marcel dia bukan HP punya hero, dia defense punya hero walaupun dapat item HP. Dia ada barat HP yang banyak. So kita boleh tahu yang kalau diorang berdapatan dengan carry memang diorang tak boleh buat apa. Stun pun tak banyak, Marcel stun tak banyak, ada ulti je. Barat ada ulti je, single lock. So carry memang bebas lah dekat sini. So saya faham apa yang Nets cuba sampaikan bila nak pick carry ni. So kita pun tak perlu damage Link boleh main makro. So 4 orang pun dah cukup kuat dah.
Dengan aku rasa sebab ada Rafa lagi melekat dengan Kari, membuatkan dia bila Kari buka ulti kan tambah movement speed. Lepas tu Rafa pula heal jadi lagi laju kan. Aku rasa itu pun salah satu membuatkan pasukan daripada RRQ kalau dia tersalah step macam termasuk kena kejar terus kena punish.
Betul? Setuju?
Tadi game plan dekat sini memang bagi tugas kepada Link saja untuk tangkap Novaria.
Betul.
Jadi Novaria ni masa dia diambil rasanya pick ketiga kan Novaria ni. Akankah dia jadi masalah sebelum Link tu diambil untuk strat yang kau akan mainkan? Daripada awal untuk game ketiga ni sebelum start, adakah Link tu memang dah macam okay kita nak main Link lah game ketiga ni ke tak?
Tak.
Oh tak
memang sebab kita based on apa yang opponent ban dekat second phase.
Okay.
So kalau second phase tu dia ban Link, kita still ada backup untuk hero lain.
Faham.
So kalau ada open Link, why not ambil Link?
Jadi dia punya situational tu lengkap lah kat sini.
Aku rasa tim AC je kan yang pick Link. Tim lain ada ke support masa sekarang?
Belum ada lagi.
Aku rasa macam
aku tak bertugas minggu kedua. So aku tak apa nak ingat.
So aku rasa macam Zaid punya Link je lah.
Yang paling popular sekarang guna Link memang Zaid lah
Sebab ni bagi saya tim-tim sekarang ada stigma yang jungle sekarang kena early game, kena agresif. Tapi bagi saya kalau kita menang hero match 2 mid, kenapa tak main scaling?
Faham? Bila ada umid tu boleh kitai kan, berkawal river. So dekat Link pun senang untuk buat farming, betul? Okey, kalau pasal draft ada apa lagi kau nak sentuh lagi?
Kalau aku tak ada.
Oh tak ada. Okey, kita lanjut kepada kita punya segmen untuk play tu ataupun
clip.
Ya.
Orang ada segmen clip.
Segmen clip
untuk viral bukan. Dia tengok salah cakap. Kalau salah cakap viral.
Okey.
Jangan salah cakap.
Tapi suara tak, aku rasa kau selalu cakap. Salah. Terus simpan medal dia.
Okey, ini clip yang pertama suara Okey, aku akan explain dulu.
Okey.
Dan nanti kau boleh bagi pendapat kau juga. Okey, dekat sini bagi aku totally bagi pendapat aku sendiri sebenarnya untuk tim daripada AC untuk menang first set ni agak susah disebabkan ada barrage. Okey, di mana kalau kita tengok barrage ni pun mengambil masa ataupun mengambil 4 orang untuk jatuhkan barrage dekat sini. So bila aku play dekat sini, okey itu tak apalah, kita play dekat sini. Okey, the moment this moment dapat ulti daripada barrage itu sendiri, dapat telan Link. Okey. Tapi disebabkan Super Ken jauh, sekejap kita patah balik posisi Super Ken terlampau jauh, membuatkan tim RRQ tu kalah fight. Okey, pendapat persoalan aku adalah kalau Super Ken ada di areal Turtle Pit ni, kau rasa AC boleh menang Turtle tak?
Kita secara tahu yang generalnya memang Pakito main hero early game. So bagi saya kalau Pakito ada kata tadi memang dia lagi kuat daripada Link. Itu memang kita dah tahu dah. Tapi membuatkan kami buat kata tadi ni sebab kita tahu Pakito tengah ambil blue buff.
Korang dah tahulah.
Kita dah tahu. Sebab tu kita buat decision making untuk buat Turtle, kita kejar barat.
Macam mana kau tahu
Okey, bila kita fikir balik, bila Pakito hero early game, tak secara tak logiknya kalau dia tak keluar dekat Turtle, mestilah dia akan farm. Sebab Pakito kalau dia hero early game, dia akan buat terus Turtle.
Sebenarnya kau didik dekat dalam skrip lah.
Betul.
Sebab benda ni orang cakap apa, susah kau nak set up Turtle, kau tak tahu Pakito tu kat mana. Dan aku rasa itulah jawapan dia. Dia memang dah kata, kalau kata tak keluar, maknanya ada. Sebab kalau lah Pakito tu dah, aku rasa Zanami dah mati kat sini. Betul tak?
Betul. And kami pun gunakan Momo juga untuk bait Pakito tu keluar. Bila kita kejar barat, Pakito tak keluar juga. So at that time decision making untuk burst turtle tu keluarlah daripada team.
Nampak jelas
Nampak jelas di mana rumah.
Okey, kita terus kepada klip yang kedua, ini pun juga kalau betul Micro dilatih dalam Scream, ini merupakan satu hasil yang baik lah. Kita play dulu di mana Zaid dah pun membersihkan bahagian top lane. Ini didapatkan satu turret dekat bahagian top sebelum dia pergi ke bahagian mid lane. Dekat bahagian sini kita nampak Leh DZ dah pun low. Dan bila kita play, bagaimana keberadaan Zaid untuk secara tidak langsung menggunakan Tempest of Blade dan mematikan Leh DZ. Dalam pada masa yang sama, sebabkan pergerakan Zaid tu, dia seorang settle 2 lane, menyebabkan pemain-pemain daripada pasukan AC di bahagian bawah boleh buat play walaupun ada 3 orang yang berada di bahagian bottom lane. Tengok macam mana flanking daripada Reza juga yang membuatkan situasi RRQ tersekat. Nampak ni. Dia daripada sini, dia bergerak pergi ke belakang dan juga gunakan kejutan melalui flicker ulti untuk mendapatkan pemain yang bernama Loyal. Jadi kat sini, adakah situasi ini berlaku dekat dalam Scream juga? Apabila Link dimainkan oleh Zaid dalam Scream, dia memang tugas dia, kau latih dia untuk training pakai long lane, lepas tu ambil risiko macam tu ke?
Okey, secara kita tak boleh bagi secara kredit kepada tim AC sebab bagi saya sesiapa tim yang gunakan Link pun dia akan main macam ni.
Faham? Link gila memang Link job dia long lane.
Job desk dan long lane. Setiap tim akan main job desk yang long lane, pegang 2 lane, pegang wave management. So ni benda yang normal lah untuk penggunaan Link. Aku rasa
berbalik kepada poin dia yang pertama.
Okey.
Nampak Link Zaid garang sebab dia tahu kalau dia mati ada Rafa. Mungkin tu sebab Zaid dive tahu mid. Dia tak payah takut lah. Kalau macam contoh ada Pakuito tiba-tiba ambush ke apa kan. Mungkin tadi dia dah nampak begitu. Tapi untuk dia dive dengan kesalahan dia, aku rasa match sebelum ni, aku rasa dia akan trauma betul lah. Dia mesti tak takut.
Bos datang pula hari ni.
Tapi aku rasa itu salah satu faktor yang mana Zaid boleh main gangster. Ke macam mana?
Betul, setuju. Rafa ni boleh katakan hero yang agak rosak untuk dekat bahagian mid ke late game lah.
Alright, ada satu lagi tau. Aku nak satu pasal draft sebelum kita end the show dan sebagainya.
Okay.
Rafa, kalau korang tak dapat, apa yang korang akan gantikan?
Weh, ni tak boleh bagi tahu. Mana boleh bagi tahu?
Bukan, andai kata kalau contoh kita
petik apa banyak?
Petik apa banyak? Andai kata kalau
Florin.
Dalam situasi tadi, dalam draft tadi, bila Pak Kito ditunjukkan.
So,
tak boleh share tak apa.
Kalau tengok based on kami punya match sebelum ni sebenarnya boleh nampak dah. So, saya tak boleh cakap pun.
Okay, faham. Sebenarnya kita pun dah uraikan benda ni. Kita orang ada pendapat, cuma kita tak tahu pendapat daripada kau. Sebab tadi kita cakap pasal Angela kan.
Okay, so kita akan masuk ke gameplay of the day.
Jadi game yang terbaik pada hari ini kita tanyakan kepada anda saja kuih tapi tak dapat pula. Tapi tak apa, gameplay yang dibuat oleh pasukan AC. Combo Mombo. Walaupun game ni dia orang kalah, tapi kombinasi yang dia buat di antara penalty zone dan run of the direct memenangkan AC dengan sangat besar juga. Disebabkan fight ni, dia orang menang lot. Dan Super Ken tak mampu tu buat apa-apa.
Okey, untuk engkau Sora sendirian. Untuk game ni, apa masalah kenapa AC kalah? Adakah cerita lah. Kalau aku cerita tak payah nanti pendapat aku. Apa cerita?
Kalau perasan kita orang menang bahagian early ke mid game, tapi bila nak dive ke arah crystal enemy atau inhibitor enemy kita orang kalah. So dia lebih kepada targeting. So bila kita orang target satu hero, bila enemy tu kite guna mati hilang, sepatutnya kita tak sambung balik team fight. Tapi disebabkan ada certain orang yang nak sambung team fight, ada certain orang yang nak kiting, dia membuatkan team tu berpecah and kalah lah dekat bahagian inhibitor tu.
Faham. Okay, player of the day kita adalah Momo dengan KDA 3520 dan Momo being Momo. Daripada segi playstyle dia memang tak berubah daripada Todak lagi.
Zoning out on point.
Tapi ada possibility tak untuk Momo bermain hero damage? Kalau ikutkan pada seorang lah. Ada ke?
So untuk Momo ni bagi saya kita boleh tahu yang dia ada pengalaman yang sangat banyak international. Dah champion 2 kali. Dia seorang player yang versatile. Dia damage boleh, tanking boleh.
Betul.
Dia tak perlu ikut federal meta pun. Dia boleh suit mana-mana, dia boleh adapt mana-mana.
Sebab tu dia masih relevan.
Betul.
Okay.
Aku setuju sebab aku pernah coach Momo juga.
Dia punya versatility tu ada lah. Jadi untuk keseluruhan SRG masih lagi tempat pertama. Tetapi disebabkan dengan kemenangan pertama, AC dapat mengatasi pasukan RRQ. Alhamdulillah. Tanya nombor 7.
Alhamdulillah.
Tapi masih lagi boleh untuk meningkat naik sebab sekarang ini 2 pasukan yang tidak membawa pulangan sebarang mata berjaya untuk memecahkan kosong mereka dengan flash, berjaya menang tadi lawan dengan IG, dan TR sekarang berada di tempat kedua, berbeza 1 mata bersama dengan pasukan SRG, begitu juga dengan pasukan Vamos dengan 4 mata. Tak banyak lagi perbezaan mata sebab kita masih lagi di awal minggu, masih lagi leg yang pertama, dan pada minggu depan 4 September sampai 6 September jadual pertama AC lawan dengan Flash.
So, macam mana tu Sora? Apa persiapan kau? Memang bantai lah Flash
Nak tak nak memang kena menang juga.
Cakap aku akan bantai dia.
Kau nak pancing. Aku nak pancing.
Jika cakap aku
sebab Coach Pap kan, saya respect juga.
Tak kisah. Pap tak apa. Member.
Tapi match tu menarik tau. Dia pertemuan di antara 2 local coach.
Yang ni pun sama. Local coach juga.
Yelah betul.
Kau dah menang 1 coach. Ada lagi 1 coach. Kau bantai kau Pap.
Nasib baik Angah tak main. Tapi dalam keadaan sekarang ni kan, untuk secara keseluruhan ekosistem MPL ni, kita boleh nampak tak ada persaingan yang lebih sengit berbanding dengan season lepas? Kalau general lah untuk mendapat kau Sora.
Saya tak ada kat season lepas, so saya tak sure. Tapi
untuk pemerhati,
saya tengok season ni, bagi saya Alhamdulillah juga. Kalau untuk part local coach tu, ada penambahan saya dengan Coach Babs. So bukan sah-sah seorang-seorang lah jadi head coach. Ada bandingkan season lepas. And bila kita tengok tentang saingan, bagi saya semua tim nak menjadi yang terbaik. So setiap tim akan cuba untuk buat perubahan setiap season. So kalau perasan even top 2 tim pun ada juga perubahan dekat ESP. Macam Vamos kan, SRG tak lah. So setiap tim nak buat perubahan, kita tak boleh nak bandingkan season lepas ke season ni.
Okay, satu lagi soalan. Sebelum kau ada soalan?
Tak ada.
Tak ada. Satu lagi soalan. Ada transfer ke?
Ada transfer window ke? Adakah?
Transfer tengah buka ni.
Betul.
Brusko ke?
Apa yang saya boleh cakap yang saya happy dengan performance hari ni. Walaupun kami kalah satu game, even kami kalah satu game, tapi dua-dua game yang kami menang clean game.
Betul.
So saya harap saya masih mahu percaya player saya. Saya percaya yang mereka boleh buat lebih better daripada ini. And saya harap fans di rumah juga dan di venue juga percaya pada player saya. And apa-apa pun saya kena bertanggungjawab jugalah sebab saya yang pilih player ni, bukan orang lain.
Faham?
Saya yang buat trial.
Mandat tu dah diberi lah.
Kira memang akan kekal.
Betul. So saya harap kalau mahu kritik capability saya memilih player daripada blaming player lah.
Slot assistant masih kosong kan?
Ada.
Patutlah player dia sedih-sedih. Dia mesti sedih. Buat sini.
Dia sedih sebab nanti seorang yang kena blame. Tapi Alhamdulillah menang. Slot assistant masih kosong ke?
Ada. Dah ada orang dah.
Alamak. Assistant 2? Dia dah level lain. Memang tak ada job. Okay, diharapkan dengan AC dapat untuk roast lagi dengan kemenangan-kemenangan yang ada. Apa dia cakap ni?
Boleh end the
day. Okay. Sebelum kita end the day okay, kita bagi ruang kepada Sora untuk ucapan last
sikit.
Sini
kamera, jangan pandang aku. Bukan aku fans kau.
Terima kasih sangat kepada supporter AC yang percaya kami daripada awal hingga ke akhir. Yang masih mau kritik, silakan kritik sebab kami pun baca juga. Tapi saya harap bagilah semangat kat player saya. Sebab player saya pun dibaca juga.
Tengok betul-betul down tu.
Orang lain cakap. So bagi saya ada 5 orang dekat atas stage. Player ke-6 tu ialah fans-fans di rumah.
Bukan Zanami, bukan Matizi.
Bukan Matizi. Player yang ke-6 yang bermain-main dekat atas stage bila dah masuk game tu memang fans di rumah. Mereka akan ingat kata-kata kalian, mereka akan bawa kata-kata semangat kalian ke dalam game.
Memang
tu. Macam ucapan raya.
Ucapan perakhiran. Okay, kita akan menamatkan acara kita untuk hari ini dan jumpa anda pada minggu hadapan insya-Allah pada waktu yang sama. Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum.
Buka dulu.
Tarik keluar dah.
Ni balik dia. Dia tengok aku
Tengok.
Agak.
Satu guys. Nabi ni. Hanapi.
Mati. Lagi. Maju. Boleh lah. Aku.
Dia mau fight. Konsil. Lihat situ tu. Ada tarik ah. Gol tu. Satu saya tarik aku. Tekan. Nice. Thank you.
Ada gua guys.
Ayo. Tu. Hari nol tiga. Gambar apa? Hari. Tengah. Mati. Bunuh.
Bisa ada mid.
Nice.
Dia enggak ada hidupin. Langsung metal nih.
Ya. Enggak ada flicker sih ini.
Oh, dia mau perangin, jangan perang.
Cut.
Bisa kita
Depan gua, depan. Tarik.
Harik ke mana? Nice one.
Bigel.
Ada tunggu lord udah guys.
Depan, bisa kan? Ke depan.
Bisa.
Try ya.
Bisa teman-teman je.
Ya, dapat guys.
Beva cek. Lama lagi.
Oke, tengah gua guys. Tiga.
Mantap.
Nice guys. Ada wave mid, ada. Kita main bareng klub aja.
Jom. Ayo guys. Yo.
Bisa start dari sana.
Ya, let go ya.
Pikir je.
Ayo.
Start lagi.
Let go guys. Opsi.
Aku stand.
Opsi Imo.
Aku aman.
Depan dulu.
Pati barat.
Liga. Tahu lot.
Boleh.
Bisa. Orang je.
Boleh.